Hey guys, and welcome to the Start Democracy Invitational Qualifier, sponsored by VGV, and I'm Tannen Grace, and I'm joined by Firebat today. How you doing, Firebat?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good, man. The weather is not that bad down here. I know you said you've been enjoying the weather up in Detroit quite a bit right now.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan summers are where it's at. Can't
Yeah,
complain.
yeah, it's like only like 95 here right now. I feel like I'm gonna
Jeez.
melt if I go outside. But why would I want to go outside when I can stay inside and play Hearthstone? And you know what? That's what we're gonna be doing today, and it's pretty sweet. We got 4 matches lined up today, where it's all or nothing. Everyone who wins their match today is gonna be moving on into the main event, which is gonna be going on tomorrow. And then everyone who loses, they just go home. They don't get anything. So a lot of pressure on these guys because there's a $15,000 prize pool in this tournament tomorrow.
Wow, it's actually quite a large sum of money, especially when you consider, coming up through open brackets and whatnot. So
Mm-hmm.
players fighting their way through the open brackets to get to this point and just one game away from qualifying to this big main event. And the main event's really stacked too. Lots of big streamers, lots of potential exposure in there. I was taking a little look at the bracket there. You got big players like Dog is in there and a couple other big names, Chalky.
Yeah.
Just lots of actually pretty solid, strong, big names in the actual main event. So it'll be interesting to see who's going to be able to, clutch it out because there's that big aspect applies when you're at that breaking moment. For a lot of these players, never been at that moment before, where it's like one game away and you actually accomplish something. All this time you've invested. This is where the nerves start to get to them. So
Yeah.
it's always fun to cast these players, especially if there's face cams, see their facial reactions where they're trying to deal with this pressure and they're like,
Yeah.
I've been working so hard for this all summer and it all comes down to this, and then they lose and break down. I like the breakdown more than I like the guy that's celebrating. Maybe that makes me a bad person, but I don't know.
You like to see the beautiful disaster more than just the
Yeah.
celebration. Yeah, I get it. It's going to all come down to this. They're going to have worked, their butts off to get to this point, and they're going to have to pray that Yogg doesn't screw them at some point in time or something like that. Um, when I was talking about this event today, I was pretty excited because I was like, man, this is a huge prize pool, just like you said, for something that's an open event that these guys can just, work their way through and qualify. And I was like, oh, of course, it's One Nation of Gamers. They just put on the best open events all year long. I mean, they just got done with their huge circuit, finished it over at PAX Prime. And I mean, I watched a ton of it. I cast a ton of it. Man, it was fun. You got to see some guys really make names for themselves. Jockey made a pretty big name for himself in DreamHack Austin, but he made a good name for himself as well in that tournament series. Did really well. Guys like Shoop and Frozen just crushing it the whole time. And like you said, these guys, they have a pretty good chance for it today. And it looks like we're actually ready just to go ahead into the first match. And it's going to be between Machine and Ginge here in this first match. Don't really know much about these guys. We have a little bit of some facts about some of them. Ginge is actually on the esports hero team. It's a team I've heard a lot about. It's got some good players on there, so I expect to see some good play from him. Other than that, he's from the USA and he's playing Druid, Shaman, and Warrior. Just so the guys know, the format today, it is best of 5, last hero standing. You're just going to bring 3 decks. It's going to be a little bit different from the format that we're going to be playing for the rest of the week and weekend, but today, just regular old best of 5, last hero standing.
Regular best of 5, last hero standing. I mean, that's pretty fitting. That's what the World Championship uses. A lot of tournaments use that, so it makes sense that that's going to be what other people are using here. And looking at the classes here, it makes sense that I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be, I haven't seen all the classes from all the players, but I'm going to say 90% to 100% are going to be playing both Druid and Shaman. They're just by far the best 2 classes in the game right now. I think the 3rd class is a bit questionable. It's really hard to figure out what really belongs there. So that's going to be the story of a lot of the games, is can they win with this 3rd class? We see already Machine starting up top with the wild card, the Warrior deck, which a lot of people believe is the 3rd best class. I'm not completely convinced on it, but we'll have to see how it plays out for him.
I'm going to have a little bit of a spoiler alert for you, Firebat. Not everyone has those 2 classes, like you said. I see a decent bit of mage showing up in some other stuff in these classes,
Okay.
but I'm not going to ruin it all. I'm not going to tell you everything ahead of time, but let's get right into this.
Yeah, Druid starting off with the Innervate, obviously a card you want to have. And really a powerful hand right off the bat. Turn 2, he's going to be able to Innervate out the Teacher. Turn 1, not really many options, but we see him taking his time, trying to pretend like maybe he's got options, what have you.
Mm-hmm. Now, see, this is something I've actually I've heard some players talk about, and they've said some things about not keeping Innervate in your opening hand against Warrior. Sometimes, like, it's a card you actually want to mulligan because if they can say like answer this, then your hand just like leads to nowhere sometimes. But it's really hard to mulligan a card that powerful, right?
Yeah, you don't mulligan Innervate. Innervate plus 4-drop is insane against Warrior. Right here, Machine would need Slam, Coin, Execute, or Blood to Ichor Execute to even be able to deal with this minion. So the odds of him being able to heal your teacher here are just ridiculously low. It's going to stick almost every time, and you can look at these synergies coming up right off the bat. Brawl's so far away, you can make the living roots, make the 1/1s, buff everything up, and just start pushing mad damage right off the bat here.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like he might be able to run away with this game quite quickly here. There is going to be a turn 4 brawl, but there's going to be a lot of damage getting in here before that.
Yeah, that's
go ahead
the
and
thing.
save. Yeah, go ahead and save this Moonfire too. You could maybe just change it in for an extra 2/2 here, but if this game goes long, you're going to want to have it for that Malagos.
I mean, you would have cashed in that Moonfire for 11 damage, right? Because you 1 damage initially, you make a 2/2 as well. So an extra 3 damage would have been added, so it would have been 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 damage on the following turn, and 1 extra on this turn. That's really close, actually. I'm surprised I didn't think about it a little bit more, because that would allow you to race against Brawl a lot better, like race against Coin Brawl better. It could end up being kind of impactful, actually, that he's saving this Moonfire, because it's very rare that the Moonfire is going to put in more damage than it would be, creating an extra 2/2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's something it's like, maybe we should at least like think about it, but he didn't do it, and this does give him some longevity play in this game. If this game does go a ton of turns, he does have this save at the end, but I think I would have cashed it in there, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like playing towards the longevity play when you play every card in your hand except Malagos and Moonfire on turn 3. It is very uncommon that you're going to be able to live to Malagos while doing that. You're playing off the top of the deck for the rest of your game, because Moonfire is not the best value card in the world, as it does cost 0 mana and is just explicitly for tempo.
So you're telling me the card that deals 1 damage and just 1 damage isn't the best tempo card? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that one down. Every time I cast with you or listen to you talk about Hearthstone, I like to try to take notes of the important things that are said by the world champion.
So this Brawl is going to come out now, and so the difference in health would have really just been, 3 more damage here. So Machine would have been at 15 health. So maybe holding on to the Moonfire is right.
Mm-hmm. Now, another thing that might disappoint you here as well, Firebat, these players don't have webcams, so we're not going to get to see the loser's face after the matches too. So it looks like at least in this match, you're not going to get what you want.
Yeah, unfortunately, but Machine's got a decent turn here. It looks like he's too afraid to even War X the 2/2. He's just going to get the taunt out. I'm kind of curious of that sort of defensive play. I would have maybe liked to see War X down the 2/2, just regain board control. You still have Alexstrasza in your hand, so develop the Acolyte as well, and just use your mana a little bit more efficiently in the face of a 2/2 there. But he is going to get rewarded, as Ginge really doesn't have anything to develop onto the board in response.
Yeah, and I'll say cycling a Wrath here has to feel kind of bad. I mean, you're at 32. It's not like you're going to get beat down too hard here, but this makes it to where you have to use a swipe and a Wrath to get through this just to force 2 damage, and his hand still is going nowhere next turn. Nourish can draw some cards, but it's just giving so much time over to the Warrior to regain control of this game.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Moonfire used here and push 2 damage. You get to maintain the 2/2, which is a threat your opponent has to deal with, but he is going to opt to hold it for the Malagos. Malagos only makes it deal 6 damage, so whenever you can sneak in 2 or 3 damage with it and maintain better board presence, it's usually better to go for the board presence line, but he is going to be saving for that surprise burst Malagos combo. He does have, if he makes it to Malagos, 13 damage on turn 10. So he still needs to find more damage with the board, though, because Machine's already up to 16 life.
And how do you feel about that turn? Just armor up and develop a War Axe and pass. You had a couple other options. Could have made an Acolyte of Pain. If you're going to make that play, then you could play the Ghoul to draw an extra card. Or do you like just buffering your life total as much as possible here and just start to get that life total up to a safer range?
I would have played Acolyte and Armored, and then I would have set up to be, Ghoul Execute on the following turn. If the Acolyte dies, I don't care, because I have an 8 and a 9 drop in my hand, and there's no way I can play the entire mana cost in my hand anytime in this game. Just ridiculously padded mana cost, so there's no point trying to get 2 off the Acolyte, and I just want to be able to force my opponent to have to deal with it so they can't develop, a big minion like this giant conveniently. And then lead into the Grom on 8, and then Alex on 9, and just follow that curve out.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty good. Now, if Jins were to go with the Giant on this turn, it could still be met with Acolyte, Ghoul into Execute, which would be a pretty dang good turn for Machine here as well. But I think he kind of knows there's probably an Execute somewhere in this hand at this point in time. Sure. He's found one by now, so he's trying to get a little more resiliency going.
Yeah, and the Giant's going to cost 0 eventually, so why pay 7 for it when you can reduce the cost of it while doing something else productive with your turn? So I really like the play here, going for the Nourish, realizing that you're the control deck at this instance almost. Like, if you slow down the game as the Druid player, you will win eventually. That's just kind of how the Druid deck works. You have the Malagos Burst, you have the Giants as threats, you have the Yogg as another threat. You can actually just out-threat the Warrior's removal if you space it out appropriately and just make sure you can force them in awkward situations.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And with what the Druid has done the last couple turns, which seems kind of weak. He's not like developing the board at all. He's kind of just forcing some stuff through. You've got to be worried about your life total if you're Machine here, right? Like I like the idea of him armoring up every single turn here for the rest of the game if he can, unless he's killing his opponent or using Alexstrasza, because you've got to be a little worried about one of these huge burst turns coming sometime soon.
Yeah, definitely the burst is right around the corner, especially with that Innervate potentially being present. So Arcane Giant coming down. Can't cycle the Wild Growth this turn, so it makes sense. And just trying to develop 2 minions out there, put a bunch of pressure on the board. Make it so like if your opponent's executing, you at least maybe get some chip damage in with your other minions.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think any repeatable source of damage is what Jin's just trying to find here. Anything that can get in 4 or 6 damage. I mean, you have to assume this Giant's not going to live. I mean, like, I can't think of a card combination in his hand where the Giant lives through this turn, but if either one of these other minions does, then you have a pretty good chance of winning this game at some point in time with this Moonfire that you've been saving since turn 1.
Interesting. He goes for the trade there with the Acolyte. I was thinking maybe he could go with the Revenge, but he's opting to just hold on to these Revenges. Maybe he wants to set up to deal with a bigger teacher board, and now he's not feeling as threatened as he was earlier. He's starting to swing at some minions with the War Axe. He's accumulated some armor count, and not even going to armor. Now he's getting a little frisky, I'd say.
Now he's getting a little frisky.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like change in game plan, but I guess he feels more comfortable now that he has got Alexstrasza available to him.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up that the thing that you brought up there about holding on to Revenge, because you're not seeing these Druid decks go as wide as you were, a few months ago. They're a little more linear in the way that they kill you now. I mean, yeah, you have teachers in the deck, but you don't have a lot of the token generation that you used to. And so, I think Revenge is a little less in value than it used to be in this matchup, considering you've already seen a teacher and a Living Roots as well.
Yeah, I would agree, but, it's still fine just to have it as a failsafe. I still think he's in a pretty good spot, but... now things can start to get scary.
Yeah, with that second Innervate pickup, this allows for some crazy turns with Malagos. You can get in a lot of extra damage here if you pick up, say, another... Well, I mean, let's say he already used the other Living Roots, so...
Yeah, he's already used the other Living Roots. He hasn't used any Moonfires yet, so you could find the second Moonfire for the burst lethal, or you could find a Raven Idol into a Moonfire or a Living Roots or an Innervate, or you can find an Emperor proc that would allow him to swipe with it. But... he's trying to decide whether he wants to use this swipe or not, and I do kind of like using the swipe, and he's going off to deny the Acolyte draw, and he's going to Innervate out this hero power, clean up the board, try and threaten some damage with the Drake. He's got 13 damage over the top right now with the Malagos Moonfire for 6 and Living Roots for 7 to the face. So he's setting up lethal, and setting up lethal is a really good thing to do in Hearthstone.
Yeah, if I learned one thing from living in a house with you and like Zalay and stuff, just set up lethal every time you can. It's play your biggest minion, hit him in the face, and set up lethal.
Yeah, that's a good way to get success.
It's the Firebat way.
Oh, the machine's not going to play around with the 13 damage Malagos Burst combo.
And it looks like that's what's going to happen this turn. It looks like Malagos and this Moonfire that's been in his hand since turn 1 is going to take over this game.
Yeah, this is one of those instances where you got to be making a read on your opponent's hand. Like, you could say, like some players, I'm sure in chat or whatever, are going to be saying, oh, Druid OP, they do so much burst damage still, Druid combo. Well, he sat there with Malagos Moonfire Roots in his hand for like 8 turns this game.
Yep.
Like, there's been no surprise. Even though we have caster vision, just count how long those cards were sitting there in the guy's hand. Like, Jinch had those cards most of the game. There's more turns in the game where you had those 3 cards sitting in the hand doing nothing than there were turns where he didn't have them in his hand. So the machine's got to, pick up on that, and it's going to be hard pressed for him to win the series if he's not going to be able to make reads like that.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think, we even talked about it in the middle turns there that, I expected him to armor up pretty much every turn for the rest of the game, and it looked like he was doing that, and then he, deferred from that line of play. So I was very surprised to see that, out of the Warrior there, but it's like you said, maybe he just didn't think he had the 13 damage from his hand there. The 3 of the 4 cards were exactly those 3. But it's like you said, you can tell if you're paying attention that those cards have been in his hand the entire game. And what else would he have not played?
Even moused over the Moonfire on previous turns, signaling that it was indeed Moonfire, mousing over it while he had 0 mana in his hand. And then you could say maybe it's an Innervate, but then the second Innervate got played, so you 100% knew it was a Moonfire at that point. So little things like that are really important, and you have to start catching on those. But I mean, what are you going to do? There's some skill in Hearthstone still. You got to pay attention. You got to make reads. Druid's one of the decks where if you're not playing very well against it, it is going to be able to beat you. But maybe what Machine was thinking was since it's the teacher build, it doesn't run Malagos. That could have been going through his mind, because the most popular builds of Malagos Druid, or Yogg Druid, have been cutting the Violet Teachers and instead playing like 1 Gadgets and Auctioneer and 1 Moonglade Portal, and then they cut the Power of the Wilds, and it's more cycle heavy. So Ginge is playing the older version of the Malagos Druid.
And speaking of Malagos Druid with Gadget's Hand, we just saw that for Machine as well, so it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a mirror match here, and it looks like the old school versus the new school. If we have we haven't seen all of Ginge's deck, but if this matchup, the mirror, holds true to anything that Druid has in the past, there's a lot of wild growths on one side and only an Innervate on the other side, so there's a lot of fast mana in this game.
Yeah, and typically speaking, the wild growth is going to be more important than the Innervate. You're going to want to be ramping as soon as possible and get that advantage over the course of the entire game rather than just one bursty swing turn. So I would give Ginge a huge edge right now just based on looking at the hands, especially as Machine's hand kind of runs out of steam really quick. Wrath is one of the most underwhelming cards in this matchup. If you look at like stats on the matchup, which this is one of the matchups that happens most commonly on ladder, as Yogg Druid is the #1 played deck on ladder. You can look at the stats and see which cards are the most impactful. Wrath is the card that is, like, if you draw this in your early hand, you have the lowest win rate, basically, in this mirror. So it's a card you really don't want. Whereas Wild Growth is the highest win rate card.
Now, I know I'm going to ruffle some feathers with what I'm about to say, especially with, maybe you and some other people, but I'm hoping to see a Yogg in this game followed by another Yogg. I'm hoping to see, like, dueling Yoggs happen. I just like to watch the world burn.
Well, dueling Yoggs, the advantage goes, 60-70% favor in the second Yogg. But you never know with Yogg. It could go any which way. But Ginge off to a huge start, getting that double Wild Growth, already ramped up to 5 mana, then recovering the card disadvantage of the Wild Growth by getting down that Azure Drake. Meanwhile, Machine's just got almost nothing in his hand. Like, he can clear the Drake, which is great, but, he's taking damage. He's not developing his hand any, and he's not developing the board any.
Yeah, if you're Ginge, you're loving the way this game's going from Machine's side. It's like you said, he's not really doing much. He's using a removal spell on your Drake here, and you're about to slam this Emperor Thorson with Malagos in your hand. I mean, this is the way you draw it up, right?
Oh, yeah. And then you can follow this up by playing Fandral, Violet Teacher, Power of the Wild, and then you win the game. So
is that good?
Machine is going to need some sort of Innervate Yogg play, maybe double Innervate Yogg play to really get out of this one. And so even if he kills the Emperor, the damage has already been done, and you're not developing again. That's the biggest thing about this, is that the Wild Growth has allowed Ginge to have so much more of a tempo lead, because Ginge has the ability to remove minions and develop minions, whereas Machine doesn't have the ability to remove minions and develop minions. He's just sitting here removing, and then he has no minions really to get out most of the time, so he's not able to develop much. But he is able to use this Innervate here, finally get back on the board. First turn that Machine has been ahead on the board, and he's met with some pretty disgusting Druid stuff coming up, though.
Oh yeah, there's some sweet stuff that Ginge can just turn. Do you just? I think you just go full in, right?
Oh yeah, you Fandral, Violet Teacher, then do the 1 mana Power of the Wild, get this giant board out, and say deal with it. Your opponent has to kill the Violet Teacher, basically. It's one of the high threat minions, and they have to kill the Fandral. It's another high threat minion, and that's not an easy task to do, especially with only 3 cards left in Machine's hand after being unable to cycle the Wrath and having to use his removal so aggressively on every minion that Ginge has put onto the board thus far. But saving grace for Machine, he is going to be able to get the first giant down, so he can start threatening a lot of face damage potentially with that. But while Ginge is at 29, how good is that face damage really? it's not going to be that great. And Jinja is the giant of his own that he can develop the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, he's also just got this violent feature sitting on board with a bunch of power as well. So, I mean, if you start going face with this, like, you're getting raced back just as hard, and your hand is a Moonfire, and that's it. I mean, you're hoping for some really good top decks here, and you don't even have enough mana to play the two best top decks in Malygos or Yogg.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I definitely think you just power the wild and then play the Arcane Giant. I think it's a bit greedy to try and get the Power of the Wild on the Arcane Giant by using like the Innervate. I'd rather just make sure your top decks are very fluid with Malygos, right? So like any spell you get off the top then the following turn, aside from like Swipe, for example, you can play Innervate and then Malygos Innervate that spell, and it's just another game-breaking turn basically.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like keeping the Innervate just like you said, just for in case you top deck a Swipe, like getting to pair that with the 8-mana Malygos. It just seems so powerful, just in case this game somehow goes awry. Barring a Yogg, I don't see it happening. But, well, can he live through this? Okay, so if he nurses here into Yogg and some spells, he can live through this turn, right? If Ginge doesn't draw a burn spell?
Well,
all right. Well, he's
I don't
got
know how he
Moon
wins from this position. He needs to top deck Malygos now. Malygos is the way he wins, right? If he gets Malygos, he can play Malygos and then double Moonfire to try and clear the board, barring that Ginge doesn't have any threats in his hand.
Yeah, I'm trying to say, like...
Oh, he's going for the value trade, okay.
Yeah, I mean, so like, there's 8, 12, 13...
16 damage.
Yeah, so 17 with hero power. So you're looking at a Swipe killing you, so you have to kill one of these minions.
If you're not taking down one of the minions, then, well... A Swipe is still going to kill him at this point because he's hero powering down one of the minions, right? So there's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage plus a Swipe makes 17. You're armoring up to 22, so you're okay through a Swipe.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're going to live by 1 through Swipe here, but, I mean, any burn spell we know, besides Swipe, is going to get this done. Well, Wrath doesn't get it done either, but you can cycle it here for...
Yeah, cycle it while developing the Malygos, clear the entire board, push a lot of face damage. I mean... That's the power of Wild Growth, especially just getting those Drake out early, refueling your hand after you've expended the resources, whereas Machine didn't really have that luxury. He just had the Innervate. Well, he had Innervate and Wild Growth, actually, but his Wild Growth was a little bit late. He got in the board a little bit later than Ginge was able to get on the board, and Ginge was able to just kind of snowball it.
Wait, is that... Yeah, that's actually lethal. He drew the Moonfire here off the cycled Wild Growth, so, yeah, that seemed really well played. It just... This seems like the Druid thing to me, you know, it just gets a big lead with a Wild Growth and just presses his advantage the whole time. And to be honest, Machine's hands have not lined up well against Ginge's so far here in this match. And you could see it in the results as well. He's down 2-0.
That was a rough one. That was a rough one for sure. That was when, that's why Druid is considered one of the best decks. It's very hard to counter. Occasionally when you're playing Druid, you're going to get a hand of like what Ginge had, and there's nothing that really stops that. That one will get you. It doesn't really matter what deck you're playing. You can't really beat Coin Wild Growth into the Drakes, and then Fandral Violet Teacher Power the Wild after an Emperor. Like, it's just so sick. Druid is insane. You know,
it feels to me like it has all the most powerful cards, like, that aren't super aggressive. You know, you don't have like Tuskar Totemic and stuff like that, obviously, but you know, you don't have a 7/7 for 4 mana, but Fandral feels like that kind of card sometimes with the effect that it has in the game. And then you've got all these other cards that are insane as well. So, I mean, I've been saying it since pretty much day one that I've been playing this game. I think Druid is just probably the best class overall. It's definitely stayed the highest the entire time that I've played the game.
Yeah, Druid is almost always tier 1 or 2, or tier 0. You know, just in that range. You know, it's always been one of the best decks in the game, and. Yeah. Its core set is just so strong is really what it is, right? And you compare that to, you know, Priest's core set, you know.
Wait, it has a core set?
Yeah, like the standard cards that are always going to stay with the class forever, so.
Yeah. No, I'm just making a joke about insane. Priest not being a class, but yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. It's and to think about it, you talk about how strong the core class is for Druid, and we're still here, you know, years later playing all these cards and, you know, crushing people with them, but they neutered like 3 of them. You know, they changed a ton of cards that were so good, and this class is still just, you know, killing people so easily with these cards. I mean, Wild Growth and Innervator are just so busted.
Yeah, it's really insane. They had the most nerfs to their core set out of any deck in the standard rotation, right?
it just doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Wild Growth a little bit late for Ginge, but he's getting through some nice chip damage with the Living Roots. Sometimes you get a little nervous when your opponent Totem Golems here because they expect you to ignore it. And if you ignore it, you can potentially be walking into a Maelstrom Portal. But with the swipe to back up if there's a Maelstrom Portal, I fully support Ginge just going face there with it.
Yeah, that's one of the cards that was kind of like innocuous to me. Like when I first saw it, I was like, oh, this is cute. Like maybe people will play it, but like why would you play it when you have Lightning Storm in this class and it like, combos with some of your other cards? But
I've been better than Lightning Storm.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with that card. Every time I played against it, I find myself in games where I'm like, please don't have Maelstrom Portal. Please, and then they have it, I die.
It's insane, yeah. It's like you just look at it compared to Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm is deal 2 to 3 damage for 5 mana because of the overload, right? And Maelstrom Portal is deal 1 damage for 2 mana. But if you have Spell Power, which if you're running Spirit Claws, you try and prioritize almost always having Spell Power, deal 2 damage for 2 mana. So it's like deal 2 damage for 2 mana or deal 2 damage for 5 mana. And that's like a huge, so much better than Lightning Storm. And a lot of players have been cutting Lightning Storm and just running double Maelstrom Portal, even in mid-range Shaman. And the aggressive variants, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems crazy to me, but like the more I see the games play out, the better it is. And this is a pretty solid swipe here, and you really needed to have a good turn this turn because Machine is definitely rolling into a lot of his mid-game big threats. He can Fire Elemental next turn if he wants to use his coin. He's got a thing from below that's pretty cheap that he can, combine with some other cards and stuff here. So he's got some big plays, but Ginge is out in front with Druid yet again. It seems to be just what's happened every game so far in this match.
Yeah, but he's going to get slowed down here with the Ezra Drake coin bolt Machine getting back on the board. Ginge currently in his hand doesn't have very great ways to deal with it in the immediate. He's got this Nourish, which he probably wants to use for cards because going for the crystals is like a pretty big gamble. But with both Violet Teachers in hand, you could potentially think about doing some weird for crystals play and then just playing a Violet Teacher alongside your board. Try and ramp up to 10 really, really fast so that Malagos can be combo plays off the top. But I think I favor just going for draw here and taking the slower approach to the game, try and recover with like a Yogg later on or a big Malagos turn later on.
I mean, yeah, if you draw a Wrath off this, it's still pretty good. You still take down this Azure Drake here. You have 2 mana left over conveniently. He picks up an Innervate here. This kind of unlocks a few things here. If he wants to swipe, he can take down this Azure Drake. That way the board's a little more clear going into his next turn. Trying to think, what are the good reasons to keep Innervate in your hand here?
Well, you have 2 Violet Teachers, so you have potentially Violet Teacher Innervate, or Violet Teacher Innervate, Power of the Wild or something crazy like that, but you don't want to do that while the Drake's on the field. So it is pretty tough. I don't think you ever swipe it, though. Swipe is like one of the best cards against Shaman for, cleaning up their board, especially pairing it with Spell Power and things like that later on. Mm-hmm. So it is interesting going for the Innervate Violet Teacher. I think it's really close whether or not that you want to actually be playing it. One of the good things about the Violet Teacher is it doesn't directly die to the Drake, so it forces your opponent to do something else plus the Drake, and they're overloaded by 1, so they can't play Fire Elemental. So, Ginge is going to be rewarded for the risk here of developing that Drake, and quite handsomely. He's able to keep this Violet Teacher out, and he's got 8 mana to spend doing things with a Violet Teacher on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. He has like you said, he has a swipe to help clean up here, but this board isn't super swipeable just yet. He's going to be leaving behind some stuff. He's got a healing totem over there still causing a little bit of problems. I've always said, I'm always like almost always the most scared of healing totem. Whenever they get to get value off that card, it feels like it's really hard to beat Shaman.
Huh. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the totems are pretty threatening, especially with Thunderbluff Valiant in the deck and what have you. Some mid-range Shamans even running, Totemic Might. That's how powerful totems have started becoming and how core they are to the class. I like this Nourish. I was just about to say, I think going to Nourish, draw here. I haven't seen a Wrath yet from Ginge. I mean, you got those Moonfires in there. We've only seen 1 Living Roots. Maybe make something happen. It is a gamble. But what is the other play? If you're not going for the gamble here, you don't want to be swiping, so it might just be flooding the board with minions. Just play Violet Teacher plus Mire Keeper this turn. You don't really want to go Giant because you're kind of afraid of Hex. There is potential, though, that the Violet Teacher would have baited a Hex if, he had it. But,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, I like this play. I think this is a really solid play. Goes for the Panther there.
Yeah, it just goes for board tension here, it seems like. Like you said, kind of wants to set up a board that Machine, starts wanting to trade a bunch of minions into, and if he can get some damage on some of these minions to stick around even through this healing totem, maybe this swipe will be better next turn, paired with another Violet Teacher maybe. And then it makes these arcane golems cheaper too.
Yeah, just going for the draw there, finding the spells, getting the cost down of the arcane giants there. I think it was the correct play. It's really close though. There's a lot of like suboptimal plays that turn. Nothing feels great, so it's hard to tell what is exactly the best. But obvious for here, Machine just coming down with this Fire Elemental, going to be able to get the Spirit Claws out there with the extra damage and be able to start pushing some face damage if he wants to, or remove this 1/1.
Yeah, how threatening is this 1/1 here? I gotta wonder. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe you just need to start pushing damage and try to finish this game off as soon as next turn.
I like it. It is the best way to play around Yogg, is to just hope you can kill him. So I like that play, just going all face. And Midrange Shaman has a really hard time with Yogg because Midrange Shaman just kind of spends the entire game building up this board, and then Yogg just kills all of it, and then Midrange Shaman has to restart doing the 10-turn process of building up a Shaman board. So it's a really scary proposition for them to deal with.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to start out with Swipe here, pairing this with Innervate. Oh, I was supposed to say, yeah, pairing this with Innervate should be able to make it to where he can play both of his giants this turn.
For sure, yeah, get both those giants out there seems fairly strong.
Yeah, even gets a hero power in here to take care of this thing from below. It's going to take a little bit of damage, but you got to do what you got to do. This is going to remove a lot of power off the board. It's going to leave behind 7 power, 8 power with a weapon, but if there's spell damage plus a spell, that's definitely enough to get this done. But we see that Machine doesn't have that just yet.
And you're threatening lethal.
Yeah.
There's a huge amount of damage incoming from Jinja's side out of nowhere, just being able to get these Arcane Giants discounted so much. And we saw the setup play for getting these Arcane Giants out earlier when he had the opportunity to play minions, but chose to Nourish instead. So it's really well done to be able to get himself into this situation. Pretty solid Druid play. Now Machine, the backswing approach. I think you just Thunderbluff Valiant, hero power, play your taunt, push all to the face, and pray. And see how it goes.
Yeah, hope it's good enough. I liked the last turn from Ginge quite a bit. Like you said, just getting both these giants out and threatening lethal, because it's if you're dead, there's nothing you could do about it anyway. Like there was no plays I think that could get you out of it. But this is like the best offensive play that he can make.
Yeah, I don't want to see any of these giants get traded into, but I can understand it. But even you rolled Taunt Totem though, so I feel like now is the time to be aggressive. He's in such a great spot though. Maybe he can justify being super defensive. But it's scary. Without having Hex in your hand, this giant can start getting out of control potentially. You made a pretty strong signal that you didn't have Hex in your hand as well. So if I'm Ginge right now and I'm looking at this board, I don't have Yogg in my hand currently. None of my plays are super strong, and I have a read that my opponent doesn't have Hex because they ignored 2 8/8s. Then I would say the best play is just dropping down Malagos and making something happen.
Yeah, you're not worried about... you have to be worried about a top deck on the way back, but yeah, maybe that is actually just the best course of action to try to win from here. But it looks like he's going to go ahead and use this Wrath to take care of this Taunt Totem, which has extra power thanks to Thunderbluff Valiant. And he's going to use his 8/8 to take care of this 5/5 here, just removing as much power from the board as possible. Just playing it as safe, as he can this turn.
That is really, really safe, right? It's vulnerable to the AoEs, but you're able to remove it the maximum amount of power off the board. So both players are so tentative and so safe with their lines of play. That could come back to they're one game away from qualifying, right? They get kind of nervous and start taking the overly safe routes all the time.
Right.
We see almost every turn each player has almost always removed all of the power that they could possibly remove from the board. So it's kind of interesting to see. And spell power is huge here.
Yeah.
Absolutely huge.
Yeah, he pretty much had to roll Spell Power Totem here.
And
what's the most impactful one drop here? That's not it.
Timberwolf, no. It would probably be Voidwalker. Being able
that would actually be pretty good, yeah.
Protect your life total and the minions.
It's a pretty good turn here.
Flame Imp would be good, of course. Injured Cavaldier.
I'll say Yogg-Saron would be a pretty big top deck here.
Yeah, and this is the scary part when you're trying to outvalue the Druid. Eventually, they find that Yogg's around. If you're not setting up the lines and taking those risks where you have the odds where you can get face damage in, then
Well,
this
no
is
one
what's going to
died.
happen.
No one died. The intern is green. Let's see where this goes. This is big if it taunts up one of his own guys. It taunted up Yogg. Ooh, Yogg did. I was going to say double healthing on Yogg could have been huge there. Oh, he gets a 2-1 taunt. That's actually pretty big. Okay, Wind Fury, not bad. This has been a pretty big Yogg. So let's see where this goes. It goes to the opponent. Wow. Whoa.
No swipes.
Another AoE effect. Jeez, that was a pretty good Yogg.
Yeah, but if you look at the course of the game, if Machine had been more aggressive and played around the Yogg, right, he could have potentially closed the game out by this point. So I like, as far as the hate goes for Yogg, I think this is one of the games where Yogg could have been avoided. Like,
I agree.
I hate the card Yogg as much as everybody else, right? Like I say, it decides games. It's very silly, but this is one of those instances where it maybe could have been avoided.
No, I 100% agree with you, for sure. And it looks like we're going to see Yogg into Tuskar Totemic, the two cards that are getting banned in tournaments around the world right now. But one of them was a little more impactful this game. Yeah, I mean, we've seen Yoggs go bad before or just do nothing, and that one was the opposite of that. I mean, it did everything but kill Machine. I mean, it put Ginge in a spot where he pretty much can't lose from here. And
well,
okay.
He could potentially still lose. Yeah. This double Thunderblood Valiant buff is insane. And Machine's getting an extra card here to refill his hand.
That's true.
The only scary part is he's at 9 life, but both swipes have been used. Interesting, he holds on to the weapon there with.
There's the win there. Good old Malagos plus Living Roots, and we've seen this song and dance already before in this matchup. And it looks like Machine is going to be going home, and Ginge has punched his way into the main event tomorrow, giving himself a chance at that $15,000 prize pool, all on the back of Druid. Only Yogg a little bit, Firebat. It was only a little bit of Yogg. So
I don't think it was really any of Yogg. I think the Yogg could have been avoided. So, Ginge played well. Didn't see too many misplays there. I think Machine kind of played a little bit suboptimally in a lot of situations. I think the first game, he dropped the ball a little bit on some reads, and that ended up catching up to him. I think that last game we saw, I think there could have been... He was in the driver's seat. He had won the early game. He had better draws, was able to get the board, and I don't think he was able to capitalize on his good fortune enough. He played it too safe, too close to the vest, and where he had the spots where he could get the chip damage going face, he decided to take trades instead and didn't understand that he was the aggressor and had the tempo in the situation. So I think those little things in those areas where he's missing, 4 or 5 damage, or even 8 in the instance where he traded with a giant, if you're not missing that 8 damage, you start putting your opponent in a lot worse of a spot. They have to make tighter decisions. They start getting more under pressure instead of you being the one that's always stressing, and things can end up being a little bit differently. So I think, honestly, that this was a skilled series of Hearthstone, and I think the better player won, and we can't say that it was like Yogg RNG deciding things, which is cool, which isn't a lot. Like a lot of times in the high level Hearthstone, it's going to be RNG deciding a lot of things rather than tight play deciding things. So I'm pretty happy the way that the first series went, even though it was a Druid 3-0. I still think there's a lot of analysis to be done and a lot of things players can learn from this series. So I think it was a good series.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head. I agree with everything you said. And, not to take anything away from Ginge, like you said, maybe Machine didn't play completely optimally in spots, but I didn't want to take anything away from Ginge. I thought he played very well in spots.
The Nourish turn was sick. Yeah. Like that's a really hard turn to make there. You have 8 mana and you have 2 4-drops and an Arcane Giant and then a Nourish in your hand, and you're trying to figure out what the right play is there. And I think based on what had been drawn, that the Nourish is a better play. So I like him, taking the time. He roped out on that turn, trying to figure out what the hell he was supposed to do with 2 4-drops in his hand. Most people are like, yeah, just play the 4-drops. It's 8 mana. You develop the board perfectly. And but setting up for the future turns with the Arcane Giants, I think it was very well played.
Yeah, absolutely. Like just actually finding a way to threaten lethal with 2 very hard to deal with minions is a line I didn't see right away. And it seems like he knew that pretty fast. So definitely a guy that's put in the time, and it's showing and getting him here and getting him into the main event tomorrow. So that's our first match. It's in the book. So we got 3 more for you guys. The next match is going to be Maverick versus Diego Costa. We're going to take about 3-minute break, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone. So don't go anywhere, guys.
We are athletes. We are athletes. We've trained our whole lives for this. Early mornings, hours of practice, fine-tuning skills, both mental and physical, sacrifice, exhaustion, persistence. All leading up to this, our moment to compete in the event of our dreams.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's the Start Democracy Invitational Qualifier. I'm Tannen Grayson. I'm joined here by Firebat. This is sponsored by VGVN, and I just want to talk about them for just a second. For 10 years, the Video Game Voters Network, or VGVN, like I said, has made it possible for American gamers to organize and defend against legislative threats to video games, threats that would seek to, regulate video games content differently than any other medium. Now, VGVN's goal is to educate those gamers about the issues and ensure their demands are heard by the federal and state and local officials. So during this critical election cycle, VGVN intends to show policymakers that gamers are as powerful and they're important in the voting blocks. So how can you help? You have to make sure that your voice is heard. Go out and register to vote. And you can do that anywhere around your city. It's very easy to do. And you can visit videogamevoters.org to learn more. So make sure you do that, guys, because if you don't stand up for yourselves and align yourself with VGVN, there's not many other people that are going to actually do it. So you can make a difference. Make sure you go out there. Make sure you vote. I definitely recommend that you do that as well this year. It's pretty important that you do. Anyway, let's get back to Hearthstone. So we had a pretty good match there the first round. Firebat, I really liked it. We saw some skill stone. Like you said, it seemed like the guys actually got to play the games quite a bit, make a lot of decisions, and there was some thought process behind a bunch of them, and some really decisions that weren't just super obvious were made in some of them. Like I think there was a turn, like you said, where a player made a little bit different decision. It wasn't just, I have 8 mana, I'll play these 2 4-drops, I'll play this Nourish and draw 3 cards. And it's a play that I didn't see right away, and I thought was very intuitively found by the player there, and thought it was really good. So great play by him to find that. But we got another match going on here. It's going to be Maverick versus Diego Costa, and we're not seeing the typical lineups that you said you were expecting to see, from 90% of the players.
It's really strange, if you look at stats, at least from my personal stats, I can't speak for everybody else, and a lot of the stats that I've seen from Vicious Syndicate and whatever, you see Shaman and Druid as predominantly way higher win rate than even Warrior, and just on a different level than a lot of the other classes. So it's really curious seeing the mages come out. Maybe because it's a last year standing, they have a different sort of targeting with their lineup of what they're trying to do. Maybe they bring in that freeze mage and try and pin down mid-range shamans or something like that with a freeze mage and then a greedy control warrior and some sort of druid and try and close down mid-range shaman. Or I don't know. I'm interested to see what the kind of objective with the lineup is, because every time you're not bringing the 3 best decks, you likely are targeting something or doing something fancy. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, exactly. Anyone who didn't catch the top of the broadcast, Firebet said he really expected Shaman and Druid to just be in probably like 90% of the lineups. And here we see 1 Shaman deck and only 1 Druid deck. We're going to get those photos updated just for a second. That was the last photos. There we go. We got moving cameras. You get your you get your wish, Firebet. We're going to get to see the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat after this match. And it looks like we're going to have Shaman versus Warrior. And that's a bookworm. Some new cards here. So I'm thinking this is Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, Maverick won a tournament a little while ago, a French tournament with a greedy Dragon Warrior deck. So it's been something that he's quite familiar with. He's been playing a lot with. He's one of the top tier French players that wins a lot of opens and does a lot of good things in the French scene. I've never heard of Diego Costa, but he's here to make a name for himself and get a chunk of that $15,000.
Apparently, you said something about familiarity. Apparently, these guys know each other. They play against each other pretty often. Apparently, so there's probably some familiarity either with the players themselves or the lineups here. So maybe there won't be too many surprises.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup for sure. The controller, the warrior, a lot of the times can get actually fatigued by the shaman if the shaman chooses to do that route, or it can eventually just not hit the brawl when they need the brawl, and then suddenly Thunderbluff Valiant runs out of control, or a Bloodlust gets landed by the mid-range shaman. We see the Manatide Totem in Diego's hand, so we can kind of assume that it's most likely to be
like mid-range, like a little more, yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard to tell how mid-rangey it really is, right, with just only seeing that. Some mid-range lists are running Bloodlust, some are still running Doomhammer, some are running neither, so they have a better chance against aggro and just have, more curve minions, featuring double Squire and double Spirit Claws and all this low curve stuff. All that low curve stuff is going to be real useless in this matchup, so for Diego's sake, we're hoping he's got, Bloodlusts or Doomhammer or something in his deck that can allow him to kind of finish this game. Otherwise, he may be forced into a situation where if he knows his deck right and he knows he doesn't have very many big threats or finishers in the deck, maybe he's got to start planning around fatigue, not playing the Manatide Totem and, playing towards those outs. So it'll be interesting to see.
Now, is there ever a world where... Hear me out. Is there ever a world where you use your Fiery War Axe to take care of this totem here, just to play around something like, say, Spirit Claws?
I don't think you would. I think that's kind of a waste of the Fiery War Axe. I think what you want to be saving it for is really after the brawl, to clean up the last minion that lives through the brawl a lot of times is pretty good, or is something that's more threatening like a Flame Tongue Totem or a Manatide Totem that comes out. Because as soon as you get rid of that Fiery War Axe, a lot of times those totems are going to be like the Manatide and the Flame Tongue Totem and what have you are going to be really, really threatening because you'll have no convenient way to remove them. So them in conjunction with another threat starts becoming, you got to leave one alive, and then they're getting extra value, and it can spiral out of control really quick. And we see Maverick holding on to the coin here. That may indicate that he's got Sylvanas in the deck. Sylvanas is a pretty good card with the coin. Sylvanas Coin Brawl is a sick combo. Or he just wants to save it for, bigger dragons. Get some of those finishers out a little bit earlier, or saving it for Elise to turn into a legendary. But I do appreciate the play by him here, realizing that, coining, you're not going to win going Blackwing Corruptor into Blackwing Corruptor and trying to do anything like that. You're going to win by playing the slow game.
Yeah, pretty big draw by Maverick there too, picking up a dragon and turn on these Blackwing Corruptors here this turn. He's got two pretty good targets. Flame Tongue Totem's a great target. It's kind of hard to let him have a Manatide Totem around, especially when it has power. And it's actually attacking you as well. You definitely don't want to get out-carded by the Shaman deck in this matchup at all.
Yeah, you don't want to get out-carded for sure. Usually, you only want to give them like one card. Like you'll win in Fatigue if they're drawing one card off of each of their Manatides. So you're totally fine giving them one card, but you can get snowballed out of the game if you start like saying, I'm going to win in Fatigue. I'll just let the Manatide live and he'll draw 1 billion cards. Yeah. Then all of a sudden they're going to kill you with those 1 billion cards and it's not going to get to Fatigue. So I do like, even if you are playing towards Fatigue, just limiting the draw of the Manatide to 1.
It's not like the mirror match used to be back in the day when you were the Control Warrior versus Control Warrior, and like if someone played an Acolyte of Pain, they lost because you could make them draw like 3 extra cards off of it. where you actively want them to draw extra. I think here, like you said, you only want them to draw one. And also, the way he's been playing this game, it kind of feels like maybe he doesn't have a brawl. Like, you can maybe make that assumption here, and it looks like he's going to get a pretty big brawl here this turn.
Yeah, this is a huge commitment into the brawl. That is...
And Manatide gets another card here, too.
Happen in the field.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. Do you brawl yet, or do you continue trying to play it off as if you don't have a brawl? Because you do have the 5/4 that can just trade into one of the totems, and then
you just kill both totems. Yeah.
Yeah, if you just kill both totems, there's really not that much on the board. You're facing down 7 damage, which is a little scary, but you have a shield block in hand.
And you have if you draw another dragon, you have a taunter in your hand as well. That's kind of hard sometimes for Shaman to get through without a 7/7, which you have executes. So it looks like he's going to do this. Yeah. Oh, he's going to go ahead and do this and brawl. Okay.
He just wants to guarantee that the Manatide isn't left over.
Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty tight play there.
Yeah, the 5 face damage is most of the time going to be irrelevant in the match. So just trying to guarantee that your opponent's hand size is limited is a strong play. And after seeing the brawl, Diego is going to go in and unload the Thunderblood Valiant. Is he going to drop the Things from Below? He's thinking about it. He's giving away that he has the Things from Below in his hand now. And this hesitation here. He should have probably planned this out before taking his turn so he wouldn't give it away. But so Maverick's going to know about this Things from Below if he's paying attention. Because it's still Diego's turn.
Would you play the Thing from Below here?
You kind of have to now. If you don't play it and they have a brawl, they're going to hold the brawl. If you do play it and they have a brawl, you're kind of screwed. But it's a risk that is in your favor at the moment. So yeah, Diego is going to play it. His hesitation was too long, so he kind of is forced into the situation where he can't hold it back to play around brawl because your opponent's just going to use spot removal and wait for a brawl later on anyway.
Yeah, and there's no way you don't brawl this turn, right? I think Maverick's just like taking his time to weigh his options, but it just seems like brawl armor up is just way too good of a turn.
Well, it's still scary, right? There's a 50% chance either Thunderbluff Valiant or a 5/5 survives after the brawl, and you're not in a great spot. You're in an okay spot. He needs to find activators for these executes, but under this much pressure and what his hand is, it does seem to be the only option that's not death. And we see Diego just smiling and laughing. Yeah. He's really upset about that brawl going, and the worst minion lives for him, and that's incredible. That is rough. That is rough.
That's incredible for sure. He does have a Flamery Faceless to back up behind this. If Maverick doesn't have an easy activator for his executes, he's going to have to use Blackwing Corruptor plus an execute here to take care of this. But there will be a 3/3 left over. So if he picks up like an easy, like let's say he picks up like a Ghoul. Oh no, Ghoul it is too much mana, right? It's 5, 8, 9.
Fit the Ghoul.
Yeah, you can fit the Ghoul in with the coin. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like just executing at the Blackwing Corruptor and armoring up, though. I don't think he's not under too much pressure. Your opponent's got 2 cards remaining. You could be afraid of Bloodlust potentially, so that's something you want to count for. So if he only kills the 7/7, how much damage is Bloodlust? It would be another 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So he'd be alive at like 2 health. But he does go with the shield block first just to investigate. If he didn't hit anything, I'm sure he would have just Blackwing Corruptor coin execute. Solid play. Doing that instead of armoring up, just so you can get more options in case you find an execute activator, in case you find a shield slam like he did. So now he has options. He can do a lot of different things with this play, and he's just trying to evaluate armor up, shield slam, or Blackwing Corruptor coin execute. And I like the Blackwing Corruptor coin execute because you are definitely alive against Bloodlust, so you don't have to worry about too much burst damage killing you. And if you're alive against Bloodlust, might as well develop the minion instead of not develop the minion, you know?
Yeah, I definitely can agree there. For sure. You still have this shield slam for next turn. You can still, pair it with an execute to take care of, say, like another Flamery Faceless or something that's going on. And then you get the 5/4 body into play. Plus, you can start developing, some of these dragons as well. So I think Maverick's in a pretty decent spot here. Though they're... Ooh.
Why did you trade the totem? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. He's protecting the taunt totem, I guess. But I think... It might have been better just to push the initiative face a little bit.
Yeah,
Couldn't storm with it, so that's fine.
Do you just
There's
have
no
to push damage there?
brawls, so he's got to try and push as much damage as he can. And as soon as he fizzles out, though, he's toast. He's already used all of his card draw, right? He's used both the mana tides. Maybe he's got some Drakes in the deck to draw cards. Most likely he does. But at this point, the Warriors stabilized your big initial Shaman burst. They're going to be continuing to slowly pick away at your board and start winning it, unless Thunderbluff Valiant has something to say about it. With both brawls gone, that is the one top deck that can really help Diego come back in this game.
Yeah, you can see it on Maverick's face. He was not happy about that top deck. Now, he does have an Execute with an Alexstrasza champion in his hand, so he can get kind of fancy and take care of some of these minions here. Get some damage on Thunderbluff Valiant and take care of it. Or he could just discard his whole hand, Firebat.
No, you don't want to discard your whole hand with Justicar not being played yet. So I do like the Alexstrasza's champion, take the value trade, and then trade with the 3/6, and then execute. And... armor up and
move on with life.
Move on with life. Be warrior. You know, drop your Twilight Guardian.
Yeah.
Chill.
Yeah. So I think that was one of the last big pushes of Diego. I mean, he could still draw the other Thunderbluff Valiant here, which would be pretty big.
The third one.
But he's already gone through 2 this game.
Yeah, he's almost out of threats unless he has
Wow.
Doomhammer or unless he has Alakir or Bloodlust or something like that. It's going to be really hard for him to come back in this game, and it was the risk he took with the brawl, right? That's what the whole story of this game comes down to, is he didn't think Maverick had a second brawl, so he went all in. And I think it was fine to go all in there, right? If you look at Diego's hand, the earlier stages, he didn't really have much options. He drew Mana Tide in a matchup where you oftentimes can try and play towards the fatigue out. But not with Mana Tide, because then you have 2 dead cards in your hand while trying to take him to fatigue. So he goes for the all-in push route, especially since he had a decent hand to go for it with the Thunderbluff Valiant, with the things from below and forcing out the first brawl. So goes for the all-in push route. Opponent has double brawl, and that's just a wrap.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think just armor up, Justicar armor up into Deathwing here is probably going to be good enough to make sure that there's no way to lose this game.
Yeah, I agree. You count around Bloodlust, though. That's one of the ways you can lose. So just make sure that you're outside of Bloodlust range. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 damage. You are definitely not around Bloodlust range that way if you just go with the double armor. So if you go up to 12 and then slam 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, it's a gamble, I guess. You do play around a lot of stuff. Bloodlust is one of the few things that kills you. So if they're running Bloodlust, they have a chance to kill you here. And that may be consideration to drop Deathwing. Maverick doesn't think Diego plays Bloodlust. So maybe he knows, right? You said they know each other. They've played together before. So if you know they're not running Bloodlust, then just doing this play and playing around, Alakir or Lightning Bolt off the top is totally fine.
I think this is a pretty big decision here. Do you use the Rock Biter to clear this Justicar? You did roll the Taunt Totem, so there's a reason there not to. Plus, it's just giving away a lot of your burst damage that's left in your deck, so I definitely like holding on to it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Holding on to the Rock Biter is really good, especially if you run Alakir, and especially if you run Doomhammer. To be able to actually kill your opponent. Even if your board gets cleared, you could potentially kill them with a Rock Biter combo in the following turn.
Pretty big pickup there, and that Shield Slam is going to let him remove one of these minions that actually has power on the board, including, this is kind of like gaining a life, too, taking away the spell damage totem here and removing the taunt totem, so less likely that he gets the spell damage one again.
Yeah.
Ooh. Like you said, these cards are not very good in this matchup, and he just keeps drawing them.
Yeah, a lot of the Shamans have been leaning this way so that they can keep up with Druid and they can keep up with the aggressive Shamans and what have you. Just more early game, less top end, and that's what's allowing these Warriors to kind of wiggle their way in this tournament meta to squeak out wins here and there against Shaman.
Pulls up
Traditionally, Shaman was like super favored in this matchup. If you look at the stats now, Shaman is not favored in this matchup anymore. So it's really interesting to see how the meta shifts towards more aggro, which allows control to come back in because of the other control decks adapting to aggro, and then the control decks that adapt to aggro then get beaten by the control decks that do not adapt to aggro. So the cycle of meta.
Yeah, A beats B, but B beats C, and then C beats A.
Yeah.
It's all cyclical.
But I mean, for having all these kind of, cards that aren't that great against control in his deck, Diego is putting up a fight. He's just always really close to killing Maverick, but not quite there as Maverick's trying to stabilize.
So is it Deathwing time yet? I mean, do you just push 6 to the face and Deathwing here? You're at 10. There's probably no top deck that you can lose to. I was going to say maybe... Okay, what happens if he top decks Alec here? Attacks you for 6. You go to 4. You go back up to 8. I guess you could possibly lose to an Alec here top deck, or a Doomhammer up top deck, possible, like paired with another card over the next turn.
Yeah, I like armoring up. As long as you're armoring up and you're gaining life per turn, I think you always want to be continuing armoring up so you can save Deathwing as a last resort to deal with something that's bigger and unexpected that comes out of nowhere, like a fire elemental or something that you can't actually beat. Because if you look here, he reduces the damage on the board down to only 1 damage. And even with the card Diego drew, which happened to be, a damage card, gave him charge damage, he was still able to gain life in the transaction. So as long as he's gaining life while armoring, I think it's totally fine.
Whew. Discover a dragon. They're almost all good, Firebat. There's not a lot of bad dragons.
Yeah, but the issue is, can he even play it without dying?
Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like he's going to go ahead and
We're going to find out.
Yeah.
This is where Alec here or something big off the top could just end the game out of nowhere.
That's 7. We're a little short.
Yeah, wow. And
oh, man.
I mean, there's only one play here, right? All face. You could potentially think about killing the 1/3, but I dislike killing the 1/3 strongly. I think it's the smart life.
Yeah. I mean, Diego's going to count it all up. He knows his deck list better than we do, but you got to believe he's going face with all this damage here. I think it's the only way he possibly wins from this point.
Yeah, go all face, top deck Alec here.
Yeah. All right, looks like he's gonna slow roll this decision. Do I want to kill this 1/3? It does protect his Flame Tongue Totem from. I was say no, it doesn't. There's not really anything it really protects it from. All right, yeah, it looks like he came to the conclusion that we did, and that smorking is just correct here. Oh, that's a lot of dragons, Firebat.
That's a lot of dragons. That is a lot of dragons for sure. And
because that's the other thing too, is the last card in Maverick's hand is a dragon now too. Like once he plays, the Discover card the turn before.
Maverick is in a really awkward spot now. He can't kill the Flame Tongue Totem. Yeah. There's not many dragons that really help him too much. He needs to get, to Twilight Guardian for it to be super beneficial here. And this hesitation on Deathwing is starting to look really funky.
Diego's response to this, his reactions are just great.
Yeah.
All right, takes the Drakenskin Warrior or whatever. Let's see what this one is. Oh, Alex Straza is very interesting. That's a heal.
Definitely Alex Straza here and get the 4-drop out with the armor up. But you're looking at another 7 damage coming in. Now, suddenly Diego only needs Rockbiter, Lightning Bolt, Alakir, Bloodlust, Doomhammer. Like, there's a ton of outs now.
Oh, and he draws the thing from below.
And he is not going to hit one of his outs, so he is donezo.
Yeah, this Alex Straza is going to seal it up.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting playline for Maverick here. It's like you said, there was never really one of those turns where if you play Deathwing, the game's just over, right? So it definitely felt kind of weird.
It was really hard to navigate where you were supposed to actually play Deathwing there. I'm not sure what the exact ideal turn was, but looking at this is panning out. I can't imagine that this was the most optimal way to do it. I feel like there was a few turns there where you could have just played it and then, whenever you got like a weak top deck, like after the Flame Tongue Totem came down and he wasn't able to deal with it, I think it would have been fine just to play Deathwing there instead of going for the 1/3 and trying to find a dragon and then getting Chromagus. I think that whole line, if he just played Deathwing on that turn instead, it might have ended up a little more clean for him, but he's able to pull it out in the end anyway.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I think I would have played Deathwing a little sooner just because one of the best ways to be defensive in that spot is to just end the game as quickly as possible, and just a couple attacks from Deathwing gets it over with, and you still get to draw. I mean, you still get to play the game afterwards. You're still drawing a card a turn, and you're still gaining 4 life a turn. And oh wow, 2 Chill Maws.
Holy dragons, man.
Double dragon over here.
Yeah.
All right.
Now you just clear the board. Alex draws yourself back up to 15. And Maverick has finally weathered the storm from the Shaman. It was getting pretty dicey there. But Shaman is pretty much almost out of threats at this point. I can't imagine a way Diego's able to come back.
This is the longest I've seen a Chromagus live ever, Firebat.
Yeah. Usually the card dies almost immediately. So
yeah.
It is pretty cool seeing all these duplicates come out.
Yeah, someone dies immediately, it or its opponent, or the player that played it. So I don't think I've ever seen a game where it's just been in play for multiple turns. And this is the most dragons I've ever seen. I feel like we have Kibler on stream right now. It's just millions of dragons everywhere.
Yeah, that's definitely true. So many and duplicates.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Kibler was watching, he would definitely be excited about this game for sure. We're going to be able to see the Dragon Warrior again, right? It is last year's standing, so...
Yeah, and the Shaman deck is gone for Diego Costa, like you said. But, I mean, you just keep playing, right? You might as well see the last couple cards in the deck just in case there's something in there you're not, ready to see. You're not normally seeing, so definitely like him just playing on here.
Yep, getting in that valuable scouting information to figure out what's going on. Not every day you see the Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, more camera time too,
Sure, yeah, gotta get that camera time. I mean, he looks good up there.
Yeah.
Cleanly shaved beard
haircut,
style, yeah.
Yeah. More than I could say for myself.
Well played.
And he gives up the well played there and follows up with the concede. Had enough of abuse from the Dragon Warrior. It's an interesting deck.
Yeah.
And it's probably in there for a reason in Maverick's lineup. He's probably targeting something, or maybe he just likes it, because he's played it in the past. It's been one of his favorite decks that he's brought to tournaments, and he's always done very well with it. He won a last year standing tournament with this deck previously, a French tournament, so... he's back at it again. About to win another last year's standing tournament with the same deck. So it's a deck that, it's not a tier 1 deck that people always see and talk about, the Dragon Warrior. When you think of Warrior, no one thinks of Dragon Control Warrior. So that sneaky factor can get people. And worked out for him right now.
Yeah, neither Spire Historian is not a card I thought I would be seeing too much of. And, oh, cool, he is actually playing the Mage deck I hope he was playing. I'm not the biggest fan of casting Freeze Mage, even though, it's a great deck. I love watching good players play with it because it's so skill-intuitive. But I actually really like this Mage deck. I've been playing it quite a bit. Some people still call it Tempo Mage. It's kind of like a little different now. It's just like spell-heavy Mage. It's just like everything either is a spell or generates a spell. And then it's like Yogg Saron. And there's like a couple flex slots, some interesting stuff here. And Diego Costa, nice little mulligan there. He's going to mulligan everything except for the Arcane Intellect, knowing that this match is going to go long. Wants to just have as many resources as possible. Kabbalah's Tomb can do some interesting things in these matchups too. Every now and then you just you get Pyroblast and some other 2 other removal spells, and you can just win a game that way and stuff. So some crazy things can happen out of the Mage deck. It's always a fun deck to cast because the games are never the same.
Yeah, it's a very good RNG card, the Kabbalah's Tome. It's pretty expensive for what it does. Doesn't outright win games, and it actually causes interesting and unique gameplay, especially in control matchups. So I think it's one of the more well-designed RNG cards in Hearthstone, and we see Diego having 2 of them in his deck because he mulliganed 1 and got 1 back in the mulligan. So he definitely has a very late-game oriented Mage deck, and that's probably why he's queuing it up into Maverick's Warrior here. Double Kabbalah's Tome and the Polymorph we also saw. So all of these great tools for probably dealing with maybe N'Zoth decks he was expecting, and he's like, well, Dragon Control Warrior is real slow like an N'Zoth deck, so let's counter queue it with this and hope it works out the same way.
Yeah, and I actually like this matchup for the side of the Mage player, especially if you get some decent starting hands, just flounder around doing nothing but drawing cards early, because you can apply pressure while drawing cards, which is a big deal in this matchup. Plus, a lot of your spells are just so high impact, and Polymorph can go a long way. We saw that in his opening hand. Can go a long way in this matchup. It just straight up kills anything, but can also, remove a big taunter out of the way. Anything with a big death rattle, like we saw Chill Maw in Maverick's deck. And if there's a turn where he's banking on Chill Maw, holding down the fort, a Polymorph can ruin his entire day.
Yeah, that's very true. Polymorph just deals with any of the big dragons, and there's so many big dragons as we saw from last game in Maverick's deck, especially with the Netherspite Historians able to generate more big dragons. So I imagine Polymorph and Polymorph-esque cards off Cabalist Tome are going to be very clutch to helping Diego be able to stabilize against so many dragons.
Yeah, and there is a Fiery War Axe in play, so it's kind of holding down this Mana Worm just a little bit. Same thing with the Ghoul here. So, what is the best play for Diego this turn? I mean, like, he can draw some more cards, but he's starting to get to where his hand is kind of full. You don't want to just give away initiative the entire game to the Warrior because they're just always going to have that War Axe there. So eventually you have to start getting through it. But what's the best way to do that here? He doesn't want to just give up his coin either.
Looks like he is going Mana Worm, a Coin, a Mirror Image, and what this is going to do is allow him to sort of empty his hand a little bit. So he realizes the Mana Worm's just getting fed to the Fiery War Axe and not really accomplishing much. But he also realizes he's got 2 Arcane Intellects and a Cabalist Tome, so if he doesn't start actually playing cards, he's going to have a hard time drawing cards the later turns of the game because his hand's just too full.
Yeah, and while you want those cards in this matchup, you want them to be like supplementing your draw. You don't want them to be like your entire draw in this matchup where you're like, oh, I can draw these extra cards, but I'm not doing anything. But when you have like Mana Worm in play and Apprentice in play, and you're getting to like weave these into turns where you're also developing minions and kind of chipping in some damage, then it's really good. But if you're spending just your entire turn drawing cards, it's not good enough most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. Here, Diego has the ability to catch up on the board and eat up Maverick's second Fiery War Axe charge by just using that expensive Fireball. Lines up very conveniently with the 3/6 and then trade his 3/6 into the 3/3. And Mavericks would be in kind of like a backseat position unless he has the Blackwing Corruptor. And if he has the Blackwing Corruptor, then he just reverses all of the tempo back in his favor. So that's the big fear with this play, and that's probably the hesitation for Diego here. Why he's like, I really don't even want to do this, is because the Blackwing Corruptor can come down. And he does go face here, which is a little interesting.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where you're like, damn it if I do it, damn it if I don't. And it's like, this is the way my cards have lined up this game, so I just have to make the best play. But you're just hoping, not to get ranched by a Blackwing Corruptor, like you said. So it ends up that Maverick doesn't have it. But here we go again. The theme of this match so far: dragons on dragons.
And you just usually take the biggest one if you're going for a control match. But Maverick doesn't know if it's a control-oriented sort of mage or not. He has not seen Cabalist Tome or Polymorph like we have, so he has no idea how slow Diego's mage is or how fast it is. Because a lot of times these Tempo Mage decks can be super powerful, super hyper-aggressive, and you're kind of scared to take the big dragon. And that's why we can see this Execute coming out here, is because he's afraid of how fast the mage can be. And maybe Diego wanted him to execute it. Maybe he's okay with this situation because maybe double Cabalist Tome Polymorph means Antonidas Emperor sort of things in his deck. So if this Execute's going out here on this 3/6, he's like, well, now he's not going to be able to execute my Archmage Antonidas later on down the road, and it'll work out better for him. We're not really sure on the deck list, but those are some sort of assumptions we can start kind of make. And Maverick, he's kind of blind to that, so he's just kind of assuming, it's a standard aggressive Tempo Mage. I'm just going to remove the minion, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I like this play too. If he's going to Frostbolt the face here, he gets to fit in, drawing cards and getting a Frostbolt here, gets in some damage, but it makes it to where if Maverick wants to take care of this Apprentice, he's going to have to do it with one of his minions in play. And the way it's looking right now, he'd have to trade a 3/3 in, but it looks like he might be considering just actually Frostbolting the minion here as well.
Yeah, I like Frostbolting the minion. It does 3 damage either way. Either Frostbolt the face for 3 and they trade the minion. So
I like Frostbolting the minion just in case there's like Slam or something left over, obviously. Yeah,
it doesn't change the damage any, and there's no risk involved.
You've already seen a Slam, though, and you might want to, be the gambling type. But yeah, this just seems like much safer.
Yeah, there's even the temptation maybe to hold back on it and use it in conjunction with Flame Strike to kill bigger minions. Ooh, the Scaled Nightmare coming out. It might be threatening enough to force the Polymorph. Yeah. Maybe not this turn, but down the line a little bit.
I don't know how much Arena you've played lately, but that card can get out of hand pretty quickly in a game. It is actually a nightmare to deal with sometimes.
Nice. A nightmare. Emperor Thorson drawn to the line. Emperor Thorson usually travels in the same deck as Archmage Antonidas, so we can assume at this point that Diego is most likely playing Archmage Antonidas in his deck. And as soon as this Emperor comes down, Maverick's going to start knowing that. You see Emperor Thorson come down, you think rank 1 Legend, Tempo Mage deck, double Cabalist Tome. Emperor Archmage Antonitis. It's been quite popular recently, maybe less popular than it was at the beginning of the month, but now you're kind of more aware of the cards that are potentially in this Temple Mage deck. You never know exactly all the cards in a Temple Mage deck just because there's so many flex slots in it, but you now know, okay, I got to find a removal for this Archmage Antonitis coming out later.
Yeah. I mean, plus, even if you do know their whole list, they have stuff like Babbling Book and, Kabbalist Tome. So, like, every now and then something weird happens. I mean, he did get Mirror earlier. It's nice to see that card again. It's a card we haven't seen much of in the last few months. It used to be a staple in most of the Mage decks. Now it's kind of like, finding its way in and out of decks and stuff. So,
here from Diego, not really great ways to clear. You could think about trying to set up the Flame Strike and be more patient with it, but he's going to take the aggressive clear approach and just Flame Strike missiles maybe and take the gamble. He's just really afraid of the Scaled Nightmare hitting him for large amounts of damage. I'm not sure how aggressive the Dragon Warrior is. I can't imagine they run things like Prom in their deck. They have to be cutting that for the late game dragons, right? So it is interesting that the line you want to walk of how defensive you want to be, and Diego's just saying, Flame Strike's probably not that great. My opponent's going to be playing big dragons anyway that Flame Strike's not going to be able to kill, so I'll just take the value where I can. And I think it's all right.
Yeah, first small dragon shows up, or the first really small dragon shows up in Fairy Dragon, but there's some big impactful ones. Alex Strauss is showing up again that ended up sealing game one, but I think I like Nefarian a little bit more when we're at a healthy life total and have the board kind of covered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now this has to be the Kabbalist Tome turn, right? He's thinking about Arcane Intellect instead. Yeah. All right. Looking for answers from his own deck rather than answers from RNGesus. Drake's not a bad top deck here.
Yeah, he gets both of them here. You can even pair this with Arcane Missiles if he wants. Ooh, that's actually a big pickup here. Just to get a guaranteed kill off the Arcane Blast.
Yeah, able to start getting some board control with some minions out there. Might be able to get some more chip damage in. I mean, he hasn't been doing too bad on chip damage, being able to get down the Warrior to 28. And now here's where this Polymorph's going to be huge. The tempo swing is just ridiculous, and those are some sick cards off the variant.
Boy. Firelid's Portal is a game changer.
When your opponent spends 9 mana and you're able to answer it for 1 mana, it's pretty huge. You can play Azure Drake plus Cult Sorcerer and get the Arcane Blast up to 8 damage. Remove the 8/8 for 1 mana.
That's pretty good. Arcane Blast is a sick card sometimes.
Yeah, it's like, do you want to commit that much to the board, though? Because you also have Polymorph plus, Arcane Missiles if you want to take it. But I say, you got the spell power there. Might as well cash in with the spell power while you got it.
Might as well use it, yeah.
And you can think about trading into the 1/3 to help yourself play around Brawl a little bit better.
Yeah.
So you have 3 minions extended. So I think that's why he's making the trade there with the Azure Drake.
Yeah, I really like trading the Azure Drake, just as you said. I mean, the game's gone on so long, and, the cards on the left of Maverick's hand have been there the entire game if you're tracking them, and so there has to be a Brawl in his hand.
Mm-hmm. And this Firelands Portal is so dirty.
Here's some RNG back.
You can see Diego laughing and just like, wow. Because that is one of the best mage cards, and your warrior opponent's playing it against you.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with the Portal cards. They almost all seem really good and playable. I thought, maybe 1 or 2 of them would make it into constructed. It seems like a ton of them are.
Yeah, they're insane, especially with our Lord and Savior Yogg Saron, which helps make the warrior one a lot more playable.
Diego kind of rolls his eyes like, come on, man. Those are the 2 you get off Nefarian? You discover Nefarian, and then he discovers 2 of my best cards. Come on.
Well, Flamewaker coming out, being able to get a lot of damage with the spell power present on the field. Kabbalist Tome. The Fireball's good. Not really the high value sort of spells you're hoping for in this matchup, but having spell power for the Arcane Blast, getting the Fireball down, it's fairly good value. You got to think at this point, the missiles.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would start considering playing missiles here because there's some boards where you don't want to play it against Dragon Warrior. Like, say they have something like an Acolyte of Pain in their deck, but it's also hard to pass up 5 damage for 1 mana. Or, I'm sorry, 6 damage for 1 mana.
Yeah, that is an insane amount of damage. You look how low your opponent's getting. They're already down to 14 life. And you have 2 fireballs in your hand. That's 12 damage.
We just picked up a Polymorph board. He could actually turn a Mirror Image into 4 damage this way, too.
Wow. Yeah,
you used to make a Mirror Image
into Flamewaker's alive.
Yeah. So it's kind of like build your own animal companion that always get tougher.
Maverick's going to have to remove this 3-2. There's just too much damage being threatened by Diego.
I think we might see that play this turn, Firebat, depending on what he draws here.
Yeah, I think it is.
You get to protect it from Fiery War Axe. You get leaves behind the 0-2.
Yeah, there's no way Diego is going to be winning in Fatigue in this matchup, so there's no way he's going to be like saving all of his polymorphs for answers. He has to be being the aggressor since he did play both of the Arcane Intellects. Sometimes this matchup can go long and you can do weird, crazy stuff like get Tome into Tome and take it that route, but his Tome was super aggressive. He drew both Arcane Intellects, which is super aggressive, so he's playing the game super aggressive, and I think that's the right way to do it with that hand. And it looks like it's working out for him.
Yeah, if Maverick goes with the Chill Mall Armor Up play here, we're going to see Polymorph, like we talked about earlier in the game, have a pretty big impact. But yeah, I think he's going to take it pretty safe here and slam. Yeah, he can clear the board and Armor Up here.
Well, he gets himself up to 13 life, and he's staring down 2 fireballs and a ping for 13 damage. So that is going to wrap it up here. Diego able to, get the counter Q victory with the greedy Tempo Mage up against the Dragon Warrior, which is the expected result for this kind of Tempo Mage deck, and that's why he's counter Qing it into it. So a lot of players really like Tempo Mage in last year's standing because it can be designed with a specific purpose in mind. Like the greedy version can be designed to do very well against control, but then it's also Tempo Mage, so it can sometimes get those Mana Worm hands that are just nuts in the opening and can beat anything. So you're able to beat one deck and then have above a 50% or have around 50% chance in whatever they're counter queuing into you, which makes it a really solid deck in this style of format. So
yeah, I mean, what else can you ask for? You have like good matchups, and then you don't have too many matchups where you're like, I can't win this matchup ever. And then even if your matchup is like remotely bad, you can still Cabalist Tome into like perfect cards sometimes, or Babbling Book into Pyroblast, and then get another Pyroblast. I've actually had it happen where I've gotten Pyroblasted on back-to-back turns from this deck. So all kinds of crazy things can happen. And speaking of crazy things happening, I have a feeling this game's going to have some insane stuff happen in it.
It usually does. Yogg deck against Yogg deck usually is pretty crazy. I have to give the edge to the Druid in this matchup, so I think it was a good selection by Maverick to go with Druid. Druid just has one of the best removal kits in the game, and Tempo Mage does not have a lot of minions. So you get into these situations where Tempo Mage will get these hands where they just have all spells and no minions left because Druid's got Living Roots Wrath, Moonfire, Spell Power with all of those, Swipe, Feral Rage. It's just insane how much, and then Raven Idol into more removal. Druid is like almost like a control warrior when it comes to the amount of removal, but they also have Innervate to be able to get it out even faster, so they're great at dealing with aggressive decks now. Yeah,
it's like you said, Living Roots answers most of the early minions out of Diego Costa's deck, and if it doesn't answer it, then Wrath definitely does. You can see Wrath takes care of Mana Worm. Living Roots lines up really well against like Apprentice and Cult Sorcerer, so like you said, it's actually cards that you keep in the opener, and they're really good in this matchup, and they're super flexible as well. And Diego drawing cards he can at least cast off the top of his deck here. His opening hand looked like it was going to be quite slow.
Yeah, and usually Mana Worm is like the absolute nuts against Druid because you impede their Wild Growth turn and sort of force them to have to wrap it and deal with it. You can't really just ignore Mana Worm, so...
yeah, if you ignore Mana Worm, often you die to it, so...
yeah, that's true. Easy turn here for Diego. He's got a 3-mana card. He's going to play the 3-mana card. Not as... obviously better than developing Sorcerer's Apprentice and accomplishing nothing with it.
And Maverick here, this looks like kind of a bad turn, kind of a slow turn, but next turn he can really get things going, depending on what Diego Costa does here. He does have Innervate into Emperor Thaurissan if he wants to here. If he picks up another really expensive spell, this game could get sped up quite a bit on the next turn.
Sure, yeah, it all depends how aggressive Diego wants to be here. If Diego chooses to be super passive and not play anything and try and hold his minions for value, then the Innervate Emperor is like super strong. But since Diego did play all of his minions out and being really aggressive with it, he's going to get heavily rewarded as Maverick's best play is still just Innervate Emperor. And now Diego has the spell power already down to work with and the reduction on spells.
Yep. even gets a fit in this Mana Worm here. Like he said, this is nice. This is a nice turn for Diego Costa. And I was gonna say, there's not a lot of ways this turn ever gets punished too. There's like almost no way he can swipe with an Azure Drake here. He'd have to have both plus the other Innervate. So this is actually a pretty good board. Or this card is pretty great sometimes.
Yeah,
it has a 3/3. Ooh, it's one of the worst ones.
Yeah, it's no Savannah High main, that's for sure. So
haven't had the pleasure of that one yet, but I feel like that's going to be a nice game whenever that one happens.
Oh yeah, it's so dirty.
Yeah,
able to heal for so much.
Yeah, he even picks up a Frostbolt here if he wants, but go ahead and just take this turn to Kabbalah's Tome. Can't blame him. He can easily trade into this, and it's the first chance he's had to really, take a turn off and get this Kabbalah's Tome going. And you have to believe that the next couple turns are going to be, him playing Emperor Thaurissan and then just trying to empty his hand.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You didn't play Emperor Thaurissan that turn. Could have had like an empty board Emperor Thaurissan down, or get the Azure Drake down on the empty board after taking the trade into the 3/3.
Yeah.
So he's looking to be slowing down the game a little bit as the Druid's hand starts fizzling out. So he's realized after the heal that going all in and trying to finish the game out with tempo isn't the highest win rate strategy for him. So he's taken a little bit of a change in direction, and instead of going for the tempo line, Diego takes a step back, gets the cards to then set up for the Emperor afterwards, and go for more of the controlling route against the Druid player.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times from Diego, him play the very beginning of his turn very quickly, and then take the full amount of time on like the last decision, or the last two decisions of his turn. So I'd like to maybe see him take, the full amount of time for the start of his turn here.
Mm-hmm. So to Wild Growth with Arcane Giant or not? You
can
save Wild Growth for a card later on, or you can use it now immediately to make your second Arcane Giant cheaper. And it looks like Maverick is going to make his second Arcane Giant cheaper, just makes it so he can do more things with his Arcane Giant next turn if he wants to. Not sure if I like it or not. It's really tough, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because you are going to need the cycle later on, right? Like turn 10 rolls around, you're most likely out of cards. And that's what Diego wants you to be at, is out of cards, because he took the extra time here to play the slower game. And so he's trying to set up to just run the Druid hand completely out of steam and win that way.
I mean, he did get two cards that are going to be pretty useless in this matchup. Like Vaporize, I don't see doing too much. I mean, it possibly could later in the game if something crazy happens, like Maverick gets a Yogg going or something. And then the 1 damage AoE spell, again, not the greatest against Druid, but I mean, there could be a big Violet Teacher turn that Maverick somehow finds his way into. So there's a chance these cards have an impact, but it's not looking likely so far. But Raven Idol can do some crazy stuff as well.
That again, and the question here for going for spell or minion, really close. I was almost tempted to just say go for the minion there. He's only got Arcane Giant in his hand. An additional minion could really help smooth things out more so than a spell could, I think. But oftentimes the typical thing with Raven Idol that everyone says is always go for spell. It's on average higher value, but sometimes minions are pretty good too, especially when you don't have anything and you just take some random, 8 or 9 drop minion.
I'm really glad you made that point, because I actually agree with you there. I think people snap off spell maybe like one time too many every now and then, and that sometimes it's probably just right to take minion, but he does get to clear this entire board here and start attacking with his Arcane Giant that it has 5 health, so he needs something.
Win the game.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he figures out this is the only way. Well, that Raptor can actually pick up a pretty nice death rattle here at some point in time off of this Azure Drake.
Yeah, maybe he runs a Loot Hoarder or something that can get value out of the Raptor, but Flamewaker comes down now, just going to be trying to use the Flamewaker missiles plus some of these cheap spells, clean up the Giant. Ooh, Sorcerer's Apprentice makes all those 1-mana spells absolutely free. And,
this is going to be insane.
Yeah, that's going to start piling on some face damage, too. If you look at things here, with the missiles even can come out for, 5 face damage at this instant. Vaporize comes out for 2 face damage. So, yeah, I definitely like seeing the missiles get in there for 5, reducing your opponent down to 14 with a Fireball in hand.
Yeah, plus an Azure Drake, definitely like seeing this. Maybe that's why he's considering holding the Arcane Missiles, is like, he could possibly Azure Drake next turn, but maybe that's just too greedy. You want to get in all the stuff now for free and guarantee damage while you can. Maverick definitely doesn't like it. Second swipe picked up.
Double swipe, and then
into Arcane Giant, yeah. Swipe the minion, swipe the face, Both of them getting removed here. All right, well, it wasn't Counterspell, so he wasn't Counterspell into the other ones that are really bad here. So,
and the Vaporize is going to get him.
Oh, the Vaporize is going to get him on this Arcane.
Vaporize is going to get him. That's the scary part. That's what's coming up next. Is this Arcane Giant's going to try and go face, and it is going to get vaporized.
Not Mirrodin. I mean, at this point, it's pretty. There's only like one or two that it can be at this point.
Yeah, Ice Block, Ice Barrier, or Vaporize, really.
Can get in Fireball plus Ping here for 8. That puts him at 6. He goes up to 7 next turn, so Fireball plus Ping is lethal.
Yeah, he's got 2 Fireballs in his hand.
Yeah,
so.
He plays a 3-mana Fireball plus Ping. He goes down to 7 with no cards in his hand. I think that would definitely be my play here, but...
I mean, this is the same thing. As long as you get into Ping,
fine,
it's fine, because you can double Fireball plus Ping the following turn. So I think it's better to get this Raptor established while you have the time to do it, and then you can just double Fireball Ping the following turn. Because he just needs 1 damage on top of this to be able to beat the hero power here. So all he needs is either minion to live.
I'm gonna cycle this here. Ooh, gets to draw another redraw here.
Feral Rage?
Malygos not gonna do it.
And another win for the Tempo Mage, it looks like.
Yeah, never gets to bring the Vaporize into play. Love seeing Vaporize show up in constructed matches. It always feels like you just got when you get Vaporized.
Mm-hmm.
The reactions of people are always really great too.
Yeah, you never really expect it. Like you always say, well, it could be Vaporized, but it's never Vaporized. And then
those are such famous last words. I've said that a million times. Well, it could be Vaporized. Like as I'm attacking and I get Vaporized, I'm like, well, yeah, I could have maybe done something different on that one, but. I mean, I think at that point he almost knew it had to be Vaporize or Ice Block. So maybe he had the feeling, but ended up not mattering anyway. And like you said, just another win for the spell heavy Tempo Mage deck.
Yeah, I really like the way Diego played it. He drew really, really well. He had a really solid opening, but the way he handled it, I thought was really cool. So he started out super aggressive, got the board, made it so that Maverick's Innervate turn was really awkward and was able to, swing back the Innervate Emperor turn. And then at that point, when he had the tempo lead, he had the choice of either invest in the value of the Kabbalist Tome or invest in the tempo of just getting out Emperor on an empty board. And he was like, if I just get this Kabbalist Tome out, my opponent's only got 4 cards in their hand. I can just fatigue out his hand and outvalue him and win the game that way. And that's going to be more consistent than just trying to YOLO tempo him. And just went that route. And we saw there was nothing Maverick could do. He just got squeezed out of the game from that point. So I think that was one of the key decisions in the game that allowed Diego to really start snowballing and get that victory there. So I really liked the Kabbalist Tome on turn 6. Thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, and there's the potential for a lot of missiles to get fired in this game. Firebat. There's a ton of them over in Maverick's hand. It looks like he's actually just going to kind of stockpile his resources here, wait for that one big turn. If in this matchup you're the person that's like the other guy, has a Mana Worm first, you kind of have to do this a lot of times. You kind of have to hold back for a second, make sure you map out your turns correctly, because if you're the second person to make a push, a lot of times you're actually favored in this matchup because you can run them out of resources, because sometimes they have to, use their burn spells to get your minions out of the way to make sure they get enough damage through, and you kind of outcard them by 1 or 2 in that way.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about the card differentials and whatnot and the value sort of things is we don't know if Maverick is playing the greedy tempo mage list like Diego, or if he's playing a more aggressive version with acolytes and torches. We've seen those in the past before as well. So there's a lot of different directions you can take tempo mage, and this sort of aggressive Flamemaker play may be telling that Maverick's a faster version of tempo mage. We might see torches coming out instead of the double Kabbalist Tome Emperor Antonitis build.
All right, if you're Diego Costa, what's your play this turn?
This is not an easy turn.
No.
There's a lot of awkward things, but you don't want to give your opponent great turns to cast spells. So I kind of like just doing the Babbling Book and then either the Torch or the Ping here. The Torch is pretty good because you do get the Torch cycled into your deck, and a 3-mana Fireball is almost always a really, really solid top deck. So just getting it out there early may be better than holding it in your hand. It uses the mana more efficiently as well. But if you play Flamemaker, it gets a little bit awkward because if your opponent has a removal spell for your Flamemaker, then they get to conveniently use it on a high-value target that they want to use removal spells on anyway, and also get procs off their Flamemaker. So I really like holding back on the Flamemaker, not trying to like YOLO that out there and gamble it or anything crazy.
Yeah, I definitely can agree with you there for sure. And yeah, this Arcane Intellect here is going to draw 2 cards and take care of the minion on the other side, so his Flamemaker does survive this turn. Now, Diego Costa, he's kind of in a rough spot now. He's got to figure out how to navigate this board, puts himself into play, and worry about what's going on the other side. I mean, he can fire off some missiles, but that's not a guarantee to take care of this Flamemaker on the other side.
Yeah, it may still be the best play to just Flamemaker, Sorcerer's Apprentice missiles. It sets up best for your Emperor out of any of the possible plays. Or you may be looking to just kind of play this Cult Sorcerer out there to try and contest the Mana Worm to force your opponent to be unable to play Kabbalist Tome or Drake, and have to make an awkward trade if they want to do so. So kind of incentivize removal a little bit. Try and save up for a bigger Flamemaker turn. I think I like that line the best, the line Diego took here. Just, being patient with his resources, but not overly patient. Still, just realizing Cult Sorcerer isn't as important as Sorcerer's Apprentice or Flamemaker. Get that out there and try and make sure if my opponent chooses to play one of their optimal 5-drops, they have to lose the Mana Worm. And you see him nodding his head there as the trade goes through. He's really happy about that.
Yeah, I think it's the way you kind of like envision this turn going.
Yeah. So. Okay.
That's one of the things. Do you just Emperor here?
I Emperor here every time. We saw in the Druid game, he was ahead on the board and he played the Kabbalist Tome, but when you're behind on the board, I don't think you have the luxury to be able to do it. So I think this is one of the situations where you got to be using that Emperor discount to try and set up for your big Flamemaker push to try and take the board back. Mm-hmm. But the other line was, play Kabbalist Tome, hope your opponent extends more on the board and then Flame Strike. But you take a lot of damage doing that, and this isn't a matchup where you can take a lot of damage because if there's one thing Tempo Mage has, it is burst damage.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there's a couple interesting things you can do here, too. You can lead with Flamemaker, Arcane Blast behind it onto the Emperor, and then you still have a ping left over. Or you could Flamemaker into Sorcerer's Apprentice into the free Arcane Blast, which looks like he's going to do here, and then you still have Arcane Missiles left over if everything goes wrong.
Yeah, I love it. You get to push so much damage here, and that's really what's the key is you get to shut down so many things. But the one thing it does not play around Flame Strike, but at the same time, who needs to play around Flame Strike when you push so much damage? The one consideration there was, holding back the Sorcerer's Apprentice, squeezing in the ping so that you could then save the missiles for the Antonitis. So you could try and, if Flame Strike comes out, you Fireball ping your opponent in the face, play Antonitis missiles, generate another Fireball, kill him the following turn. So that was maybe some consideration, holding back the Sorcerer's Apprentice there, but then you're less aggressive on the board. Oh, they're set up lethal with the Firelands portal. Doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, I love seeing that if you're Diego Costa. You're like, so I'm dead.
Yeah.
You've got a Kabbalist Tome this turn. You've got to find one of the secrets here. No ice block in sight, so now you just got to hope that he doesn't have a Fireball here.
Yeah, try and bluff him with the Vaporize. Maybe he won't go for the Fireball play because he's like,
it's
actually ice block anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of true actually.
Yeah, because if Maverick does go for the Fireball play here and it is ice block, he's in a pretty terrible situation.
Yeah, he's in a situation where some big burn spells on the way back can finish him off too pretty quickly. Yeah, you're gonna see him just think about it here.
If it's Counterspell, he could potentially lose the game as well. So he may opt to go for a different line of play.
He may Sorcerer's Apprentice into Kabbalist Tome and see what happens.
True. Yeah. If that's Counterspell, though, then I guess you're still okay because you don't expect your opponent to have the second Kabbalist Tome, and then you just finish with Fireball next turn. So I think it is definitely safer to go for the Kabbalist Tome in most instances.
Oh, double Vaporize.
There you go. It's going to be able to take out a Flamemaker.
Yeah. We're finally going to see Vaporize do something.
There's 3 Vaporizes this game, and Diego's got another turn to try and find the answer to the Fireball. He may believe that there's no Fireball there and take a different line, but he doesn't really have that many choices yet. We'll have to see off the Kabbalist Tome. Still nothing. Is there a way for him to set up lethal?
Well, here's the thing. It's funny because if he sets up lethal and Maverick doesn't have anything, then he has to go for Fireball, right? And so he loses on this, he loses that way. But if Maverick thinks that he gets another turn, I don't know if there's any way to do that where you make Maverick believe that he gets another turn, he plays around it again. But
Diego's thinking about playing around Ice Barrier and Vaporize and is going to
Yeah.
Not attack with the Flame Waker to do so. I think it's a smart move. Firelance Portal comes out for Maverick, allow him to set his opponent to 1 and develop a minion. Helps him play around Ice Block a little bit better, but just finishes the game off as the secret from Diego is just vaporized, and that's going to be 2-2 going into the final game of the series.
Yeah, and that was I love seeing that play from Diego. I think that's something that, you don't see enough and you don't talk about enough in games, is when people like make those bluffs in Hearthstone, and you just have to do it as quickly as possible for them to believe. I think about, back in the day when Hunter was played a lot more, and you had like freezing and explosive traps, and people would quickly set their trap one turn, turn 2 or whatever, and you'd be like, oh, it just has to be explosive trap or it has to be freezing, and it's not sometimes, and like you can really get some value off of it. I've seen some really high level and next level bluffs work out really well in games.
Yeah, it almost allowed Diego to win this game. It definitely gave him another role to try and find the Ice Block. So is really solid timing. We saw him struggling with some timing things a little bit earlier on in the series, giving away cards in his hand, but he learned from that mistake right off the bat there, and as soon as the secret came out, it was just like, yep, Ice Block.
Yeah. And, this is a man who's pretty serious about his Control Warrior deck. That's a golden Control Warrior deck over there.
All right.
Pyroblast picked up. That could be interesting in this game.
Definitely a good situation for 10 mana cards. There's a lot of matchups where you never want to see a 10 mana card, but against really, really slow decks, 10 mana cards are usually not too bad.
Yeah. I'm laughing as I put it at a minion in this game. It's going to be like a Grom in play. Just like pyroblasted.
Yeah, I'd have to give the edge to Maverick for the series going into this. We saw this matchup essentially. It wasn't the Yogg Warrior, it was the Dragon Control Warrior from Maverick against Diego's Tempo Mage, which seems pretty close identical to the version of Tempo Mage that Maverick's running. They're both running the Emperor Thorus and the Archmage Antonidas double Kabbalist Tome sort of build, and that build is typically very, very strong against Control Warrior just because it has these cards that generate so much value. Arcane Intellect, Kabbalist Tome, Babbling Book, Archmage Antonidas, Emperor, Yogg, like just so many cards that are able to generate value, whereas the Warrior doesn't really have that many crazy value generation cards. They're more of just a consistent, you play thing, they kill it, armor up. Yeah, that sort of game plan. Well, you can't do that against Mage if they're drawing, so many cards and generating so many cards. You just run out of ways to kill things.
Yeah, I think you just hit the matchup perfectly. Like, I don't think I could have ever said it better. And not only that, but Maverick's going to have all the time in the world to set up a really good Antonidas turn. He's going to have a turn on like 8, 9, or 10 where he just plays Uncle Tony and then plays like 2 or 3 things that cost 1 or 2 and, get a ton of fireballs. And sometimes the Warrior deck can deal with the first 2 fireballs. It's hard to deal with like the 5th and the 6th fireball.
That's for sure. Yeah, and I just want to highlight something Diego did last turn. He could have played Ravaging Ghoul last turn, clean up the 1/1, but he holds on to it. And the reason why he's holding on to it here is just so that if Maverick, plays Water Elemental maybe, or Flame Waker, or any sort of threat, he's able to use that Ravaging Ghoul plus Execute to be able to remove things. So I like the patience with that, realizing Babbling Book's not really that big of a threat, and he can afford to be patient with it and not waste precious resources like the Ravaging Ghoul's Execute proc or like the War Axe on it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. He's prioritizing other threats a lot higher. It's more important that he has an activator for its Execute against a real threat, like something like Antonidas or Archmage, or Uncle Tony, or even Azure Drake. Just something that's way better than a 1/1 that is not even pacing your hero power.
Azure Drake coming down that curve. Just look at the value in Maverick's hand. Holy smokes.
I see a hand like that and I just get tingly, Firebat. Like, I just love this hand.
So much combo stuff going on. And
this is going to be a really good Emperor. Like, a really good Emperor.
Yeah, it hit Archmage Antonidas. It hits a bunch of cheap spells.
Yeah.
And it hits Sorcerer's Apprentice, which can allow more combos with Archmage Antonidas as well. Yeah,
getting Sorcerer's Apprentice and Cult Sorcerer both reduced to 1, and then other cards down to 0. I mean, you can do so many insane turns when they only cost 1.
Yeah. There's going to be, if you just count up the damage there, that's 3 Fireballs, that's 18 damage, a Pyroblast, that's 28, and then a Firelance Portal's another 5 on top of that. So you're looking at 33 damage in the hand. And then you got Spell Power for 1 mana that can be thrown on top of all of that. So there's just so much damage potential in that hand for Maverick, and
The only thing I can say that's bad about Maverick's hand is, like, I don't know if he could fit in this Cabala's Tomb anytime soon. He's going to be burning cards if he does that. But, you know, maybe he can...
Another Fireball just got drawn for Maverick. So I think you just cash in on 3 Fireballs right here and just start making that a real threat. Just go with the Archmage Antonidas. I don't know if you really want to be playing the Sorcerer's Apprentice because that allows you to squeeze in more spells later on. But
yeah, I think I would have... Yeah, possibly saved it for the turn where I want a Cabala's Tome. Because, like, you know, with this play, you're going to Cabala's Tome at some point in time over the next 2 or 3 turns, and possibly next turn, depending on what happens out of Diego's deck. That is so many Fireballs.
Yeah, if you held on to the Sorcerer's Apprentice, you could have later on went using the 3 mana Fireball and 2 4-mana Fireballs, played Cult Sorcerer, Sorcerer's Apprentice, and then launched like a bunch of Fireballs or something like that. Yeah.
That's actually really good. Yeah, that's actually pretty important. So looks like we might see Weapon down here, Blood to Ichor with Execute. Somebody might open 4 packs. How do you just have 4 packs in your account? Seriously.
I mean, I have 11 just sitting there.
What are you doing with your life, Firebat? Why haven't you opened them?
I don't need any cards yet.
Your stream wants you to open them.
I mean, but what do I need?
You could have a golden legendary in there.
Well, I would just disenchant it.
Well, I mean, you know, your channels will love it. The discipline you guys have of not opening packs.
I don't know. I don't even like golden cards. I'm just more of I'm a value streamer. I just try and, you know, low budget my way through the ranks. You know, I didn't have a real deck until last year. You know.
I don't think anyone's believing anything you're saying, except for maybe the fact that you don't like golden cards.
No, first like 5 seasons I played Hearthstone. I was like free to play. I'm
still free to play on one of my accounts.
There you go. All right, how much damage do we got here?
A lot.
4 Fireballs and a Pyroblast and a Firelands Portal.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna Firelands Portal his face here, though.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. The 2/2's not doing anything anyway, so might as well cash in on developing a giant board, getting through a bunch of chip damage, and I think we're just fireballing our opponent in the face for the rest of the game. Next turn, he's got Fireball, Fireball plus Ping, then Fireball, Fireball, Ping, then Pyroblast, and that's going to be, you know, at 6, 12, 24, 25, 26, 36 damage over 3 turns. Your opponent gains 6 armor from now. They're at 26, 27. They get another 6. That's not enough. They're gonna Diego's going to need to find additional armor gain to outlast that burn strategy. Not to mention the fact that this board is likely to get some chip damage in. But
yeah, there are minions in play.
Yeah, at least some amount, unless Diego's able to win the brawl here. So there's going to be 3 chip damage coming in, and Diego misses the armor this turn. So it's looking good for Maverick's burn strategy, but you got to be slightly afraid of, if you commit to it, you know, a shield block ruining your day. But at this point, I say go for it. I mean, when your hand is like 80% fireballs, you know.
So I have a question here. So are you ever supposed to just armor up since you know there's a bunch of fireballs there and shield slam? Because A, you know, it saves the most life, and B, it's another spell that you've cast for your Yogg that you're very likely to have to cast on turn 10 out of desperation.
Yeah, I think it could definitely be worthwhile to use the shield slam there. You've already seen Emperor Thorson, you've already seen Archmage Antonidas. What are you really saving the shield slam for? So yeah, I think you're right. He could have saved a little bit of life here and might not have been dead in this situation, and then he would have had an opportunity to play Yogg to try and heal out of the Pyroblast. But he doesn't actually know the Pyroblast is here, so Diego probably feels kind of bad about the fact that he, by taking that additional 3 damage, set himself into a position where he dies to the known fireballs.
I think he's realizing it right now. Look at his face. He's realizing that I can only go to 13 next turn, and my opponent has 10 mana and 2 fireballs. Like, I think he just realized, like, I just took extra damage last turn, and now I'm dead. And
he's upset.
This is what you wanted, Firebat. You're getting it.
Yeah, this is the all hope is lost facial expression when you're trying to qualify right before your big break, and
all right,
just a Bible thump,
man. Card here. Any shield blocks?
Oh, he gets
he drew a shield block!
He stays in it. Oh, that's great.
All right, here comes Yogg.
Well, he may not even yog. Although, when you do see your opponent fireball,
Yes.
frostbolt you in the base again, you have to expect they're having more burn from somewhere.
What
So the
draw-
desperation yog.
Yeah, what draw could he have here? Like, would just the card change it? You'd gain 6 up to 9. He still might yog. All right, so you're at 3. So you die to a lot of things off yog, but you're gonna die anyway, most likely. 5 is not a safe number.
You gotta go for it, man.
Yeah, I think you just have to go for it.
Gotta do it.
And you can't take this long either. Like, what if you get to attack and stuff? Like, what? I mean, it almost doesn't matter, but oh, he's hesitating.
Push that 1 damage.
Yeah, 2 Pyroblast to Mavericks. You know, Maverick is just in his mind. He's like, not like this.
Oh, embrace the shadows. He can't even heal anymore.
Oh no, he's dead to this.
He's damaging himself.
Yeah.
He's got 1 life. Embrace the shadows is a very bad first spell to get.
And you can see Maverick breathe a huge sigh of relief, and it's not just because, you know, this puts him on into the next day, but there's so many horror stories, right? You know, you're just like, well, I mean, I don't think I could lose from this spot, and your opponent plays a Yogg, and you're like, what just happened? Like, these 10 spells are the worst 10 spells possible for me, but it looks like Maverick is going to punch his ticket into tomorrow's championship and have a chance at $15,000 prize pool.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, it was really well played. Both players had really solid games. I liked how patient they were with a lot of resources and how they understood the matchups. Yeah, I wasn't disappointed at all by the play. Both players thought were really good. We saw some interesting decks. A lot of Tempo Mage, which is kind of surprising to see so much Tempo Mage. But I mean, the Tempo Mage was performing. So
yes.
You know, I don't value it as a tier 1 deck, but I can definitely see its viability as, you know, a counter cue to the Control Warrior style of decks, as we see it, you know, countering up against the Control Warriors twice in this series and winning both times against Control Warriors. So, yeah, pretty solid fit in the lineup.
Yeah, it looked really good in that matchup. You saw the players execute their game plans really well. You know, understanding I don't need to be super aggressive here. I don't need to just throw my spells out. I can take time, draw extra cards, you know, because they're not going to kill me anytime soon. And I can just get all the value in the world. And then we even saw some Yogg-Saron's not affect matches so far today. It happened in the first match and in the second match. You've seen Yogg-Saron's kind of not do what, you know, people are saying is like the problem that's happening with Hearthstone as an esport right now. So I think that's great as well. So it's going to come up just a little bit short for Diego Costa. You got a feel for him, got this far, and came 1 game short of making it into the tournament tomorrow. But Maverick is into the one. So we're going to take another small break, about 4 minutes here, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We are athletes. We've trained our whole lives for this. Early mornings, hours of practice, fine-tuning skills, both mental and physical, sacrifice, exhaustion, persistence. All leading up to this, our moment to compete in the event of our dreams.
Hey guys, welcome to the Start Democracy Invitational. I'm Tannen Grace, and I'm joined here by Firebat. We have seen 2 people punch their ticket into the main event tomorrow with a $15,000 prize pool. These are best of 5 matches. The winner gets to go into that event tomorrow. The loser has to go home. Firebat, what do you think has been happening so far?
A lot of Hearthstone's been happening so far. There's been a lot of pretty solid play. You see some players that are kind of up-and-comers and punching their way through to make it to the big event to play against all the, invited streamers and whatnot, where they're looking for, in their minds, easy money because all the invited players are so bad. The open players are where it's at. They're going to take them down. They may be pleasantly surprised. I do know some of the invited players, and they're pretty good. So, try not to get too overconfident, guys that are making it through. But definitely a job well done so far for a lot of them, putting in a lot of work. And these are the lineups I was expecting to see in this tournament. I was thinking, about 50% of the tournament was going to be Druid, Shaman, Warrior, as per the last 6 months of Hearthstone. But there's been a lot of changes and development within these classes. One Night in Karazhan really shook up the meta by increasing the power level of Druid, increasing the power level of Shaman, and increasing the power level of Warrior, which were already the tier 1 classes. So
I was like, let's do that. Let's take all the best decks, give them some good weapons, and then we'll print Purify for Priest. We'll do some of the stuff like that.
I mean, you gotta really hand it to that. They really did a good job making these. But honestly, they are the most fun decks in the game too, in my opinion. I think Druid and Shaman have to be some of the most interesting decks to watch. They have a lot of the hardest decisions, especially the mid-range variants of Shaman, which are starting to rise in popularity. I know, me personally, I have a better win rate with mid-range over aggro. I find it to be a stronger deck in a lot of circumstances. So I think it's pretty cool to see these decks get play. I just kind of wish the other decks would start getting, buffed a little bit more so they could get on that same level, because strong decks cause interesting gameplay. Like we've seen Miracle Rogue in the past, Patron in the past. They've been the strongest decks, but they've also, they're the coolest decks at the same time. They have like crazy draw engines and crazy combos. Now we see that with Druid. It's got a crazy draw engine. It's got crazy combos. It's got crazy things with Violet Teacher and Malagos. And then Shaman's got all these crazy totem synergies. So it's all the strongest decks are usually the coolest decks, but they are getting to the point where they're kind of oppressive. But you saw Tempo Mage last series was able to really shine. So maybe there's something that players are missing, and maybe defaulting to these lineups isn't the best. But these players going to be facing down in a mirror match, and that's it's always interesting going into a mirror match and knowing a lot of the classes all the classes are the same, and a lot of the decks are probably only a few cards off, and trying to figure out the strategy of how to navigate that.
Yeah, well, the match we're going to see up here, as you see, just the same 3 classes on both sides. Talion versus Thor. So we got a little, a god on one side. Let's see how he wields his lightning bolts over here with the Shaman deck. See if he can, navigate the games perfectly like Thor actually would have. And we're going to be getting into the games in just a second here. But I wonder if we're going to see the same 3 decks on both sides, because I have to feel that it's very possible the Druid decks are probably the same. The Shaman decks, it's likely that they're the same. There's 2. Like you said, there's like the aggro and the mid-range. But when it comes to Warrior, I mean, for a while there, it was considered one of the best classes, if not the best class, because you just had 5 different decks to choose from, possibly even like 6. And we've seen a few different Warrior decks already today. And I wonder if, go ahead.
It's been really getting kind of switched up a little bit. The most popular deck I've seen for Warrior lately has been the Yogg Warrior. It's the spell-heavy Warrior with the Ironforge portals and the Yogg Saran at the top end. And just focuses,
and that's relatively new, as well.
Yeah, a lot of armor gain, a lot of removal, just kind of your standard old-school style control Warrior with a Yogg thrown in there. And that's been really effective just because of how consistently you can rely on Yogg to clear the board up for you and keep things relatively clean. And then the Druids, you may see some variants in it. A lot of people have been switching to the one Gadgetzin, one Silver Moon, or one Moonglade Portal version. Other people have been sticking with the Violet Teacher version. But we're off to the races here. We have Talion with the Shaman, mid-range variant signaled by the Fire Elemental there. Azure Drake has usually a pretty clear indication of mid-range, but has been finding its way in some aggressive decks as well. And then the Warrior for Thor is the Control Warrior archetype of some kind. Could still be any of the Control Warrior archetypes. There's so many of them. Like, we've seen Dragon Control Warrior today, and honestly, it could be that. But most likely, it's going to be the Yogg Control Warrior that's been the most popular as of late, signaled by the Ironforge portal. Yeah,
once you see the portal, you got to believe it's a little more along that. You know, we've seen the traditional top end. We saw Grom in his opening hand. You know, we didn't see, Deathwing yet. And we haven't seen any Dragon card yet. So I'm going to go ahead and say that I think it's the Yogg Saron version here. So, and how do you feel about this matchup? So, like, traditionally, mid-range Shamans have had pretty good matchup against control variants of Warrior.
Yeah, traditionally, and that's because before Warrior had Brawl, and that was it for board clear. Sometimes they threw in the Deathwing, but other than that, after they've played both their Brawls as the Shaman, you're like, all right, I can go in and kill him now. And with Yogg Saron being in the deck now they have 3 board clears, which makes it even harder for Shaman to bait out all of the removal here. But we can see already Talion's Shaman's got some of those greedy cards in there, and with double Fire Elemental in the deck. It's a card a lot of the mid-range Shamans aren't running, as it's not fast enough against some of the more aggressive decks. So some tech choices here for Talion that may be benefiting him hugely in this matchup.
Yeah, and so we've seen the ever-popular, what was this? This was a meme for a long time with Shaman, right? Like, totem, pass, concede, I think was the actual meme or whatever. But that's actually a strategy in this matchup, right? Like, these totems are actually good in this matchup.
I mean, they're not great against Acolyte of Pain, but they are definitely good later on at posing a threat, trying to force out Brawl. Like, you can get in situations where if you have all 4 totems up, your opponent might just Brawl a Flame Tongue totem because they're so afraid of the Bloodlust or the Thunderbluff Valiants going down, and they have no way to kill the Flame Tongue totem, and it just creates so much tension and so much pressure just with that. And we can see here Thor's feeling the pressure of the totems, already just War-Xing down a spell power totem that's not really threatening to do much of anything yet. So totems are scary.
Yeah, I think it's a lot to do with the card that you mentioned, a Thunderbluff Valiant. You don't want to get to the point where, oh man, I have to Brawl here, because if he Thunderbluffs next turn, I just take too much damage from it. And it's like you said, I think he's just trying to play like some contained game, just kind of keep Talion from running away with it here early in the game. This Acolyte of Pain is getting a ton of value here, and that's an Azoth in his hand too, by the way, on the other side here.
Yeah, so it's probably not the Yogg Warrior. Usually you pick one or the other, so this is yet another form of Warrior that's been just ever rising in popularity as of late. Everyone really is switching away from the aggressive Dragon Warrior and playing some sort of more control-y variant. And the N'Zoth control-y variant is pretty solid in this matchup, even though it doesn't have as many board clears as the Yogg Saron sort of version of Warrior. You still have about as much armor gain, and you have even more threats now. There's just not enough hexes on the Shaman side to really hex all of the threats, so eventually something is going to stick, and then that N'Zoth is going to be able to come down in the later stages of the game and pretty much close it out most of the time.
Ooh. That's an Alec here. You got some sweet ones on both sides here.
Yeah, the Shaman's got so many strong, slow cards. And look at that hand. It's so stacked threat density already. 2 Fire Elementals, 2 Thunderbluff Valiants, and an Alec here that's like 2 7-drops, 2 6-drops, and an 8-drop. That's ridiculously good for just pushing into this late game stage, especially while the Shaman currently has board. So if there's a hand to push with, that is definitely one of them, and we're likely going to see Fire Elemental come down and keep maintaining that board control.
The way this game looks and it's playing out with the hands on both sides, it feels like Shaman versus Warrior at the very beginning of Hearthstone. When Shaman didn't have a really aggressive deck yet, and it was just all these really value good mid-range minions all the way up to Alec here, and you just played against the Control Warrior deck because it still has the same cards it's had since the beginning of Hearthstone. And this is a matchup that's actually one of the oldest ones in Hearthstone, but you haven't seen as much of over the last year and a half.
Yeah, and with this Shaman hand, you have to be... Well, honestly, the Warrior has 2 Brawls, too, so they both have really, really good hands. Yeah. He's got 2 Brawls and the Justicar, so...
I agree with you, though. You got to feel pretty good on the Shaman side, looking at your hand and the way this game is going.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the Brawl timing, and when Thor chooses to use these Brawls. I don't think you want to use one here, and we can see that him exercising a lot of patience here, just jamming out that Justicar to get ready to start being able to tank up so he can take this game slower. And I like it. I think that's the right play there. And you got to look at Talion's hand and try and see what is the best way for him to start pushing damage. Like, you obviously don't want to just fire Elemental down the Justicar. You want to start accumulating totems. But I think at the same time, you also want to get rid of maybe some of the Argent Squires to make Brawl less appealing. Or maybe you could get away with not even playing a Tuskar this turn and just like toteming and just pushing 6 with the Fire Elemental since it's stuck. And maybe just trading in both Argent Squires and your Spirit Claws if you don't hit spell power.
Yeah, that's actually like something that I was interested in. Is I think I would start this turn by rolling a totem and then make my decision from there. I would 100% have Brawl in my mind with every play that I make this turn, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and use the Fire Elemental.
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess he's assuming, if Brawl comes out and a Fire Elemental lives, it's absolutely huge for him. He gets to push another 6, so that's why you see him not go with the totem here. So he's playing around Brawl a little bit, and he's realizing, I have 2 Thunderbluff Valiants in my hand, so if I can force the Brawl on a non-Thunderbluff Valiant board, that means my opponent is not going to have a Brawl for a Thunderbluff Valiant board. So he's focusing on trying to set up a situation where he can get that huge totem board out there with the second Thunderbluff to push a lot of damage. So I can dig it. I think it's a pretty solid line of play. And if he's able to, win this, 2 out of 5 and get a Fire Elemental out there, it's a 6 damage again.
I think if he doesn't have a fire Elemental live here, I think he actually wants the totem to live, right? That's probably one of his better outcomes, because the 1/1s are kind of susceptible to Ghoul, and this is just better with Thunderbluff Valiant in your hand, right?
Yeah, it's not too bad. And we see him developing the Flame Tongue Totem here, getting the buff on it, and pushing a bunch of damage.
Yeah, and so this is why you'll hear a lot of us refer to this as a good matchup for the Shaman deck, because he played 2 cards this turn, but look how much power got added to the board, and the only real answers are things like Brawl. And you've already seen one. There's only 2 in the deck, and the other one happens to be there. But if he Brawls again this turn, your reload is still really strong.
I don't really like Brawl this turn. You got to fear the Flame Tongue Totem because the threat of Alakir. But it's really tempting, honestly, to just Gore Howl the Thunderbluff Valiant. But we are going to see the defensive play here from Thor recognizing the threat of the Alakir potentially coming out. So getting that execute on the Thunderbluff Valiant, getting out the portal.
That's not lethal, is it? That's 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. He has 19. He's like just short.
Yeah, just short of lethal.
Yeah, the Blood Mage Thalanos actually added 2 damage this turn. You can actually power up his Spirit Claws now too. He's got a bunch of different lines he can take here.
Yeah, I like getting the Thalanos and the Lightning Storm in this turn. I think it's pretty powerful. It's either that or you go for like the Alakir all push since you do have the Flame Tongue Totem, but you have 2 Rock Biters and a second Flame Tongue in the deck, so eventually it's going to find value. I don't think you really need to be that aggressive with it. With this board state that you already have set up and you have Tuskar Totemic plus the Thunderbluff Valiant for the reload, I think it is totally fine just to go wide, get some chip damage in while you can, and I don't think you trade with that because that plays into Brawl and that plays into Ghoul to trade with it because it's a 5/1. So if your opponent uses Ghoul to try and clear your board or any sort of combination of Whirlwind effects, it dies for free. If your opponent uses Brawl, most likely it dies for free. So I don't like trading there, but I can understand it, I guess. You're like in a such favorable position, you think, that the only way you lose is if the win's the Brawl, or you think maybe the damage is irrelevant, but I don't know if I completely agree with Talion there. Like, I say, if you lose the Brawl, you got lower roll, or you got higher rolled and you feel bad about it, but I say most of the time you're going to win the Brawl when you have 7 minions, your opponent has 1, and then that means you're just getting a free 3 damage.
Yeah, now the game... Okay, now that wasn't terrible here. He picks up an extra totem. You still have a Thunderbluff Valiant in your hand if you want. You start pushing a lot of damage this turn. Maybe try to set up a big Alakir turn next turn as well. A lot of options.
Yeah, you can't really set up lethal with the Alakir too easily, but you could go for maybe Tuskar Totemic here first to roll a random totem and then do your hero power totem so you maximize your odds of getting spell power totem and start trying to get both your Spirit Claws going towards the face. You never kill Karen in this situation. Yeah, Karen either gets hexed or you ignore it and just try and go face the whole time. So
Yeah.
I kind of like that play. I don't think you have enough totems in the field to really get enough value out of Thunderbluff Valiant, and you can't really set up lethal with it. So I'm not a fan of the Thunderbluff Valiant play.
Yeah, it looks like he agrees with you. We're going to start with Tuskarso Timic. There's a lot of really good ones here. Not a bad one. Get some damage in this turn.
You could think about playing the second Flame Tongue totem. You do have Rock Fighters in the deck to go with Alakir, so it's not that big of a gamble if your Flame Tongue totem dies. And you've seen both brawls, so just being able to put up this much pressure, I really like it.
Yeah.
So max life for Thor can get really high with double shield block and the armor up button.
He could also just portal shield block with the coin here if he wants, just max armor.
Yeah, that's insane. There's this is where the N'Zoth version of Warrior kind of falls short over the Yogg version of Warrior in the matchup where both brawls have been used, so Thor doesn't have a great way to clear this giant accumulating board. Oh, that is like almost good enough. So yeah, I mean, well played by Talion there, not attacking with the Spirit Claws. If he attacks with the Spirit Claws, Revenge wipes his board. Like that decision to hold back the Spirit Claws with the second Spirit Claws in hand. I'm sure there's people in Twitch chat like, why didn't he attack with the Spirit Claws? He's got the second one in his hand. He's never going to use all those charges. Well, that's why right there. You would have lost the game instantly just by making that attack with Spirit Claws. So, well, good job on Talion identifying that.
All right, that's got to be lethal, right? Hold on.
Yep,
10,
that is lethal.
15,
7 plus 10 plus the Spirit Claws. Even without the top deck, it's lethal. So yeah, really well navigated there by Talion. Just
definitely don't show him Rock Fighter. Let him think you had exactly lethal. Try to tilt him maybe a tiny bit. But I feel like this matchup went exactly as you painted it. It's a little bit on the side of Shaman as their disadvantage there because they just present so many boards that have to be brawled, and you saw the Warrior had both brawls and it wasn't good enough. You just continuously keep putting up these boards that are 5 minions deep, and they're all just such a threat, and you just don't have enough ways to do it. And then not attacking that Spirit Claws to not activate Revenge was pretty sweet as well.
Yeah, he just spaced out his resources really appropriately to put enough pressure on to force the brawl. That double fire elemental play there without the totem to try and he knew he was walking into brawl, but he knew his hand supported walking into brawl. So he was like, if I walk into this brawl here, I have both Thunderbluff Valiants, so I just need to force both brawls out of the way so I can start cooking with these Thunderbluff Valiants before my Warrior opponent has enough time to really start setting things up. And he was able to do that and just clutch out the game just before the Warrior could really start stabilizing. Because, if Thor had a few more turns to live, if Talion had played that game a little bit slower, then he gets a few more tank ups in. And just being able to gain 4 armor every turn is absolutely huge. So, I really like the way Talion has navigated that game and the pacing of it and his commitment into the AoEs.
Now, we don't know their exact list, but it looks like we have a mirror here. So I got to believe at least like 27 to 28 of the same cards in these decks. Like very close, probably.
Probably, yeah. They probably have a lot of very similar cards. The one thing that is usually the big difference is the amount of fire elementals. Some decks play 1, some decks play 2, some decks play 0 fire elementals. It just depends on how much you want to be teching your deck to do well against control. Fire elemental is oftentimes way too slow against some of the more aggressive decks, and instead people will be playing, just Argent Squires or something small in those slots so that they can have earlier board presence. And I feel that in the Shaman mirror, a lot of times having the smaller cards is going to be better because the one that gets the initial board is usually in a better position. But it depends. If you're able to hit the AoEs enough on those early initial boards, then it starts becoming a value game and it gets into top deck mode. Then obviously top decking Fire Elemental is better than top decking Argent Square.
Yeah, I mean, all those points are really good. And Talon's going to go ahead and do Feral Spirit here. Don't hate this. I mean, like, it does kind of take up your mana for the next turn, but you do have some 2 mana plays, plus you could just, roll another totem, maybe get your Spirit Claws working, and there's not a lot of ways that you get super punished here. I mean, like, you don't mind if your board gets, like, Lightning Stormed here, like, at all, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you definitely would not care about a Lightning Storm. The one thing that's scary is the potential for spell power, charging up those Spirit Claws to just War X down those the Spirit Wolves.
Man, Spirit Claws is one of those cards that when, it got spoiled, before we got to play with it, people were like, oh, this thing's cute, like whatever. It doesn't seem like it'll be very good. I didn't hear a lot of people talking about it. And the more I see it played, if you get value on this card, like if you have spell damage in your deck, this card is very real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely one of the cards that makes mid-range Shaman a viable, tier 1 archetype. It's so insanely strong at, the early game stages against aggressive decks, just being able to, 1 mana ping off abusive sergeants or any sort of little death rattle minions, and makes it so Shaman in the mid-range form, doesn't really struggle that much against Zoo anymore. Like that matchup has completely changed. Interesting poke here. So the poke's going in, and there's a healing totem that's going to be healing it back up. So if Talion decides to use the Feral Spirit to attack the 1/1, then it's going to heal up to 2, and then Thor can remove it with spell power plus the portal, I guess is the idea there.
Yeah, I guess there's like some long play with it. I think that's the only one that makes sense to me that I saw. But look at Talion's going to take full control of this board here.
Yeah, and Talion's the deck that had the 2 Fire Elementals and the greedier cards. So you got to imagine that he's going to be snowballing this board state with big things like Fire Elementals and Thunderblood Valiants. And he's just in a great position to be able to take it here. Any minion that Thor develops is going to be able to get cleared by Coin Fire Elemental plus the damage that's on the board. So just a dominating position.
Yeah, this is one of the better totems to roll with Tuskar Totemic here, but looks like Talion's going to be able to take care of all this very easily.
Yeah, shouldn't have too big of a problem. So I think I would like to see maybe even just Thunderbluff Valiant come down, force out a Hex, and just be a very powerful body on board, a giant threat. Because the Fire Elemental doesn't accomplish as much as you'd like it to accomplish. You already have decent trades on board, so I think the 4/3 goes into the 0/3, and you just want to be saving Fire Elemental to pick off a higher priority target.
Yeah. It looks like he's going to go with the Fire Elemental play here, though. Can't really blame him. It's still really clean on this board. Still takes out like all the minions pretty much.
It is good. It is good. It's just protecting a healing totem for the cost of your coin. It gets kind of interesting to see which is, the higher value.
Oh, Master of Evolution, that's an interesting one. I haven't seen too much of. That's a card that had a lot of press coming out and just like hasn't ever really fulfilled what people, were expecting out of it.
Yeah, hasn't really lived up to expectations. It's been, it's been around.
Yeah, it shows up here or there. Yeah, it shows up here or there from time to time, yeah. I've got a friend that loves it and plays it like all of his Shaman decks no matter what. Yeah. And I'm like, you can just play Evolve, right?
It allows for some pseudo healing on minions if you're able to get value trades with it and have the board. It's just when Shaman has the board, they have better things they can do with the board rather than taking a value trade with their minions. And that better thing is most of the time going face or totem synergies.
Well, Thor does find a pretty creative way to remove all of the power from Talion's deck there, but Talion just has so many cards left over in his hand. He's got this double Thunderbluff Valiant. He's going to be able to develop an Ardent Squire here this turn, and if Thor doesn't have a way to kill this Thunderbluff Valiant, this game is going to get out of control very fast.
Yeah, with the Hex already used, it's a lot more difficult to potentially try and remove it, and we are going to see it stick around, and it's going to have the ability to buff up totems, and it's going to be able to get protected by this Hex and protected by this Lightning Storm, so there is going to be a lot of crazy totem stuff accumulating over the next few turns for Talion. Ooh. Not a bad little pickup. Using the Flame Tongue Totem, you can put it in the middle there, and then
trade
totem.
the 3/1.
Yeah, trade the 3/1 into the 4/4, and then Maelstrom Portal.
Yeah, I think this is something that's kind of enticing here with the way the game's playing out. You're just continuously running Thor out of resources. Like Thor is again going to have to answer your entire board, and he's already proven that he's having a hard time doing that. So this is a play that I'd be very interested in. I'm trying to think, is there a 1-drop here that matters, that changes anything? Oh, you don't have Healing Totem. Dang, you don't get to draw extra cards, but... yeah, I don't... Okay, so you allocate here, you can take care of the Taunt Totem plus the Fling Tongue Totem, and you're still pretty far behind here.
Yeah.
I'll say there's no... I'm trying to think of like another play line. You don't have spell damage, so that's a 1/3 weapon. I mean,
Mana Tide into 4-mana 7/7 doesn't save you.
Yeah. So best case scenario doesn't get it done.
Yeah, so I guess Alec here trying to clean up a little bit, try and find maybe the second hex on the following turn and see what you can get done that way. And it's not pretty. It's not pretty, that's for sure.
So do you just take this trade here, play Thunderbluff Valiant, and make a totem? Or is it too aggressive?
That's too aggressive. You want to, I believe, just spacing out the Thunderbluff Valiants is a little bit better. You just play, I think, Mana Tide and Hero Power. That's what I would do.
I can see that as well. Yeah.
I mean, Italian's thinking about it. He's like, how do I possibly get punished? And it's very hard to get punished, but it's
even Elemental Destruction might not be able to do it.
Yeah, it's still always kind of interesting to extend that much onto the field when you have, the Mana Tide, which would extend to 2/3 onto the field and cycle another card.
Speaking of cycling cards, gets to draw a card here off of the Healing Totem. Value.
There you go.
There's a Barnes.
Oh, maybe he's playing the Barnes Ragnaros version of Shaman that Two Beers has been playing. He's gotten top 10 legend with. He plays Alec here in it and the 8-drop slot, and he plays Barnes and he plays a Ragnaros, and then he's able to get decent cards off Barnes, especially with double Flame Tongue, double Mana Tide. There's a lot of things you can get.
Spoiler alert: we actually have him next round.
Oh, okay. Maybe he'll be bringing that Shaman deck that he's been playing so much of.
Mm-hmm. And this turn's going to hurt a little bit, I think.
The Ezra Drake Storm's looking pretty good, but does he have lethal here, actually? He gets 4, 8. No, only 15 damage.
Yeah.
Potentially hit lethal here, and that's going to be lethal.
Yep. Supposed to be Spirit Claws is going to get it done. Get the extra 3 in. Wow, this Shaman deck is the real deal. I mean, I know you've been saying you like it more than the aggressive deck, and I've only got to play it a little bit, but the more and more I play it, the more I realize it is actually really good. And I mean, you took a pretty decent enough deck already and just gave it Fiery War Axe. Spirit Claws just feels so good in this deck, and we've seen it do so much work in these matchups so far, and Italian is just giving us a schooling on how to play this deck.
Yeah, it's insane how much better mid-range Shaman. Like, Shaman was already good with the aggro version being so powerful, and then with Karazhan, the addition of the Maelstrom Portal and the addition of the Spirit Claws into the Shaman class, it made mid-range Shaman go from a tier 2 deck straight past aggro Shaman into a better tier 1 deck than aggro Shaman. So now Shaman's just got 2 tier 1 possibilities now, and I really hope Blizzard stops buffing Shaman and Druid with their next expansions, Yeah,
it's like they give you these 2 separate cards, right? They give you Maelstrom Portal and they give you Spirit Claws. And you're like, wait, they're actually like cards that work together. Because if you think about it, it's like, well, I want spell damage to make my Spirit Claws better. Oh, you gave me this card that's an AoE that's good with spell damage? Yeah, okay. I'll take all this. And you can see the Argent Squire here too. It's like you said, he's got the early and the late game too, because I think he had 2 Fire Elementals, right? We saw 2 in the first game, not the second one. We saw 2 in the first game, so he's got that and Argent Squire and Alec here.
Yeah, it's got the whole spectrum of just the good Shaman cards thrown in there. It's interesting, the 2 Fire Elementals. There's maybe only 1 Argent Squire to make the double Fire Elemental fit. A lot of people have been cutting Tunnel Trog. I know a lot of people were complaining recently and saying, oh, Tunnel Trog's OP, but actually, Tunnel Trog not really as good as Argent Squire in these sort of builds where you're kind of running maybe 1 Feral Spirit and 1 or 0 Storms. You're not running too many of the Overload cards besides, Totem Golem and the cards that I mentioned. So the Trogs don't really get too much value other than just being a 1/3, and you'd rather have a minion that's able to take 2 attacks or be able to get buffed to help you against aggro, or be just more resilient against controls removal.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we're not even seeing Totem Golem. We're not seeing any of these like cards that you're just like, oh, you put these in every Shaman deck, and it's nice to see that there are cards that you don't have to put in every Shaman deck now. Now, in the past, Druid has had a hard time dealing with Shaman decks because they go so wide and they have like a lot of burn and stuff, but this isn't necessarily that exact Shaman deck that it's had problems with. How do you like this matchup?
I think that this matchup is fairly good for Druid. Druid has got Yogg-Saron, which is the biggest factor in this matchup. Is they have this attrition game going on before turn 10 where they're both fighting for the board. Druid's got all these crazy removal cards with the Moonfires and the Living Roots and the Swipes and the Wraths, and they're able to keep decently up with the Shaman. And then they just get to that point where Shaman maybe finally starts snowballing the board and finally gets on there and expends all of their cards just to beat out the Druid's aggression on the board, and then Druid just plops down Yogg-Saron, kills the entire board, and the Shaman's left with no cards while the Druid refills its hand. That's usually the ideal situation for Druid. That's what they want to go for. Of course, how consistent is it really? It's not the most consistent game plan in the world because Druid only runs one Yogg-Saron because that's all they can run. But in the games where they draw the Yogg-Saron in their top 20, that's usually how it ends up. So that's sort of the game plan and the mindset from Druid is they just want to be on par with the Shaman up until the point where they can finally play Yogg-Saron. And then at that stage of the game, they will win. They'll have the advantage there. They have the better, transition into the late game point with that card. Whereas Shaman's objective is to get ahead on board and then capitalize on being ahead on board by either drawing a ton of cards off Mana Tide Totem with their lead, which will then allow them to outvalue Yogg-Saron when it finally comes down without overcommitting too many resources onto the board for Yogg-Saron to be able to kill, or get far enough a lead immediately that they just plow through and kill the Druid opponent before the Druid has even time to play the Yogg-Saron.
Right. And it looks like Thor's doing an okay job at keeping pace here. This thing from below is causing a little bit of a problem. He wanted to be able to nourish this turn, but now there's big 5/5 on the other side of the board staring at him if he were to do something like nourish. So get a Raven Idol, most likely going to be a spell here. Gotta believe. Moonblade Portal, not a terrible one. Starfall answers. It's 5 mana and answers the 5/5 in play right now. If he wants to just keep pace, this is a card that can do it.
Yeah, and we see him go for it, and
can't blame him for sure.
Yeah, he hasn't attacked with the 3/3 yet. He could potentially, Starfall down the 5/5 and then take a value trade on either Totem or the 1/1, and that would be doing, what he wants to be doing, keeping up with the Shaman, not falling too far behind. So I like that game plan. That's the game plan I was kind of saying that Druid should try and do in this matchup, and I think it's pretty good. A pickup off the Raven Idol there for Thor.
I like going after the totems as well here too. Just kind of like hedge against too many totems coming out of Talian's deck as the game goes on. You kind of want to keep those in check a little bit. Plus your hero power answers a 1/1 pretty well as the game goes on.
Sure, yeah. The Wrath going in for the cycle off the Drake. Finds the Living Roots. Not the greatest card to play right now, but can help him with the Gadgets and Auctioneer in his hand. Ooh. He had the ability to, Moonfire and play the Giant that turn if he wanted to really put out pressure, deny the Fire Elemental from coming down by forcing a Hex, and then set up for a Gadget turn afterwards. But he's going to be saving the Moonfire maybe for the Burst. I think it could be a little bit greedy, honestly, to go for that approach. I don't think the Burst from Malygos is actually relevant in this matchup, so I'm not the biggest fan of that game plan, but, it does allow extra cycles off this Gadgetzin coming up, and he doesn't run Emperor Thorsan, so he does have the ability to get all of the burst in there with that Malygos later on. So it's not a terrible. It's definitely a different line of play than how I usually play the matchup, but it's not a bad line of play by any means.
Yeah, I mean, Emperor Thorsan take care of your 1/1 here. If there's no Hex on the other side, I think this is pretty game impactful play here because getting to make this Gadget's hand cheaper. I mean, he's going to draw his entire deck next turn.
Oh, he's going to draw his entire deck for sure, and he's already set up to do, if he finds Malygos, right, he's got the double Moonfire, that's 2, plus the Roots, that's 4 damage, and then you throw Malygos in there, and you add another 15, that's up to 19 damage already, so it's not quite enough for, an OTK, but it's definitely not a small number by any means.
Mm-hmm. All right, well... Spirit Claws can take care of this Emperor here and allow you to keep pushing damage here, and I think that's something you definitely want to do here because you want to keep this pressure high, and he's going to try to do what you were talking about. He's going to try to maybe get a board where there's so much pressure that he might just have to Yogg, and if the Yogg isn't good enough, then he's going to win. Now, this turn might get a little crazy. I have a feeling we're going to see Gadget's Hand and Arcane Giant on this turn.
Oh, for sure, yeah. He's going to be able to play definitely at least 4 spells or more. It's just how greedy is he going to be with saving these combo pieces for Malygos. Yeah. And I don't think you need Malygos in this matchup for burst damage. So I would, if I were him, just immediately start Gadget Sending because you're going to run out of time if you don't. And start off with Raven Idol and just get cooking. after the Gadgetsin's in play.
Just get cooking. I like it. I'm having some kind of flashbacks to like Miracle Rogue back in the day when they would just play Gadgetzan, draw their whole deck, and kill you. And you get Leroyed 7 times in one turn. A little PTSD from Miracle decks from back in the day. All right, he's going to take this a little slow, actually. He's going to go ahead and Moonglade Portal here, gain some life. He actually gets a Taunt minion here. That's pretty big.
Yeah, it's pretty good. One of the things you're kind of scared about is potential burst damage. I guess, though, after seeing 2 Fire Elementals from Talion's deck, you kind of expect that there's no Bloodlusts or anything like that. So I like this play from Thor, actually, because now when he goes with the cycle with the Gadgetzin, if he hits any Wild Growths, he's going to be able to play them to be able to get the excess mana and then cycle that as well. So he's going to be able to draw his deck even more cleanly now that he's waited this extra turn, because he's found this avenue off Raven Idol where he's like, okay, I got extra healing, so I can afford to wait an extra turn. I can be even greedier. So it's interesting, walking that line there of how greedy can you be. But that's really what Hearthstone's all about. It's like trying to figure out how much can I, go for the greedy value line without dying? Like, how close along that line can I walk? And if you can walk that line perfectly, you're going to win a lot of games. And we see Thor doing a pretty good job of it right now, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm pretty max greed myself, so that's probably why I lose a ton of games. I need to work on that, but he's going to go ahead and clear here and push a ton of damage. I think this is one of the only ways he can win this game, I think, in his own mind, is he has to just push as much damage here and just hope it's good. Or just hope that Thor's maybe just, oh boy, that is lethal. Yeah, I was about to say. I was about to go down this line about like, oh, he might have to Yogsar on here this turn, but you just draw Malagos and kill him. Like,
yeah, that is a pretty good top deck. When you do save all of your spells for the Malagos combo, and then you happen to top deck Malagos in your top 15, that is a good sequence of events there. If he didn't find the Malagos, he wasn't in a bad spot, though. He was able to do a lot of stuff there with the Gadgets and Auctioneer. He had Innervates remaining in his deck and Swipes remaining in his deck. So it wouldn't be unreasonable for Thor to be able to clear the board with the Gadgets in if he needed to. Just he would have lost that Malagos burst. So obviously this is more convenient for him.
Yeah. So there won't be any sweep with the mid-range Druid from Talion there, but he's still up 2-1 on Thor. So Thor has to find 2 more wins here if he wants to make it in tomorrow. Like we said earlier, this is a best of 5 here, just traditional last hero standing, no bans. The winner moves on into the main event tomorrow to play in a $15,000 tournament. The loser gets nothing, nada, steak knives. They got to go home, or they're probably already home actually, but they got to go to the other room, turn off Hearthstone, maybe cry a little bit, curse Yogg-Saron, whatever it is you do whenever you're done with Hearthstone. And we're going to see if Thor can complete this comeback, because he was down 2-0 and he's got a reverse sweep here. But Talion, we haven't seen these other decks yet, and I'm interested to see exactly what they are. We did see the mid-range Shaman out of both these guys, so I wonder if their decks are if they just have the same lineup. But I got to believe the Warrior deck's going to be different. I don't know if multiple people brought that Control Warrior.
Yeah, I think, so far we've seen only different Warrior archetypes. We haven't seen any of the same Warrior archetypes. So if we go on patterns, then we are going to continue to see different Warrior archetypes. But
all right, confirmed then, yeah. Definitely seeing a different one.
It's a Control Warrior, but who knows which kind.
It beats back in the day when people would always have Warrior in their class, and you're like, well, 95% of the time it's Patron, so you just always plan for Patron. And then every now and then someone would show up with some weird Control Warrior deck. And then the other guy always has Freeze Mage, so he's like, I'm a genius, this is the best deck ever to bring.
Talion kind of going through the motions here, getting the War Axe up, not much to really think about here. You could potentially armor up there, and then maybe on turn 4, go War Axe and armor at the same time, so you're not missing any hero powers. That's only like logic, only other line there, but really just having the flexibility of the War Axe and being able to develop cool with it, to be able to answer innervate plays is usually better than the risk for the potential reward of getting 2 armor.
This is a sweet play from Thor here. He uses a lot of resources to nourish early and gets mana crystals, but this allows him to nourish again this turn to recoup all the cards that he gave up. So he's at like actual card like neutral here, because he had to use 3 cards to get this point, and then he used another card to get these 3 back. But now he's just 2 mana ahead of Talion, and his deck has some pretty powerful plays.
Yeah, and that innervate wasn't from his hand. Yeah, from his deck. That was from the Raven Idol. So that means he's going to have 2 Innervates later on to make some crazy Malagos combos happening. And he's already got Malagos plus 2 swipes in his hand. So if he's able to find, that Emperor Thaurissan and those Innervates, he can start seeing some ridiculous Malagos combos.
Yeah, there's a Moonfire too, and it's not like Talion's going to put a ton of pressure on him either. So he's got all the time in the world to just take care of, take his time, find these pieces. I'd actually somewhat be tempted to just make a 2/2 here, just to have a minion stay around through this.
You want to be getting towards 10 mana so that you can cycle with Gadgets and Auctioneer, your Wild Growth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And so you can cycle the Wild Growth in your hand. That's why we see him hold back the Wild Growth here, is because at turn 10, you want to be able to get that extra card out of there and just keep fluidly going through your deck, finding those combo pieces.
It's too bad Talion can't make totems.
I mean, he can. He just plays spells.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah. Later on, he can make some totems that will do absolutely nothing for him. And
yeah, I mean, it's too bad that this wasn't with his prior deck where he actually wanted to be making a ton of totems.
Sure, yeah.
Hey, man, they might win a brawl. Well, I know totems win brawls very well.
Yeah, there you go. Crazy amount of totems. So, as Thor, I don't think you really need to prioritize removing this minion. I'd like to maybe even see the Wild Growth, not the Wild Growth, the Wrath just come out, cycle off the 3/4. Totems are not very threatening for his deck to deal with, so that's why we see him not, feral raging and trying to kill it or anything like that. It's just because what is the warrior going to accomplish with totems? They don't help the warrior in any way whatsoever, really.
Mm-hmm. You get a 1/1, great. That's awesome. You want your bash to hit for 4? Cool. Not too many high impactful things going on. Get that healing totem, man. Those things have been great so far today.
Yeah, Talion doesn't have really great ways to deal with this, so I kind of like just going with the Acolyte and the Ghoul. Just draw cards since you don't have a great way to kill it. Ignore it, punch him in the face a little bit. Hopefully you pick up a Shield Slam or an Execute later on, and you can clean it up.
Oh, finds a Shield Slam there, but...
Oh, he is going to kill it this turn.
Yeah.
Okay. He does have the weapon charges to deal with it, I guess, and this way allows him to free up equipping Gorehowl the following turn. So
yeah, I was going to say, he does have a War Axe and a Gorehowl, so yeah.
Yeah, it fits into that sort of plan. Oh, man, Thor's got an awkward hand.
Oh. If he finds a Gadget and Auctioneer, turn 10 is going to be fun, but... This is one of the matchups where you can't just plart Malagos on 9. There's some matchups where you can, when there's only a little bit of power in play, you can just plart Malagos because they're like, oh, yeah, well, you can never kill this card, but they can kill it pretty easily in this matchup. What is the play here?
I want to start with Wrathing for 1, but it looks like he is just going to be killing the Acolyte with a Wrath for 3, Feral Raging, clearing the board. Ooh, a Sogoth.
Whew. Haven't seen that guy too often.
An anti-aggro control-y card. Yeah, it stops a lot of things. It does not stop the Uber Malagos combo that Thor is trying to be building here.
The Uber Malagos combo, I like it. Is that the scientific term?
Yeah, that's the Webster Dictionary version.
All right, cool.
So, you play Flame Wreath Faceless and Armor Out?
Yeah, I think you do. Yeah.
I don't see the merit of equipping Gorehowl right now. I'd rather just, you develop a minion on an empty board. That's when a minion is at its strongest. So I do like using the Ironforge Portal here. There's some argument, that you want to save it to pair with the Shield Slam, but you're facing down an empty board, so the armor is going to stick around. Ooh.
Oh man, he's gonna leave a mana hanging. If he just armored up first, he wouldn't have this problem. He wouldn't have any mana hanging. Then get that mana utilization filled out.
Yeah, that's so important.
Picks up an Arcane Giant here. That's gonna be free before this turn's over.
Yeah, it's being able to cycle both of the Wild Growths, just digging for pieces. So if he does assemble the full combo, so the full combo would be having Swipe, Malagos. Can you do that with 2 Innervates? So if you have 2 Innervates and you get all of that discounted, it goes down to 3, 6 plus 8, so it goes down to 14 mana. So with 2 Innervates, you can make that happen. He has 2 Innervates in his deck. So you could potentially go Malagos, and then Innervate, Swipe, Living Roots, Moonfire. It's a few cards, but it's possible at this point still with his deck. And that would be, 9, 18, plus 12 is 30, plus 14 is 44 burst damage is available to him if he draws his entire deck without dying. And I think it's very realistic that Thor could potentially do that this game.
Yeah. I mean, Talion's not going to put any pressure on him anytime soon.
Yeah, he's got one minion in his hand, and it's a 9-drop.
Go ahead and draw an extra card here. He can armor up and use his shield slam to take care of this Arcane Giant, but I mean, there's just the real threat is what's in Thor's hand here, like you were saying. So that's the problem that Talion's going to have this game is that he keeps removing the threats that are in play, but oh boy,
this is what Thor needed. The Gadgets and Auctioneer. I'd say Gadgets and Auctioneer, and then cycle that Wrath for 1.
Yeah, just draw 2 cards here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just draw your entire deck. Hopefully,
Well, it picks up the other Living Roots here, another card that he can make free with a Emperor Thaurissan. Picks up the other Moonfire, so just pretty much picks up another Living Roots.
So that the 44 has gone up to 51 potential damage.
Well, how much does he have here just as Malagos with Moonfire, Living Roots?
It's 20 plus 4 plus 2.
26?
So, 26, yeah.
Just a little short. 26, not enough.
And then with the double swipe, you factor in another 8.
Mm-hmm.
So 26 plus 8, 30, 34. Almost enough to get the job done without factoring in, of course, Talion's going to be armoring during those turns. So. Justicar Bash trade.
That's what it's looking like here.
Or Justicar Armor Warax trade. Yeah, the Warax and the armor is a little bit cleaner. Get value out of it when you can. It is kind of scary taking that 4 damage, though, because your opponent is sitting on all spells plus Malagos at this point. They're almost running out of minions in their deck because that's kind of how the deck works.
Pick up the Innervate. Here's the thing, if he doesn't... Okay, so this isn't lethal yet, but if he doesn't find the Emperor Thaurissan in the next turn or two, there's going to be so much life gain on Talion's side that he can start to kind of chip away at the potential burst that Thor has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of life gain, and we just see Thor using the swipe there defensively. Is afraid of the potential damage that could come out with 6 hitting him every turn. It builds up after a while, so it's fair to use the swipe there. But after an Emperor Thaurissan draw, we're looking at 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 35 damage.
I don't know if I 100% agree with this play here. I might have just played Grom and attacked and gained 4 life here, but I don't know if I would skip armoring up again another turn, but maybe he just thinks that it just doesn't even matter at this point.
If you count the cards in Thor's hand, you can actually get the maximum amount of reach of Thor to be at 35. So if you play Sogoth and then your opponent plays Emperor Thaurissan and then you armor up, you are outside of their maximum.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
So there's no way that Talion can die with this line of play if he's keeping track of his opponent's hand and knows how many cards equals how much damage. Which, if he's doing all of that without writing it down, then
yeah,
that is very impressive in its own right.
He's just a god, yeah.
I think it's something you can do at this point. That's how long and how slow this Druid hand has been developing and going out. So in this way, you play around the potential of Mulch being in there as well. So I really like that play by Talion, identifying, that he can't die with this line of play and then going for it. I think it's a very well done line of play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you still have 2 bashes now, too. You can gain 10 armor in 1 turn if you really want to, if you're super scared. So yeah, it's actually a really good point.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to see the Grom get developed onto the board just for the pressure of that, and he's gonna go with the Ghoul, be super defensive with it, and save the Grom for the burst when he finds one of his 2 revenges, which is fine as well. And that way he's got 17 plus 5 damage with the revenge. So
I was gonna say there's no way he can set up lethal for next turn, right?
Well, yeah, it's with a revenge. If your opponent doesn't hero power, you have lethal. And the second Innervate is found for Thor, so he can play the Emperor Thaurissan this turn, and he's got the full combo aside from He's got another living roots in the deck because one of those is from a Raven Idol. So if he finds the second living roots, then his damage goes up from 35 to an additional 7, so 42, and Talion is at 45, so he still can't kill him.
If you mulch, if you mulch the 3/3, you can still die to a Grom with an activator here.
Well, yeah, he needs to innervate the hero power and mulch the 3/3.
Yeah.
So
that's actually what he's gonna do here. He sees that.
Yeah, to play around the Grom lethal. So well spotted by Thor there, just trying to make sure outside of the range of Grom. Mm-hmm. But I don't see how he wins at the end of the day. And yeah, we can see playing around Grom there pays off for him. He would have just died.
Yeah, it's 22, not 23. Jeez.
Grom looking to come out almost. He should know that 45 life, right? And Thor has 1 swipe, double Moonfire, double Roots. So even with the top deck for the second 7, still not enough damage. So there's no way that Talion can die, and the Feral Rage has already been used. Oh, face tanking that. Oh, it sets
only at 40.
That's up lethal, but it puts himself in range of the Roots top deck for lethal.
Not Living Roots.
that would have been so sick if he top decked the Living Roots. It would have been so sick. It would have been
so gross, yeah. Alright, so can he not die? Can he remove? No, because swipe is the only way to get damage on it, right?
He looks pretty dead, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say swipe doesn't clear this, so.
Sogoth carrying really hard.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way to get through this, right? Yeah, you swipe here, it deals 6 Sogoth, it's still a 5/2, so you still get to attack. Man, you had all the time in the world to assemble this combo, but Talion found a way.
Yeah, he's able to
get enough damage here.
Barely gain enough armor. There wasn't enough mid-range, these sort of threats from Thor coming out to get in enough chip damage, and that Justicar came just in time for Talion for him to armor up. And the Justicar not only allowed a lot of armor, but it got rid of 9 damage from Thor because Thor felt he was pressured enough that he had to swipe it, and then lost that swipe for the potential, double innervate burst with the Malagos combo for the full amount of damage, the 40.
43 or whatever. Yeah, but with that win, Talion's going to put himself into the actual main event tomorrow. And you know what I got to say? I think he played really well in that match. I think both players played well, and Talion's draws were pretty good compared to Thor's, and sometimes they just kind of matched up really well. He also got the really, really good matchup in mid-range Shaman versus Control Warrior. We saw that just play out exactly like it's supposed to. I mean, he even drew both brawls early. It ended up just not mattering and stuff. So great play from both of them, but Talion's going to move on to the next one. And we actually have a pretty spicy one here for you, since you're so spicy, Firebat. Yeah, I see what I did there. We got Sargento SC playing next round against Two Beers. So I'm pretty excited to see what Two Beers is going to bring if he brings that Shaman deck that you talked about. But if you want to find out if he brings that Shaman deck or not, we got a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to see what decks these guys are playing. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We are athletes. We've trained our whole lives for this. Early mornings, hours of practice, fine-tuning skills, both mental and physical, sacrifice, exhaustion, persistence, all leading up to this, our moment to compete in the event of our dreams.
Hey guys, welcome to the Start Democracy Invitational. I'm Tannen Grayson. I'm joined by Firebat. We've had 3 matches in so far here today. These guys have punched their ticket into the main event tomorrow where they're playing for $15,000. And we have 1 player left that needs to get their ticket into that day tomorrow. It's going to be Sargento, SC, or Two Beers. Two Beers made kind of famous, a little bit of streamer, but definitely made a little famous for the 110, I think is the way, what it was called exactly. You got 100 wins in 10 arenas. Kind of a challenge that was put out there, and he was the first guy to do it on stream and kind of blew up after that.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, his ability to not only play the constructed format, but also the arena format, and just shows that his creativity and his ability to adapt. We've seen him play like a lot of really creative decks too. He's one of my favorite players to kind of watch play in tournaments, and I follow him on Twitter just to see what kind of wacky deck lists he's playing.
Agreed.
He plays some weird stuff, so it's always really cool, and he's usually a pleasure to watch. Sargento, I've never seen him play before, but he's got that SC at the end of his name, which oftentimes means players coming from the StarCraft scene. And there's been a lot of players that came over from, the SC scene that have done well. You see Amnesia SC, and then, the young Savage, who's a really solid player. You got even Forsen came from the StarCraft scene. You got Show. Definitely probably not a slouch, because if you talk about competitive communities out there, StarCraft is one of the toughest competitive scenes by far. And I'm not just saying that because my name's Firebat, but there's usually a lot of good players. So hopefully we get to see something interesting from him his first time, getting a good showing here, and maybe he'll be able to take it all the way into to be able to play against the big streamers in the Invitational tomorrow.
Yeah, you mentioned that he was playing a really innovative Shaman deck recently on stream, and you were very excited. So I hope that is the Shaman deck that he brings tonight. I'm actually pretty excited to see Rexar in his lineup. I'm a big fan of the new Hunter decks. I think they actually are not only good, but very interesting to watch people play. A lot of the new Huntress making secrets pretty cheap and free, and then you get a lot of really cool play lines along with it. You've seen some even running Secret Keeper all the way up to 8 drops. They have Barnes in their deck because some of the only hits they can get is stuff like Savannah High Main. I mean, it's a very interesting deck, and it's it shows you the range of deck building in this game. You don't just take the best cards and put them all together. There's definitely different strategies that you can use in different classes, and seeing people take the Hunter class and change it up, and I'm just completely wrong. This is a Desert Camel deck.
There you go. Camel Hunter's pretty solid in the last year's standing format, because if you're able to, a lot of times people aren't bringing decks with too many 1-drops nowadays. Mid-range Shaman is moving away from having too many 1-drops, maybe only 1 Argent Squire or 2 Argent Squires, and that's it as far as 1-drops are concerned. But when you're able to snipe this matchup with your Camel Hunter, you got to be really happy. In a last year's standing format, this Warrior is most likely going to be just completely eliminated by Camel Hunter. It is very tough for Warrior to get a win against regular mid-range Hunter. But then you make it the Camel Hunter variant, and it's downright almost impossible to get the win against this type of Hunter. But we're going to see if Sargento can maybe make an upset here. It would be absolutely huge, because this is Two Beers' counter to the Control Warrior, right? This is the deck you bring in your lineup, and you're like, all right, I will never lose to Control Warrior with this Hunter deck. But that time you do, he likely doesn't have very many other decks in his lineup that can counter the Hunter deck. All right, they can counter the Control Warrior deck. So if this does hit and the Warrior is able to get the win here, you could see a 3-0 sweep on the Control Warrior side.
Now, Sargento doing his best poker player impression on the other side over there, but this is an interesting tracking, isn't it? I mean, Acidic Swamp Ooze is going to be good at some point in time in this match, but if you take that card, you just give away a Call of the Wild, which is also very good in this match.
Yeah, I'm picking Call of the Wild every time, personally. It's just, it's probably the best card in all of Hunter. Maybe High Main's a little bit better in the matchup, but you kind of have to take it. Having the Ooze to play on turn 2 isn't too bad. You probably don't save it for the weapon. I don't know if you would really want to just Hero Power pass. I could see it. Well, now with the Huge Toad, you don't even have to worry about that. So Huge Toad able to come down on 2, and he's got a solid 2, 3, and a 4. So his curve was able to stabilize. Not too bad for the hunter player.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with you. I would just take Call of the Wild every time there and just feel really bad about. I have this Tech card. I have this Acidic Swamp Ooze in for like pretty much this matchup and like this spot, one of them, and you're like, well, just put it in the bin. This card cannot be drawn ever. Take 4, man. All right.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage really fast, and typically speaking, you hope that the War Axe can kind of line up pretty well against the next minion, which is expected to be Animal Companion, so you can use your War Axe plus the Ghoul to clean up the Animal Companion, but that doesn't usually work against Desert Camel, especially when it's pulling out that 2/4 there. Yeah. Now there's going to be some chip damage coming in, as you can't fully clear both of these minions. So it's going to be interesting to see how Sargento decides to deal with this. He may consider playing Acolyte of Pain, try and get extra draws. Since you can't clear both minions, why not try and get draws, play towards Brawl to and out instead of wasting War Axe charges, only clearing one of the minions while still maintaining chip damage. And so I wouldn't hate the Acolyte of Pain into set up Brawl play, but I can also understand the aggressively clearing play as fear of Houndmaster and other sort of threats. This is a bad matchup, though, so you got to pick your points in the matchup where you're going to gamble. You're not going to be able to go straight up and play around everything and win your bad matchups. That's just not how bad matchups work. At some point in the bad matchup, you're going to need to make risks, and there was an opportunity there for Sargento, if he wanted to take a little bit of a risk, but chooses to go with the safe line of play.
Yeah, and definitely takes care of the beast there as well. It's a big deal. You need to take care of the beast, to play around something like Houndmaster, and that's not the one you wanted to get a 1/1 copy of, but any minion's fine.
Sure, yeah. It shows that you got another injured Gavaldir in the deck. A lot of times people playing, just the Camel variants only play the one injured Gavaldir, and then they run 2 Fiery Bats a lot of times, so that they have less 1-drops in their deck for dead draws in the later stages of the games, because that's one of the ways you can kind of fizzle out with these sort of decks. Hit a bunch of 1-drops in the late stages of the game, run out of steam against a warrior, and they start tanking up too many times, and you can run into trouble. So it's interesting to see him running all of the 1-drops.
So I want to know, Firebat, who and how much did you pay to get your own Hearthstone card?
I mean, you have to ask Oskaka on that one. You'll have to ask him. He has one as well, so.
There's a cheesecake card?
Yeah, the what's the name of it? Sorry, it's a priest card, so it's hard to remember.
Because no one ever plays it.
Yeah. Priest of the Feast. If you read the card text on Priest of the Feast, it says, that's a world champion cheesecake. And Oskaka means cheesecake, yeah.
Yeah. I knew that.
Yeah.
I knew that from covering like 16 matches of his once, and I was like, what does Oskaka mean? I just looked it up.
Yeah, I like this play by Two Beers. He had the option, for like Grandmother Kill Command for the full-on defensive board control play, but at the end of the day, you're mid-range hunter. You have to be taking the initiative, being the aggressor in the matchup. So you offer up some value trades for this Elise, but at the same time, you're pushing a lot of damage, and you're able to actually get a ton of chip damage in early with that huge Toad being able to connect for 4, and with the injured Gavaldir getting pulled out, being able to get some chip damage in as well.
So is this one of the matchups where you feel like you can almost never kill command a minion? I know back in the day there was like matchups where you're like, well, if I ever have to kill command a minion in this matchup, I probably can't win because I need that reach at the end of the game, and just getting 5 damage out of it against the control warrior deck, is that like super important?
It's not usually that big of a deal because you have Call of the Wild to crutch on and the high mains to crutch on, which board control can oftentimes lead to a victory, especially when you get into situations where Warriors' brawls are just ineffective because you have so many Death Rattle minions with Infested Wolf, with high main and what have you on the field. But more importantly here, we have the risk moment for Sargento. He's, instead of being extra defensive and clearing, he's just coining out Justicar. So he could have been a lot more defensive on the board, cleaned up a lot more minions here, but instead getting out this Justicar so we can start tanking up as early as possible. And this could really backfire on him if Two Beers is able to effectively push a lot of damage here. Or it could allow him to, win the game if he's able to actually stabilize with maybe Brawl or what have you on the following turn. Two Beers playing around the Brawl a little bit there, taking that trade so that Brawl isn't as impactful.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other options too there, right? Like, he could have not played Houndmaster, traded in the 2 1/1s into the 2 toughness minion, then just played Kindly Grandmother and use the hero power here, push a little bit of damage, and leave behind a minion that has a death rattle. But this puts the most pressure on the board where if there isn't a brawl, I mean, the game's just over. on the spot, pretty much.
Taking the trade plays around revenge. That's another thing that Sargento kind of pseudo set up there. Is coining the Justicar opened himself up to a lot of damage, and if Houndmaster came down, actually opened him up into exactly enough damage for him to proc the revenge. So really nice play there to set that up, and then bashing himself in the face is going to allow him to pseudo get towards the revenge. I really like it.
I will say this is a really creative play that I like a lot. The first time I saw someone do that, it like blew my mind. I was like, oh yeah, because like you come out even on life, but you actually take the damage. It's like really cool.
Yeah, that was a really, really cool chain of events there, where Two Beers made the value trade to play slightly around Brawl and to play around the revenge, and then Sargento was able to, he took the extra damage with the Justicar so that he could set up for a potential revenge later on, and then still be able to tank up later. That was a really solid line of play from both players there.
Now this Deadly Shot might play a pretty big role here in this turn. If Sargento just develops a minion and armors up here, a lot of Deadly Shot value. Like if he just makes Bloodhoof Brave, if he plays two minions here, I mean, there's a chance, you get the 50-50 shot, but we'll just see how much he values this armor up.
Yeah, hero powering here is just so powerful. But even if your opponent Deadly Shots, I don't think it's that too big of a concern for you, just because you can make a read that card is Call of the Wild, because that card was obtained off tracking, and it was tracking turn 1 that had a huge amount of hesitation on it, which means there's important cards involved in that tracking, which means there's probably a good play for early on, and the card wasn't played early on, and then there was also a good play for late game in it, and high main wasn't played, so you can kind of narrow it down. That card is probably Call of the Wild, so I think every single time here you want to be playing, the Bloodhoof Brave, so that you can try and interrupt Call of the Wild as best you can.
Well, that's one short of lethal, but...
Yeah, and now the question is Call of the Wild enough of a board? Or do you want to be trying to go for the Deadly Shot? Just isn't very good here.
Yeah, the Deadly Shot's not very good here. If you have a beast left over after this turn, I think you can find a way to clean up enough with, you have 12 out of your hand here.
Okay, so he's got to win the Brawl, right? If Leok survives, then that's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage coming in, and Sargento would be at 17, so he would still be alive.
Yeah, I was going to say, he also has shield block. This turn he can gain an extra life if he needs to.
I think that's
only one extra.
It's a losing play, though. I think you're going to need that burst healing later on. Like, you discard 4 armor from your deck, basically, by doing that, because you're missing that hero power there. But, wow, that's a pretty solid pickup. Able to clear the board completely now. So, what am I talking about? Shield block was just insane.
Perfect.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think you definitely want to be trying to clear the board here. Missing the armor up. Is it better to miss the armor up?
Well, if you're going to draw like this, yes.
One Houndmaster. Well, I mean, in this situation now, because one Houndmaster is already gone. So if another Houndmaster comes, another Houndmaster is not likely to come down, and technically you gain more life by hitting the hero power button than you do by ghouling it down. Sargento, though, evaluates between the two and ends up going with the ghoul. Mainly just because the value of the 3/3 body on the board, right? You're healing for 2 and getting a 3/3 out instead of healing for 4 and not getting a 3/3 out. So there is definitely some value in having a 3/3 on the board to contest the next minion that comes out and set up Brawl better.
And the second Deadly Shot is a really bad draw here for 2 Beers. Plus, I mean, there's still another injured Cavalier in his deck as well. So, like, there's still a lot of cards that he could draw here that just don't actually do anything. He's going to go ahead and kill Command this 3/3 here. This is one of those things. He probably needs to draw his other Call of the Wild pretty soon to have a chance to win this game.
Well, High Main would likely get the job done as well. There's a lot of big threats that Hunter runs that can work out very well in these sort of situations, especially with the Deadly Shots in hand. Warrior's running low on cards, and Deadly Shot trades minimum 1-for-1 with whatever card they play. So you can destroy like any big thing that the Warrior chooses to drop down and develop your own thing, which is exactly what you want to be doing to create tempo, right? Remove their minion, develop your own. That's pretty much the definition of tempo right there.
Yeah, well, there you go. Now he's to make 2. This makes it where he doesn't have to draw injured Cavalier in this game as well, which is like kind of a big deal at this point.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. do you think he runs Fiery Bat at all? He may just not run Fiery Bat and just run double Injured Cavaldier as the only one drops, because we saw both camos played and they both drew the Injured Cavaldier. It's not crazy unlikely that no Fiery Bat gets drawn from the camos, but no Fiery Bat drawn from the camos and no Fiery Bat drawn from the deck thus far. It makes you start to kind of wonder a little bit, which it would be very good for Two Beers if he's not running any sort of extra one drops.
It could be 0 or 1 as well. Like, he could just have one Fiery Bat as well, just to make sure that he has another play on turn 1. Because that card's pretty good, but I could definitely see 0.
Yeah, and we see him opt to go for the kill command. So Two Beers is fully committed to the grinding out the warrior plan, which can work for Hunter. They can stabilize those high mains. They are difficult to remove. And here we go see the power of the deadly shot. Being able to swing the tempo, removing an 8-drop for 3 mana, allowing you the ability to develop an uncontested 6-drop.
Yeah, and it looks kind of weird over the last few turns for him to use this kill commands to take care of these minions, but it makes sense, right? He's keeping these deadly shots for the big threats that he needs to clear in one try, and the kill commands aren't going to win him the game at this point. He's just trying to stay alive as long as possible to get to these high mains and the other Call of the Wild.
Yeah, it's definitely good game sense to be able to identify when your push is over as Hunter. Like, he went with the push in the beginning, as you typically do. The warrior started stabilizing, and you're like, all right, I got to slow down. Now it's time for me to try and play the value game, outvalue his hand, and just stabilize my own minions on the board and win that way.
We might see a very large Yogg-Saron in this game.
Yeah, likely we'll see a Yogg-Saron next turn. You just armor this turn and then go for the Yogg-Saron next turn. You could potentially brawl because you expect your opponent to have a spell remaining in their hand, as they've just that's been just sitting there the whole game. But they also have the top deck, which could be a minion. So I think Two Beers may not even play the Houndmaster this turn out of the fear of the brawl or the Yogg-Saron or whatnot. But he's looking at the card counts and I guess determining, I can't really play around brawl. I'm just out of gas in the tank. I need to push as much damage as I can and hope I can get the job done. Ooh.
Yeah. Bash out of the hand now. A lot of options to take care of this board without using Brawl, but he can also just Brawl and then take care of whatever's left over as well. Shield Slam will guarantee kill anything, and then Bash kills a couple of the other ones here as well. So, more spells to be played before you play a Yogg. Is there a point where you stop casting spells because you don't want that many spells up Yogg? Is that ever actually a thing?
I don't think so. I think more is almost always better. So
yeah.
It is kind of scary, though, not developing the Yogg there. Like, the Yogg has a potential to backfire, right? That's the risk.
Right.
It could potentially screw you over. But the other side of it is the more time you give your Hunter opponent to top deck, high mains and what have you, because Sargento's not pressuring Two Beers at all. And Two Beers is going to start accumulating a board of death rattles eventually, and Yogg's going to get worse and worse. So I'm not so sure if I agree with the brawl play last turn. Like, I understand the safety of it, but there's also some risk in not putting any pressure on your opponent. Even though you have tank up and what have you, Two Beers is accumulating death rattles, as Hunter tends to do with so many death rattles in the deck. And it can start getting pretty sticky pretty quick, and eventually Yogg may not even be able to clear if you don't pressure them at all.
Also, the longer you wait for Yogg, the more likely you are to put yourself into fatigue quickly. Because Yogg draws a lot of cards usually too, and I've just died in a game where I waited too long and I just hit a sprint and something else, and I was like, oh, I just took 12 or whatever, from it not actually dealing damage to me, just from drawing extra cards.
Yeah, I feel like Sargento kind of has to play the Yogg-Saron here, even though it's not great if he wants to be getting pressure on his opponent. It's really tough though. He could try and wait another turn because if Call of the Wild comes out, then he can play it after the Call of the Wild turn, but if Two Beers plays this super slow and knows that Sargento has Yogg in his hand, he could get into a situation where he waits until, fatigue for Sargento to really start committing the Call of the Wild. And then Sargento gets in this situation where if he plays Yogg, he just dies in fatigue to the Call of the Wild board. So
exactly.
It's definitely kind of awkward to navigate. And I think I would have liked to see the Yogg come down on that brawl turn, but we'll see how it plays out for him.
A pretty good draw here for Two Beers. You had another giant death rattle minion, and you gotta love this when the decks that are just considered to be these really aggressive decks can just grind you out. I love that they have these kind of options and stuff too. And I mean, this is what Hunter has become. It's not the face deck anymore.
Yeah, definitely not.
We're finally gonna see it here. It looks like.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. Maybe,
like he really wants it to connect with the second Call of the Wild, but he's taking so much damage if he were to like just pop the high main death rattle and then equip the fiery war axe and try and do the Yogg on if Call of the Wild gets drawn. So he's finally doing the Yogg now.
Oh, that's a really good one for him there. That was all right. Kill command. Where does this go? Hits the Yogg. That's fine. Excavated Eel. That's gonna do a little bit of clearing here. Oh, Arcane Shot could clear completely here. All right, that misses. Explorer Shot. All right, we'll pump up this guy. Well, now he's back to a 7-1. Okay. Shadow Strike.
It's undamaged now.
Oh, he's undamaged. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Hunter's Mark. So, that was a very, very strong Yogg for Sargento, and that is...
jeez.
That's going to wrap that one up for sure. That was a really good Yogg, and able to get that Mass Dispel to be able to get the full clear there.
That was insane.
If he doesn't get the Mass Dispel there, then he'd be facing down a bunch of hyenas, which would then get buffed by the Explorer's Hat and so on and so forth. But Two Beers still has the second Call of the Wild for hope if Sargento isn't able to find the second Brawl. But we can see that the second Brawl is already in Sargento's hand. And the Gore Howl. When your warrior opponent's able to safely Gore Howl down the Hunter's minions, that is a bad place to be.
Yeah, I mean... I don't know if Two Beers can win anymore now. All right, so let's say you Call the Wild's here. Right, the Huffer's going to be a fight. Well, all right.
It's probably just a little bit too late.
Yeah, because the Brawl is just going to be too much here. I mean, if Sargento didn't have Brawl, he still has, Shield Slam here too. Yeah, I don't know if there's any sequence of plays now. Both of Call of the Wilds are gone. Both of High Mains are gone. Yeah, he just has no big plays left, right?
Mm-hmm. It's just, that's it. That's the final mini. Both Infested Wolves are gone. Unless he runs Ragnaros or something really crazy in his deck, it is going to be very difficult for Two Beers to win this game. But he should still stick around, figure out the rest of the cards in this Control Warrior deck, see if there's maybe a Solanas or something thrown in there, something weird like that, so that he can know about it for the future games. Because it is last year's standing, and Sargento is going to be staying on this Warrior deck. But, Sargento really played the hell out of this Warrior deck, I gotta say. Mm-hmm. I was really impressed with... I think that the most defining play of this entire game was Coin Justicar. Justicar set up everything that he wanted to do. And, granted, he top-decked the Revenge there, right? So he needed that to kind of make everything work in this mid-game. But that is really what carried him through all to the mid-game, was just taking that extra damage, then getting into the tank-up range, getting into the Revenge range, and all of that sort of coming together there in those middle stages of the game is what allowed him to win this game.
Yeah, he also had that really sweet play of Bash Myself to activate my Revenge. That was really cool. I love seeing the really creative plays out of players, like finding the non-traditional lines of play is always really cool to see. Mm-hmm. And the 6/6 might just solo Two Beers here.
And two legendaries, and the third coming on the way. One of them is bound to be, high cost and powerful legendary.
Another Justicar, that means he gains 8, right? Look, there's the Fiery Bat.
And so he does run additional 1-drops, Yeah,
he heard you were casting today. There's no way he can disrespect you like that. He can't just cut Fiery Bat from the deck. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's even got a Beast.
I do like the Beast here. Yeah. It allows you to get the hero power in, and you don't have to worry about, weird Unleash stuff potentially causing a lot of damage, like some sort of crazy quick shot into Unleash sort of thing.
Yeah. I would just establish dominance of the monkey and just not do anything else. Just attack him with the monkey 5 times. Every time I see this monkey, I remember, what was it, Quest for the Hidden Temple? Did you watch Nickelodeon when you were a kid?
No, I didn't have cable.
Man. You didn't have cable? Jeez.
No.
My lord, that's an Azok. Where did this come from?
That is a twist of events. That is definitely something that could actually win this game.
I mean, did he just win this game? I think he did just win this game. Holy cow.
How much damage is that? This definitely throws a wrench in things for Sargento. There has not been a lot of N'Zoths in the Hunter lately. It has definitely been kind of out of the meta, as Hunter on ladder has to worry about things like Shaman. But in this format, last year's standing, you can queue it up into something. So if you're expecting people to bring Control Warrior, bringing Hunter to queue up into their Control Warrior, you're going to want N'Zoth in it. So it's a really good tech card choice from Two Beers, and it might actually allow him to just win this game.
How do you think Sargento feels right now? Like, what just happened? You know? You've got to feel gut checked here.
It's got 22 damage after the high main trades, and so Sargento has to trade here if he wants to stay alive. He's thinking about just YOLOing the Tink Master before any attacks.
All right, well, he made something on 1-1, so that's a small victory.
Yeah, okay. And now he is going face with everything.
All right, so you trade a high main in here. If you trade a high main in here, you've got 6, 7, 8,
is
9,
that
10,
lethal?
11, 16, 19. He has 19. Yeah, he has 19.
Wow, the top deck there able to give him lethal. It was a bit greedy there from Sargento not to make any trades with.
Yeah, he actually has like more than lethal, I think here. Yeah, because of the hero power and the hat.
Yeah, the 9/7 not making any.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the 9/7 needed to trade, but then like, can Sargento ever win?
Right?
Yeah, can Sargento ever win? Yeah, exactly. Like,
that was crazy. The big upset there is Sargento able to stabilize against the mid-range Hunter. Usually an almost impossible task. Just when you think he's going to be able to win it, Two Beers rips the N'Zoth off the top and flips everything on his head, able to come back and steal that game. That was a good game of Hearthstone. Yeah, that's definitely one of the best game we've seen today thus far, and it's a great way to kick off the last series here. So
for sure. Two Beers, if you watch this later, well, I apologize. We kind of wrote you off there in the middle towards the end of the game. We're like, yeah, this game's over. I made like a Nickelodeon joke, and then, oh, wait, was that on N'Zoth? That was awesome.
If we look at what Sargento could have done, he had that Onyxia in his hand.
Right.
And I said Beast plus Armor is probably the best play around crazy quick shot stuff. Yeah. But quick shot into Unleash is a lot less likely than something like just N'Zoth. So actually,
is it less likely though? Honestly, like how often are you going to see an N'Zoth? Like,
I think if you just say what is the craziest thing I lose to there,
right?
The craziest thing that's most likely would be N'Zoth rather than quick shot Unleash. Okay. So the best play would have been playing Onyxia and setting up lethal. You miss the armor up. You maybe die to quick shot Unleash. But I think you're more likely to win the game if you play the Onyxia there. But I personally would have made the same mistake as Sargento and gone with the Beast Armor Up, which didn't set up lethal by just only being like 2 damage off lethal there. Whereas Onyxia would have set up lethal and would have actually won him the game if he just played Onyxia instead of the Beast plus Armor.
And let's be honest, I think everyone in Sargento's seat would just be like closing their eyes and clicking buttons at that point because the game is just so over. Like, you look like you're like 99% to win that game, if not more. Exactly. You know, like if he doesn't have N'Zoth in his deck, I don't think there's an out. Period. And like I don't think there's a way you can.
No one plays N'Zoth and Hunter just because the ladder is what it is. But in the tournament meta, N'Zoth and Hunter finds its place, especially when you can counter Control Warrior like that.
Yeah, I mean that was just. I'm just flabbergasted that we saw that, and you know the best part about it is though we get to see this Hunter deck again. And we get to see this sweet Mage deck again.
All right, the Tempo Mage deck. Tempo Mage typically a pretty huge favorite against Hunter, just because Hunter's got some of the worst removal in the game. They got like Quick Shot, which is a bad Frostbolt. They got Kill Command, which is a bad Fireball, and then they got Deadly Shot, which is just an RNG polymorph. So they have really kind of crummy removal. They don't have any way to deal 1 damage to deal with this Babbling Book, so it's gonna pick up value here. Yeah. And they don't have ways to deal 4 damage super conveniently, so the Flame Wakers can oftentimes snowball out of control. And just all of these factors in, the best thing to deal with Tempo Mage is good removal, and Hunter doesn't have it, so that things are going to stick for the Tempo Mage. And when things stick for Tempo Mage, like a Flame Waker or a Sorcerer's Apprentice or a Cult Sorcerer, that's when things start getting out of control. So that's why Tempo Mage has an edge in the matchup, and that's why Sargento queued in his Tempo Mage into this Hunter.
Now, there is something to be said about if Two Bears can make this game go long, N'Zoth just pulling out a crazy win again. Like, if he forces Sargento to have to use a lot of his burn to take care of his minions as the game goes on, then that's a way that Two Bears can make it happen. But But to see if his hand can cobble that together, his opening hand was really bad. But he did just top deck this huge toad again, like he did in game 1, and kind of helping out this hand a lot.
Yeah, maybe he can make something happen here.
Yeah.
But
he thought about trading into this Babbling Book. There's like multiple reasons, right? If Sargento doesn't have a play on turn 2, you're giving him one here with his hero power just being so good against a 2/1. Also, the more Babbling Books that stay in play, the worse your deadly shot becomes as this game goes along too. So he just thought about actually making the trade, but 2 damage is worth so much in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. This hand is
my God.
So bad.
Well, he's got a removal, so...
What was that you were saying about Hunter, like, not having removal and it being bad? And
the removal's bad, but he's got it. It's something you want to some extent. So I guess he's expecting the Babbling Book to make the trade in, which it most likely will. Like, trading Babbling Book Ping seems like a fine play for Sargento to do this turn.
Yeah, but, I mean, like, if you kill the Toad at all, it's pretty likely they kill your Babbling Book as well, so...
Yeah.
A lot of freeze cards added to Sargento's hand here, too. He's got an Ice Lance, which he could actually pair with Frost Nova if he wants to deal 4 damage to a minion.
We're going to see some value getting picked up here by the Deadly Shot.
The one going on to the... the one going under the Flame Waker there, that's actually a pretty big deal. It allows this Quick Shot to take care of it.
Yeah, and Sargento's almost out of minions. He has one more minion left, and that minion dies to Quick Shot. So let's say Sargento continues top-decking spells for a little while here. That's going to give Tubeers a lot of breathing room to get towards those high mates, get towards those Call of the Wilds, and actually have, the life available to be able to play them, since all Sargento has is a Babbling Book.
Yeah, and you saw his reaction there when the 33%er came in and the 1 damage hit it. He was not happy because he knew this was about to happen. Tubeers' hand not working out terribly now. I mean, he's got an Animal Companion into a hero power here this turn, if he wants.
The Quick Shot on the 3/2 for sure.
Yeah.
Animal Companion, Quick Shot the 3/2, and just keep removing the Temple Mage's minions. Temple Mage runs very few minions, and if you're able to remove all of them, you're going to be in a very, very good spot going forward. And we see that's what's happened right here. Tubeers drew all of the removal against Sargento's Temple Mage hand, and even though it's a terrible Hunter removal that's not as good as most other classes, it's still able to get the job done here and kind of fizzle out Sargento's hand. Now he's just looking at damage, and he's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about too. Even if like the game goes long, if Tubeers puts him in a spot where he has to start using these burn spells on his minions, and he draws in his Zoth at the right time, you could see a repeat of game 1 where the game might look kind of bad, and then Zoth just comes in and cleans everything up.
Yeah, it could definitely do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you do here? Arcane Blast, ping, trade, like Frostbolt, ping, attack for 1. Like, all these plays.
I like Frostbolt ping, attack for 1, but the thing I don't like about it is you have an Ice Lance. So you're not going to be able to get that Ice Lance going face. So that's why I'm more incentivized to go with the first play you mentioned, which was the Arcane Blast and ping and trade. It feels bad, though.
Well, that was a pretty good card to top deck on turn 6.
Yeah. After you've removed all the Temple Mage's minions, that's when you have time to actually play this without dying, and we see it get played here now.
Yeah. And there's no Polymorph on the other side for Sargento. That's actually a great card in this matchup. Not only does it take care of high main, but it kills it twice, kind of, because it removes it the first time, and then it's not coming back when you play N'Zoth later in the game.
So now he doesn't have a great way to deal with it in the immediate. You could try and fireball it to try and set up for the Cult Sorcerer plus Arcane Explosion the following turn. You take a bit of damage while doing it, but you at least have a way to kill it. The big fear right now for Sargento is how is he spacing out his removal to be able to still deal with Call of the Wild? Because he's in a position now where he can't race Call of the Wild. He can't kill the Hunter before turn 8. And the Hunter's been sitting there with 2 cards in his hand, not playing them. So you assume one of them's probably Call of the Wild. And so you're shaking in your boots trying to figure out, how do I set up to beat Call of the Wild? I can't really use this Arcane Explosion because I want to save that for Call of the Wild. And so we see him go with the setup play here. Just Frost-Noving the high main. And
is he going to deal 4 damage to it here? He is not. I guess you can pair it with Frostbolt later as well.
He's trying to race Call the Wild, I think. He's trying to say, maybe you've used both quick shots, so the Cult Sorcerer will stick, and that's going to push 3 damage, and then it's going to push another 3 damage with the spells, so that'd be 6, and then 9, 15, 19 damage. But Houndmaster's going to put up a taunt to block it, and Deadly Shot's going to remove the spell power, so that game plan's not really going to work for him. But if it did stick and was able to connect with the damage, Sargento's only 1 burn spell away from lethal at that point.
Right. That's actually very creative. God, Fireball ping feels so bad here. You're just taking so much damage.
Yeah.
I mean, you do get to go... Well, now you don't have the spell power anymore for your Arcane Explosion, so clearing is actually a little more difficult in the next turn. It's not... You also can't just go like Antonidas, Frostbolt. I mean, Ice Lance here. Need another mana for this, so this turn's rough.
I wonder.
I'm not seeing great lines of play here. You might want to just you Frostbolt the Highmane, I think, and try and set up maybe to do Archmage Antonidas and then Ice Lance the Highmane is the line of play I'm thinking of, and we see Sargento really struggling to try and figure out what to do. Same with me, and ends up just trying to set up for a clear for the following turn. Is it going to be good enough, though? The Camel's kind of interesting because it pulls out a Mana Worm for Sargento.
Yeah. You could add the 2/4 and then take the value trade into the Mana Worm, but I don't know if exactly you want to do that. Plus, it's a beast that you can keep in your hand for kill command as the game goes on.
Yeah, for sure. And we're getting really close to that point. You may even just want to sink in the kill command now so that you have more flexibility with Eaglehorn bows being drawn, the second kill command being drawn, or the ability to Deadly Shot, get through a taunt, or Call the Wild plus hero power sort of stuff later on.
Yeah, not seeing it. I mean, you can Archmage Antonidas here and use an Ice Lance to get a Fireball, but you're just dead on board. I don't think there's any way of getting out of this, right? You
Frostbolt, Ice Lance.
Yeah, and then it still doesn't do anything. You're just gonna take so much. You're still taking 2 no matter what next turn, and yeah, there's no way out of this. Looks like 2 Beers is gonna be up 2-0 here. With this really cool Hunter deck. This is not expected. I will say that.
The double Deadly Shot N'Zoth Hunter. So yeah. I think the logic with this sort of Hunter build in the last year standing is you have the ability to counter Q Control Warriors and have a very, 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 very high win rate against Control Warrior. So you say, all right, so you already beat that matchup. That matchup's on lock. And then you also have a pretty decent shot at whatever the next matchup is, as long as it's not Shaman most of the time.
Right.
Because if you look at the matchups for... Mid-range Hunter, even with N'Zoth thrown in there at the top end, mid-range Hunter has a pretty solid win rate all around, and then you throw in cards like Deadly Shot that can swing any sort of matchup that you come against. So now you've countered Warrior, and then the next deck that they bring to counter the Hunter, you have the potential to RNG a win with a Deadly Shot, even in a bad matchup, and you have the potential to just perfect curve into N'Zoth and RNG a matchup that way, or perfect curve into Call of the Wild because you're Hunter and win a bad matchup that way. So it counters a good match, or it counters a matchup that you expect and has RNG cards plus, a solid curve game plan to sometimes cheese a victory against counter decks. So I like the design of the deck, and I think it's very good for what the format is.
Yep, sounds great. I like all of those words.
So
now, you don't ever keep Acidic Swamp Ooze here, right? It does challenge early minions plus kill a weapon. It does look like you keep it, I guess. I was going to say...
You do, every time.
Fun. Yeah.
Spirit Claws is an insanely popular card in Shaman right now, and being able to remove that is so powerful. It's not old Shaman anymore. No one's running the Doom Hammers, really. Sometimes they run 1, but most people are running the Spirit Claws now. So Ooze, rather than being a late-game card against Shaman, is now an early-game card against Shaman, just to deal with those Spirit Claws.
Keep forgetting about the Spirit Claws, man.
Fiery Bat's not great here against Tunnel Trog. 50% of the time it is, but oftentimes that percentage gets reduced because the Shaman player plays a 2-drop or hero powers, and then your odds of actually sniping it get removed a little bit. But Two Beers is going to take the risk on it and try and line it up instead of going for the coin ooze or something. He wants to be able to save that for those spirit claws.
Totem Golem drawn here. This would kind of shackle what he can do on turn 3, but this is a very strong play and hard to pass up on.
Yeah, it challenges all of the potential 2-drops that Two Beers could be playing. It's a little awkward against some of the 3-drops. Like, if, let's say, your Trog dies and Two Beers goes coin Animal Companion and gets Misha, you're kind of stranded, and then you can get outvalued a little bit. But for the most part, it lines up really good against the 2-drops, and it's pretty good against the bow. Ooh. Push the face damage. Yeah, he's thinking about it. It's if you allow your opponent to make the trade with the Fiery Bat, what does that make you worse against, really? It doesn't really change too many things. The bow kills your Tunnel Trog a lot more cleanly. Quick Shot kills your Tunnel Trog a lot more cleanly.
Yeah, it's how much do you value coin here this turn? Because if you coin, you still have a 1-drop to fit in on turn 3 if you want, along with the 2-drop. But you can. There's a lot of other plays you can make here too. You do have Quick Shot.
Yeah, Coin and Hunter is very powerful because getting Call Wild out a turn sooner is insane.
Same with High Main, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the times, if you can make a comparable play, then you don't expend the coin. So I'm not sure what the best play is here.
Maybe this coin Quick Shot, maybe? Yeah.
Okay. So he's getting out 2/2/1s to contest the Totem Golem. So he doesn't care about the usage of the coin. He just cares about the immediate board presence, which is fair. One of the reasons why going for the immediate board presence is so strong is because there's not a lot of 2-drops in Shaman. There's only Totem Golem, really, and Maelstrom Portal. So if your opponent has Maelstrom Portal here, you kind of lose the game. That's why we saw Two Beers kind of praying, hoping that there was no Maelstrom Portal. So we do see the Spirit Claws come out, and he's very relieved to see that instead of Maelstrom Portal. But he makes this play because the odds of your Shaman opponent having another 2-drop extremely low, so you can kind of get away with it. And then Eaglehorn Bow over the Ooze for mana efficiency, and because you're not giving anything for Sargento to swing at. So he can't kill any of your minions with the Spirit Claws because you don't have any. So you're just developing the bow, and then next turn you can play 2/2-drops, and it just works out a lot better.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like holding onto the Ooze a lot here. Ooh, that's a pretty good one. Pretty good little free totem there. 3 mana, a lot of stats.
Not bad, that's for sure. And I imagine we see the Ooze come out now to remove the Spirit Claws.
Yeah, I gotta imagine that too, but Two Beers gonna take his time, really consider this. Just putting, his thoughts through all the other options that he has.
I wonder.
Yeah, maybe thinking about trying to save it for Doomhammer or something. But I don't know. The Spirit Claws get pretty good value up against the Kindly Grandmother. It does have to swing at the Tuskar instead of the Totem, hoping that the Ooze is able to contest the Totem and get the kill on it. It's bad against things like Things from Below,
yeah,
or Feral Spirits. But if it's not met with that or Taunt Totem, then it's definitely a better play.
What's the best play for Sargento here? Is it just Master of Evolution? Just give up on your totem. It's kind of.
You can play Tuskar Totemic to roll a random totem and then increase your odds of potentially trying to hit Taunt Totem off your natural totem roll.
Yeah,
or
that's actually.
That's like one line if you're feeling kind of risky with it. Or, Master of Evolution isn't bad because it changes your 0/3 that would die for free into a minion that has attack value that can likely trade with the board. So I'm leaning more towards Master of Evolution play just because it's a lot less risky. But I wouldn't fault him for going for the Tuskar Totemic and hope to try and find a Taunt Totem and do something with that.
Yeah, this does put a 4/5 into play as well. So.
No, how good is putting a 4/5 into play when Two Beers is running double Deadly Shot though?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to do what you got to do, Firebat, at some point in time. I mean, you're down 2-0 here. You got to go for some stuff. And, like, this does give you the best plays for your next turn, too, right? You have 2-3 drops here for turn 6 if you want.
Yeah.
You get some high priority minions here. Wow.
Ooh,
that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that's going to bring Sargento from a, not really behind, but definitely not super favorable spot to a pretty commanding position, honestly.
Oh, 2 of his big plays here. So
yeah, if you take Call of the Wild, you can't play it next turn because you have 7 mana next turn. If you take Savannah Highmane, you can't play it this turn. So I'm actually leaning towards Quick Shot. As crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you the best chance to make the biggest impact on the board, right? And you do get to draw a card off of it.
Yeah. So I guess Two Beers feels like he needs to get that Call of the Wild into Call of the Wild, so he's hoping he just finds something to play next turn. I'm popping both of the Grandmothers, just trying to get an extreme presence on the board, pushing a lot of damage and risking against AoE. So he's really hoping no AoE is seen here. He knows that the far left card isn't Maelstrom Portal, but any of the 3 cards on the right could definitely be Maelstrom Portal. So
yeah, it would have been really good paired with an Azure Drake here as well. It would have just taken care of his entire board. Sargento, you can just tell from his body language he feels like, yeah, this is my game to win here, and trying to get back into this match.
Yeah, he's in a good position to do it for sure. Mm-hmm. But no AoE is a little disappointing for him here. He could potentially play Azure Drake this turn to try and fish for the Maelstrom Portal, and then if he doesn't find it, play things from below. But he's opting to get the Totem Roll out there and get the Feral Spirits out there and just be as defensive as possible, I guess. This guarantees pretty much that he's not taking any face damage from the board. So I guess he's just afraid of dying from pure over the top sort of stuff at this point. So taking this defensive road.
It also protects his Manti Totem the most as well too.
Mm-hmm. That too. Just being able to keep that card engine up is so powerful.
I mean, they're both running really low on resources, so if you can draw extra cards here, pretty big advantage in this spot. I mean, Two Beers is just trading away his entire board. He does get Call of the Wild next turn. I think Sargento, you have to believe that's Call of the Wild in his hand. I mean, he tracking didn't play the card on turn 7.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, what sets you up best for Call of the Wild? And looks like just taking the value trades.
Yeah, get these guys out of here. Get that 1 in first. There you go. Good sequencing on the attacks.
Yep.
All right, so if Two Beers calls Wilds here, what do you do here? Do you trade into Azure Drake? Do you go face? Like, how do you win from this spot? You can kill the Manti Totem. I mean, like, the damage is already done there. Yeah.
At this point is N'Zoth, right? Yeah, you just try and
stay alive,
outlast, stay alive, and reach N'Zoth somehow. But
there's a Maelstrom Portal. It's a little late.
Yeah, we can see a full board clear here with the Thunderbluff Valiant, the Flame Tongue Totem, and the Hero Power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd agree with you. I mean, like, at this point, it's like N'Zoth or nothing. It's kind of like when you're with some of the other decks that have Yogg in it, and you're like, well, I'm just going to play to survive the Yogg and play as many spells as I can along the way and hope it's good.
Yeah, even if Two Beers is able to find the N'Zoth, not a lot of Death Rattle minions have been played. It's mainly just going to be huge Toads and Grandmothers.
Yeah.
But still, it still would be a powerful effect nonetheless.
It's something to shoot towards when you're like this far behind, so... Yeah, here comes that clear you were talking about. He gets to make his Flame Tongue Totem have some power here. And that card has already done its damage. Doesn't need to get any more extra cards off of it.
Uh-oh. Face, how scary is Unleash? Yeah. Not too scary, right? Yeah, face seems fine. It is a little scary.
Yeah.
But
oh, no 1-drop left.
Ah, he's got the 1-drop. Oh, and for the Shaman, you mean, yeah.
Right, yeah.
I do like pushing the damage there. I think it's better to push the 7 to face than it was to trade. And that is going to be it for this one.
Yeah, I will say there is lethal on board. It looks like Two Beers is not going to get the sweep with this N'Zoth Hunter deck, and man, was this deck really cool. But now we get to see what else he has, and like you said, he's a creative, innovative player. Sometimes plays decks you're not really expecting, has a card or two that you're not really expecting, and man, did he really live up to that in the first 3 games of that Hunter deck. But now if you're Sargento, you gotta have like a little sigh of relief, right? Like you're back in this match, like you're probably pretty sure of what's going to be happening with Shaman and Warrior. I mean, you're not going to like be super surprised what's going on too much, I don't think. So you got to be feeling a little better about yourself now and your chances. I mean, Shaman can 3-0 anyone.
Yeah, Shaman is one of the decks that can do it for sure. If you're looking to try to get a 3-0, it's got to be with either Shaman or Druid most of the time. So
yeah,
Sargento still has a possibility here, but he's definitely not favored as he has to win a Shaman Mirror, and then he also has to win another game after that. So it's going to be pretty tough, and depending on the Warrior build from Two Beers, a lot of Warriors have been teching pretty hard to be able to be really solid against Shaman, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see, a Yogg Warrior or something like that come out here that just has a really good win rate against Shaman because of the amount of board clears. With 2 Brawls and a Yogg, you can clear the board a lot.
Yeah. We've seen some crazy Yoggs here today. Nothing like too insane yet. We've had some kind of tame ones versus like other ones, but we'll have to see if that's what's going on. But I'm just interested to see what other decks Two Beers has. Like you said, I mean, like see something cool and creative. It's always nice. It's always a breath of fresh air because you see these lineups that are within about like 4, within 1 to 2 extra classes of each other at all times. So it gets a little stale after a while. It's very nice to see some creative stuff.
Yeah, we see the Ironforge Portal, which we've seen it in N'Zoth Warrior, we've seen it in Yogg Warrior. I tend to believe it's more common in Yogg Warrior, but it fits in N'Zoth Warrior sometimes too. And with the Infested Tauren, we know that this is most likely going to be a N'Zoth Warrior, fitting with the N'Zoth Hunter, keeping the theme alive. And N'Zoth Warrior is not too bad against Shaman. They don't have as many board clears as the Yogg has because they don't have the Yogg, but they have a lot of the same tools and can oftentimes, the Shaman has to have a hand that can get in a lot of damage early, bait out 1 board clear, go in hard with the Thunderbluff Valiant on the 2nd board clear. Otherwise, as the game goes longer, if the Warrior stabilizes and they play N'Zoth, it's all over. So you have to be kind of aggressive as the Shaman player. You can't win in fatigue in this matchup just because the Warrior has infinite amount of threats, basically.
Yeah. So it's not as bad as, say, mid-range Shaman was against the other Control Warriors. I mean, for the Control Warrior player, like we saw earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely not too bad for the Warrior. It's not too overly great for the Warrior.
Right. Yeah.
But it's a really close matchup, and there's a lot of decision points in it with how you go in against Brawl. Sargento just does not have that great of an early game hand for putting up too much pressure, but picking up that Thunderbluff Valiant is super important. Having that to be able to make totems be threatening is extremely powerful. We see Two Beers here is playing just very aggressively removing totems, which fits very nicely with his hand, just because if you look at the curve here, he's got Warwick's on 2. Even though he's killing a totem, he's just keeping the board clear. And then it follows up with Ghoul into Infested Tauren, into Ironforge Portal, into Karen. So if you're able to just kind of follow that curve out and never let the Shaman ever pick up steam, I think you're putting yourself in a very good position. Even though you're not getting the most value out of your cards that you could be, you got to be upset about that spell totem roll, though.
Yeah, that was a 1 in 5 to get to lose your minion here. Is Sargento really thinking about not?
Well, he's thinking about whether or not he wants to play the Thalnos, right?
Yeah.
So he has the Lightning Storm in hand, so I'm not totally convinced that playing the Thalnos is too strong, especially with plays for the future turns. You could save it to pair with Spell Power, but at the same time, Lightning Storm sucks in this matchup. There may not be a board that you ever really want a Lightning Storm, so maybe getting the extra card is more valuable, and that's a really tough call to make, and who knows what is truly the best play. It's going to be a couple percent in either direction.
Right. No, you're 100% right there. And I mean, this does ensure that his Spirit Claws, or pretty much ensure that his Spirit Claws has 3 power next turn, where he doesn't have to play something to make it have 3 power. But I think that was more just a curve play than anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could see maybe even Flame Tongue Totem coming down here now that the War X is gone. There's nothing really directly challenging it, and you could even protect it if you wanted to and get the full sort of clear on the board.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you lose the spell power, and yeah.
You can attack it first, and then.
Yeah. For sure. I think it is a decent Flame Tongue turn. I'm interested he's holding back the things from below, just trying to get
might just play
even
thing
cheaper
from below here as well.
Instead of the Flame Tongue totem.
Yeah. Some of these are starting to play into Brawl just a little bit, but.
I mean, if your opponent brawls this, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You get a cycle a card. Your opponent's really only killing, 2 cards. They're killing Tuskar and they're killing Thing from Below with the Brawl because the Thalnos simply cycles. So this would be a very good brawl in Sargento's favor instead of Two Beer's favor. So there's no way he would brawl this board, but able to clean up a lot of minions here if he wants to.
Slam bash
and trade.
Yeah. Could just take out the Blood Mage Thanos too if you want, but then Spirit Claw still takes care of your 2/2. Even without the spell power buff. So yeah, I think you just take care of the 3/2 here. You don't get too greedy here.
Yep. I like how defensive Two Beers has been playing this, and especially with this Gore Howl in hand. If you play super defensively and you have the health total to really establish Gore Howl and your opponent doesn't have weapon removal from it, it is really hard for Shaman to start snowballing a board when you're just Gore Howling down a minion every turn.
Yeah, that's true.
So this coin Gore Howl against Shaman when they don't have a Harrison Jones or an Ooze is usually pretty much lights out, especially when you're above 30 health when you're playing the Gore Howl. So it's going to be crazy hard for Sargento now to mount any sort of offense. And whenever Two Beers does brawl, he's always going to have this Gore Howl up to just chop down the minion that lives after brawl. So it gets really tricky. And now in these starts as positions, Sargento's got to think about maybe playing towards fatigue outs and things like that. But if he tries to go for the fatigue outs, he probably loses to N'Zoth. But he does have Lightning Storms. Maybe he could, Hex Karen, Hex Sylvanas, and then double Lightning Storm the infested Torrents that come back from N'Zoth and try and win that sort of way, which is...
Yeah.
It gets kind of tricky to balance out your resources to be able to have enough to be able to kill everything. And you got to be looking at your deck list now, trying to figure out if you would have the resources to potentially go the fatigue route or not, because that's going to dictate your entire play style from here on out. Because after seeing this Gore Howl, your odds of slowly grinding out the warrior go down a lot, and that's maybe why we see Sargento here going super aggressive with just dropping the Flame Tongue out on the board and just pushing face damage right now. It's because he's under the threat of the Gore Howl outvaluing through the course of the game. So he's like, well, I can't win against the N'Zoth deck. We know it's a N'Zoth deck because of the invested Torrents. I can't win in fatigue, so my only hope of winning the game going all face and hoping it works out. So he's gonna not play around Brawl, not play around AoE, and just go ham.
I like it. Just YOLO, let's go. It looks like it might actually work out, too. I mean, Two Beers doesn't have the Brawl here, so it's not going to get super punished.
Yeah. Just got to deal with this kind of awkwardly as well. And it looks like he's going to be missing an armor up to play the Acolyte of Pain, just so he can start trying to dig for those Brawls and the removal he needs to keep up with the pressure. And when you see your opponent miss an armor up and throw out an Acolyte of Pain to die for 1 card, you have to assume they're digging for something that they feel like they really need. And most of the time, that's going to be Brawl. So I would really like to see Sargento continue just pushing, maybe go double Totem Golem Hero Power this turn, threaten to go Thunder Bluff Hero Power the following turn, and push a lot of damage that way. But he's just going to go with the Thunder Bluff this turn. It's how does the power compare? I think it's a little less power, and it's a little more vulnerable to single target removal. So, you do get more hero powers in, so you're stretching the value out of your cards, but making yourself a little more vulnerable to single target removal.
Yeah. It is still really hard for Two Beers to take care of the Thunder Bluff, though, right? I mean, it's hard for him to get through to it. The Gore Howl doesn't have enough damage left on it. It's only 5 now. He picks up an Execute, but he has no Execute activator, so Thunder Bluff Valiant is going to actually work out and do some work here, it looks like. But
yeah, it's not a bad little Thunder Bluff push. And at this point, I think it's got to be Justicar Armor. I think Karen's too vulnerable to Hex. And it's either that or Ironforge Portal Armor, but they're the same thing almost, but Justicar gets the hero power that can continue going later on because the stats average out to very similar numbers. So I like the Justicar a little bit better, and Karen and Grom are both too vulnerable to the potential Hex from Sargento's hand. So this all-in push from Sargento might end up working out in his favor.
It's double Rock Biter now too. That's a ton of extra damage.
It's 14 damage for Sargento now. How much is he going to commit?
Yeah, I think you'd commit like probably at least one Totem Golem here, get the buff too of your hero power.
Yeah, at least one, I think. You want to actually be representing lethal when they don't have the Brawl. Like,
yeah.
you got to trust your read here. Do you think they have Brawl or do you not think they have Brawl, and make a decision? You can't make some half-ass play that loses if they don't or if they do have Brawl. You know, you got to make a decision. And
you can't hedge. Yeah, you can't hedge. You got to go full one way or the other, yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, you still have cards left over, too. It's not like you're just dead on the spot. Like, whatever you're doing, you better do it quickly.
You also have to think about revenge.
Yeah, that's true.
So, playing the Totem Golem and armoring means you can't really beat... and hero powering means revenge is going to clear your board at all times, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a little scary. Well, I mean, it's going to leave up some minions, so... He does leave him at 13, so that means if Two Beers wants to revenge, he does have to go in taking 4 damage.
Yeah.
So 4 additional damage taken. And this is where, you know, if he went full all-in, like if Sargento went full all-in, played double Totem Golem and hero powered, he would have 2 5/4s. So then after the revenge, he would have 2 5/1s on the table. And then Two Beers would be in a situation where he's got to like execute one and.
Yeah, I mean he can do a pretty good job of cleaning up this entire board here, right? You just Gorehowl into revenge, into execute, and then armor up, right? Revenge, execute. No, you can even Fire Lens Portal actually get yourself on the board.
Yeah, you could do the portal instead of the armor up if you wanted to, but.
Yeah, maybe it's not as good, just because you can use it as, like, extra life gain later.
It's debatable if it's as good or not.
Yeah.
It both gain 4 life. One gets you something on the board to trade with. Yeah, I think it's honestly a position where if you have something on the board, I think it's better than the armor in hand. Wow, he's going to go full greed with it and just drop Karen. How much is Sargento overloaded for? He's only overloaded for 1, so that means Alakir Rockbiter could just come out and end this game. 3, 6, 9 damage for Sargento.
1 short, yeah.
1 short off lethal.
Ugh.
Two Beers playing it really close to the fence here, but he's rewarded for that greed, able to get out that Karen, which is definitely a tricky minion to get out there, as you know, it has no instant effect when it comes into play. So whenever you do end up playing it, it's usually in a situation that's pretty sketchy. But yeah, that's a pretty ballsy time to play Karen.
Mm-hmm.
So Sargento, I like this play from him. Knows his out here is finding that Alakir, so he's just Fire Elementaling the face and then throwing down that Mana Tide for 1 draw to try and find that Alakir, try and finish this game out.
All right, so yeah, so he can trade here. He can even use Gorehowl to finish off this Mana Tide totem, and this still allows him to gain the most possible life this turn too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's playing your faceless.
Rolls,
hey, what's up?
Faceless.
Gives him the greetings. I love it. A little thumbs up from Sargento. You know, I thought it was funny. We've seen a lot of Shaman, but we haven't seen a lot of the 7/7 tonight, and that's just because it's been hiding in the Warrior decks.
And no Alakir drawn for Sargento. He still has time to try and find the Alakir, but not if he plays Feral Spirits and overloads himself. So if we look at Alakir plus Rockbiter is 12. Alakir plus another Rockbiter is 18. Two Beers is at 15 life, meaning he's going up to 19, which means Alakir actually doesn't win the game, so Sargento does need to find chip damage somehow.
Also, if Two Beers finds an activator, he has lethal with Grom.
Yeah. I think...
he has 14 in play right now, so...
What if Sargento went Totem and then Master of Evolution on the Totem? If he hits Bluegill Warrior... It'll set up lethal, and then he doesn't play any of these overload cards and just hopes he top decks Alakir for lethal. Otherwise, try and fight for board if it doesn't roll something that allows you to set up the lethal.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my creative line there.
The bluegill warrior play is awesome from right field. I love it.
It's really hard to find a good line there, but we do see Sargento probably doing definitely a better line than my silly line. Just fighting for the board here, trying to set up in a situation where he can actually win the game just through board control instead of trying to go in on some crazy all-in on top deck Alakir. So I like the play from Sargento just to develop this board and get set up to try and win it back that way.
Shield block picked up from 2 beers there is pretty good. Also, I do kind of like using Fiery War Axe here because it takes a power off of Frothing Berserker here than trading into the 2/3.
Okay, yeah, sure.
It allows your Karen to trade into that if you want to. Also, yeah, he can clean up like this entire board actually. Yeah.
As long as he maintains above 12 health while clearing the board, well, even then, Sargento's overloaded, so he can't pull off the Alakir Rockbiter combo. So yeah, 2 beers recognizing that Sargento's overloaded and.
So he's thinking about going face. He's thinking about going face here for a second.
That's ambitious face, yeah.
That is ambitious. Oh, he would have drawn it too.
He would have drawn it. The Bluegill Warrior lethal. Imagine. It could have happened, man. Like it sounds ridiculous, right? Like that line.
It is ridiculous, Firebat.
But like take it back a step. Like, what were the odds? What are the odds of his play that he did? His cards in his current hand actually winning the board against the Warrior's hand. Like, he can't see the cards in the Warrior's hand, but an average Warrior hand at this point in time. What are the odds of his cards winning the board back? And are those odds higher than rolling Bluegill Warrior off the random 2-drop?
Do you think he's higher than like 15% to win the game there?
No.
Or 10%?
I'm talking like 3%.
I think your odds of hitting Bluegill Warrior are probably under 3%. I'm not 100% of that. I have to actually go do the math.
Not only is it the odds of hitting Bluegill Warrior, though, then it's the odds of also top decking Alakir the following turn, right? Yeah. So it's more than one thing compiled, but then what are the odds that you actually win the board? So it's definitely a question. All right, Alakir looks like it's going to go down.
Okay. That's going to pretty much seal it, yeah. Because a brawl, doesn't even matter where these cards are. It could be the deuce of spades and the 3 of spades here. This game is probably over now at this point.
But yeah, the Bluegill Warrior play, probably not good.
The Bluegill Warrior play.
Shield block and bash, just kind of get him out of the range of it as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, 2 beers has still got to finish this game off, though. I mean, he's still got to find a way to kill him.
Does Sargento run Yogg? Yogg Shaman? Can he come back?
I wonder if... Ooh, he high rolled again. I wonder if N'Zoth is going to come up to seal the game just yet again for 2 beers. Oh, there's an Elise.
Elise N'Zoth Warrior. He really wants to win those control Warrior mirrors. Like, he's got all the tools.
Yeah, he still got this brawl too, like left over just in case.
Oh man, it's so depressing against Warrior when they stabilize and then they're at like 5 or whatever life or 7 in this case, and then a few turns later they're above 30, and you're like, I was so close, man. And we can see it in Sargento's face right now. He's just watching his opportunity to play, in the big leagues against all the streamers. It's just fading away as the Warrior's tanking up.
Yeah. All right, now he's got a second brawl. He doesn't even need it to. He's got revenge for this turn as well if he wants to just make sure everything dies, but he's got a ton of options. He's only got 8 cards left in his deck, too, so the monkey is showing up at some point, so maybe that's something that goes into mind here. He wants to keep as many cards as possible for monkey.
Wait, did 2 beers give him a chance with potentially Bloodlust?
Yeah, maybe he didn't count Bloodlust there. It's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15,
it's only 26.
18. So only 26, okay.
Bloodlust was not going to win the game, so yeah, it's fine, I guess, to hold the AoE there. It's kind of cruel because Sargento's believing he has a chance at this point. You can see he's refocusing in now. He thinks maybe Maybe there's a
Sit
light
little
at the
higher
end
than
of this
chair.
tunnel, and
Yeah.
Two Beers is just teasing him.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel, but it's Two Beers driving the car that's coming that way. So
He's, it's kind of cruel. But yeah, he's making the read on the AoE, holding back the tunnel shrug for the reload.
yeah. Is there any reason to ever brawl over revenge here? I don't think so, right?
When revenge kills every minion on your opponent's board, it's usually the right play.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, you're never going to get a chance, like, I don't think there's going to be a chance for Brawl to be good for the rest of the game. You get what I'm saying? Like, if they have one minion left over, it doesn't even keep up with your hero power. But,
yeah, you may be right, but Brawl,
I don't think it matters,
you know, like a 50-50 to kill something big.
Yeah, I don't think it matters, but there's a lot of Master of Evolution in that. Ooh, Succubus, that's actually a...
high roll.
Like, one of the best ones, yeah.
Sick RNG.
Yeah. Right, well, you can kill the Succubus here.
Yeah, you're right. If he would have saved the revenge, he could have slammed revenge here. So yeah, you're probably right. He was probably supposed to use the brawl there.
Yeah, it's like one of those weird cases where it's like it might not really matter, but still, you know. Yeah. All right, well, now it really doesn't matter. I mean, you don't have to worry about cards here either, right? You know, one legendary. I mean, the monkey plus a legendary is going to be enough. Like, the monkey itself will probably get this game over with, or close to this game over with. So as long as you get 1 or 2 legendaries out of it, you still have tank up. You can possibly even just win the fatigue battle. I don't know how... he has to be super far ahead of him in cards, I think, to not win fatigue. You think about trying to high roll and brawl? Like, trade brawl, maybe?
I don't think you brawl. I think you just trade an armor. Just kill the 4-1, armor up. Kill the 0-2, armor up. Go face, armor up. You just do anything and armor up, and I think it's totally fine. But you gotta maximize your odds of winning, and he feels face is the best way to win the game.
Yeah.
It's fine. It helps him set up for the brawl nice and clean. Meanwhile, Shaman player top decking 1-drops. Not what he needs in this situation.
That's why they're in his deck. He wants to draw them on turn 14. It might even be more than turn 14, actually. This game's been going on forever. Joe playing for his tournament life. If he loses this game, he goes home with nothing. If he wins this game, he gets a chance to play for $15,000. So much money, Firebat.
So much money.
Yeah.
It's a great opportunity, so you got to make sure you maximize your odds, even in these 1% situations. He can clear the board and play a 6/6 this turn.
I like that play.
Yeah. Then your opponent needs to roll Taunt Totem or Hex, number 2.
Yeah, then if you draw Hex, like, you're just going to be in the same position the next turn because your opponent now has a legendary in their hand. Or 2 legendaries in their hand. Oh, yeah, Arch the Farm ends it immediately, pretty much, no matter what. Same thing with Twin Emperors. Even drew the Hex. Yeah.
He's alive! And then Arch the Farm comes down, and you get the one that loads up to 3 3s. So now what does he need to beat Arch the Farm? He's got the Taunt Totem. Oh,
you just get the 10 damage card.
Oh, yeah, true.
Just kills on the spot next turn. Yeah, take 10 damage. He can't possibly... like. Even if he can put...
Reno!
Rips Reno? Jesus, come on, man. And you gotta feel a little bit for Sargento there. This is a great match between these two players. I mean, Two Beers is going to be victorious. He's going to play tomorrow. I'm pretty excited about getting to see Two Beers play in the tournament tomorrow. I just said always innovative, cool decks, and he definitely didn't let us down today. That Hunter deck in game 1, I mean, you and I, for 2 turns, had him written off as completely dead. And then that Nazoth off the top of the deck. Wow, I think it set the tone for the whole match. I mean, you know, if he loses that, who knows what happens in this match.
That's for sure, yeah. Able to get that win and be able to stop that warrior right off the bat was really good. And then in that last game there, we had that one turn in the early game. Sargento had the ability to, be a bit more aggressive. He made a read that there was no brawl, And he committed one of the 2 totem golems in his hand. The only other minion in his hand is the second totem golem. So if Brawl comes out, he is out of fuel, his push is over, and he's in a terrible position. If Brawl doesn't come out and instead a Revenge Clear comes out, then if he has only committed 1 totem golem, he's not in a position where he can win the game. But if he had committed the second totem golem, he's in a much higher % chance to win the game position. So I think that was one of the big crucial turns that decided that match, was just a little bit of hesitation. Sargento made the read, he has to all in, and then all in like 85% of the way, but still held back some resources. And I don't feel like those resources would have made a difference if the all in doesn't work. And we saw that the all in didn't work, and the held back resources were not enough to even make it close to him catching up. He still just, after that point, the warrior stabilized just fine, even with the second totem golem that was held back for Sargento's reload, and he wasn't able to catch back up in that game. So I feel like that he should have just played that second totem golem there, committed to the all-in, and then he would have had a much higher % chance of winning. So I feel like he made the right read on how he has to win the game. So objectively, big picture-wise, the matchup, he knew what he was supposed to do. He started playing in that way, and then he just had some hesitation and maybe some nerves or something that made him not fully commit to that line after making the read that there was no brawl. So it was kind of disappointing to see him kind of go out in that way, but it was a really well-played series from both players, even like from game 1, both players, making some really great plays there. So really good series to end the night on. So pretty impressed with these 2 players for sure.
Yeah, that is actually going to be the end of our night. But see, these guys, all the winners today, they're going to be playing in a main event that starts tomorrow with a $15,000 prize pool. Now, this tournament's pretty big. It's got like a pretty large bracket. We're going to be doing all of the games from this tournament. We're going to be doing a lot of them. And I think we actually have the bracket and could kind of show of what the overall scope of the tournament is going to look like. I don't know if we have exactly what our matches tomorrow are going to be, but look at the names in this tournament. I mean, there's like so many good matchups the whole way through. I mean, like, look at just the top one. Osaka versus Orange. I mean, like, that's a huge one. Show versus 6-0. I mean, like, you see these, like, huge names going through. The guy, Italian, oh, hey, you got through this tournament. Here's one of the best players in the world for you, round 1. You get to play against Zale. Shoop's in here, Onog Superstar. I mean, there's every match has a great player in it. It looks like tomorrow's matches are going to be Osaka versus Orange, Show versus 6-0, Kalento versus Hoey, Frozen versus RDU, Shoop versus Super JJ. I really want to see that one. Chalky versus Eloise, Trump versus VLPS, and we still get 2 more. This is how many we got tomorrow. Dog versus Stripe Crow. That one's going to be sweet as well. And then Brian the Rat Cortez, sorry, I mispronounced his name, versus Amnesia SC, as you like to call him earlier. So full day tomorrow. You ready for it, Firebat?
I'm ready. That is going to be some intense games, a lot of big names, a lot of great players. I can't wait to cast it with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you get a good night's sleep. You're going to need it tomorrow. That is a lot of matches of Hearthstone. So make sure you show up here tomorrow, guys. Give the channel a follow. You'll know when it goes live. Firebat and I will be tweeting about it. Give Onog a follow as well over on Twitter, and you can find out whenever we go live. But for tonight, that's it. Firebat, do you have any parting things you want to say?
Nope. I had a great time casting. Shout out to the players. A lot of great games of Hearthstone today, and look forward to more tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to our sponsors as well over there. Check them out over at vgvn.onog.gg. You can actually enter a chance to win a gamer's PC. I mean, they're just giving it away. Go over there, check out their website for 5 minutes if you have to. Enter a chance to win the new computer. I mean, I just got a brand new one, and I love it. I don't know what I'd be doing without my brand new computer. So anyway, that's going to do it for us tonight, guys. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for all those huge names and those huge games. We'll be back casting them. And guess what? We'll see you then.